Hi, everyone. I'm an idiot that didn't have my microphone on. Welcome to the Normal America Show. I was miming to you. You see, that's what I was doing. I wasn't a boomer that forgot to turn the volume on. Anyways, here I am, Normal America Show, host Rob Knorr. How many times do I have to do the repeat of the beginning? Boomer Rob is here. He did it. He screwed up again. A long history of having no clue what I'm doing on this show or anything else in life. But you know, I've muddled my way through it okay so far. So, good show for you lined up here tonight. What I was saying is, we're going to do a call-in show. I had plans to do a different type of show. I'll explain briefly why I didn't tonight. So, I think the call-in show makes sense to do today, given that we are doing a lot of drama stuff this week, which is rare for me. So, maybe some people... Jim Bob also. It sounds about right. I thought maybe some people would want to weigh in on some of the drama stuff that's been going on. Now, I don't know. I'm aware of a video coming out tomorrow, and I don't know that I'm breaking any... I don't want to step on someone's toes and announce something before they do. So I'll just say this. A friend of the show is going to be doing a big debate. I believe the debate occurred today. And I heard it went very well for my friend. And that debate will be airing tomorrow on the Piers Morgan show. And it was against Cenk Uygur, my friend debated. And so, given that video didn't come out today, I thought it was maybe going to come out today. Maybe we'll review that video tomorrow. Oh, yeah. We might talk about Destiny. We're going to take call-in, so if people want to talk about Destiny, we will. I'll probably mention it a little, but yeah, I hear you. So I'm not going to say who it was or anything of that nature because I don't know if they've announced it or it's supposed to be a surprise. For all I know, they've announced it. But I look forward to reviewing that. So hopefully that'll be the show tomorrow night, reviewing that. So normally I would do the call-in show later in the week, but because we have that lined up, and then I have a potential guest lined up for Friday, still in the works. I'm not going to announce anything. I figure let's do that. Final Fantasy VII comes out tonight. Didn't that come out like when I was like 14? So, he announced it earlier? Oh, okay. Well then, there you go. But it should be good. I've heard it went very well. Not for Cenk. So... Also, I think it's funny. I don't know why it is. When I do the streams when I'm not at my home office and I do them just on YouTube with my phone, I get way more viewers. So, like, now I have 30 people watching on YouTube. Like, yesterday I had 250. It's strange. Remake of Final Fantasy VII? Haven't they done that, like, 4 times? Or is it coming out, like, on computer or something? It was... Yeah, I saw that Mullet Baby Cherry saying that she was going to contact police. So let's do this. We'll stall for a little. We'll talk about some things. Whatever the audience wants. And then we'll take call-ins. Did we win yet? Oh, we're winning, baby. There's the Discord if anyone wants to call in. We chat about whatever. Now, I'm hoping it'd be real nice to chum in some lefties tonight. That'd be great. That'd be good stuff. As much as I made fun of that guy last week, boy, do I enjoy those shows. Sorry, just checking a couple things real quick. Emails I should have checked before I came on. Also had the hiccups. Oh, they're releasing it in like multiple installments. Okay. Now I get it. Gotcha. I enjoyed the original Final Fantasy VII game. I remember I got a PlayStation for Christmas that year, and that was the game that we got. Because, well, let's go back. So, I remember the original for Super Nintendo, Final Fantasy Mystic Quest, which is arguably not really a traditional Final Fantasy title. But I remember that game, and I remember Final Fantasy II vaguely. But Final Fantasy 3, which in Japan was Final Fantasy 6, there was a local Radio Shack where you could rent games, and it was $2 a day. And I remember renting Final Fantasy 3 and playing it with my dad and my brother. And we probably spent $80 in renting the game instead of just going out and buying it for 50 or 60, because that's how many days we'd rent it. And the problem with renting a game like that is you have your save file, but then if you take it back to the store, someone could save over your file. So we had to rent it for a bunch of days until we could beat it. And so we really enjoyed, that was like the first, that, and there were these games, that was Super Nintendo. For Sega, there were these games called Shining Force. And I remember being big into that as far as sort of traditional role-playing games. So I was very excited when the PlayStation was coming out and this game, Final Fantasy VII, and I remember it was like 4 discs. So we got the game, and maybe it was 3 discs. I don't know. 3, I think. And we got a PlayStation for Christmas in this game, and we didn't know about memory cards. Like, my parents didn't know when I got this for Christmas. So all of you youngins, see, back in the day, the way console gaming worked was all of your data was saved on the cartridge. So your actual game. So when you put Super Mario World in, it saved on the game. And it wasn't until sort of the PlayStation era of gaming, and then the N64 had memory cards, and I believe like the Saturn and all of them had memory cards as well. Some of them, some not. So anyways, we got the game, and it's like we go to a save point after playing for like 3 hours, and we're like, what the heck's going on? Why can't we save it? It's like saying error. So that was a big, a big like, wow, what is this about? But me and my brother, we beat the game. I remember, I have like funny stories. Like, my dad named Cloud's character like Jackass or something like that. So the first time I played through Final Fantasy VII, my character's name was like Asshole or Jackass or something like that, because hell, I remember this was like before like I'd ever even been on the internet. When you used to get stumped at games, there was like a hotline that you could call that cost you like $2 a minute. And I remember calling that hotline for Final Fantasy III, getting stuck somewhere. So that was my experience with Final Fantasy VII. But great game. My final party, terrible final party makeup, in my original playthrough of Final Fantasy VII was Cloud, Yuffie, and Red 13. Terrible stuff. And of course, I missed half the side quests and all that stuff. Mr. B, thanks for the $5. Says, thanks for letting me make a short of your content, Rob. No problem. Keep up the good work. Also, Final Fantasy 3 and SNES was the best Final Fantasy. It's up there, man. Yeah, the Brady strategy guide. So I ended up getting that Brady strategy guide for Final Fantasy 7 eventually, but that was when I was a little older. But that was it. I played a little bit of there was the prequel. I forget what it was called, where you played as Zack. I played a little bit of that, but that's about it as far as the Final Fantasy VII universe. Mr. B says, Tifa Jackass or Ares Jackass? I would have been, when I was young, an Ares Jackass. That would have been. But I am aware that they did the sort of action role-playing game Final Fantasy VII Remake. Now they're doing... I thought they already came out, but the people were saying it was in pieces. So you would be saying his link on Zelda, but it would come up 12. What are you doing here? Yeah, that's funny. My dad got a kick out of it. Crisis Core, that was the name of that game. Yeah, you're right. I also had a friend that I used to play poker with. It was like a fellow drunk of mine who had bought some sort of, from Japan, he bought, which was basically a Final Fantasy VII / Crisis Core health potion. And it came, if I remember, it came in like a Shinra box. Obviously, it was like a memorabilia, like a collector thing. But he was very proud of that. I remember my friend Victor was very happy with his Final Fantasy VII potion. I always assumed we'd get drunk one night and drink it. Another drunk story. On that note, completely different story. But I remember one time I went to this party with my dirtbag friends at my other dirtbag friend's house, and my other dirtbag friend had just gotten married like 3-4 months previous to that. So we're drinking at his house, and we ran out of beer. So we're like checking the cupboards and stuff to see if there's any liquor. And my stupid ass friend Dave, he's like, check this out. And he's pouring a drink, and it's like champagne. I'm like, where'd you get that? Here it was, this little bottle of champagne that was in their freezer that was supposed to be opened on their like first anniversary of their wedding. And my friend Dave drank the bottle of champagne, and we got in a lot of shit for that. Good job, Dave. What's the call-in subject, whatever people want to talk about? What's up, Max? How you doing? So let's talk about a couple things. I'll set the table. I think there's 3 basic things we could talk about. Trump's first week, I think it's been historic. I think he's basically done more, at least talking to the press and stuff, in his first few days than Biden did in basically 4 years. Trump seems to be more assertive this time around, to understand that he's going to be smeared and just say, I don't care, we're plowing along. There are the specific executive orders he's passed. Most of them I think are very good. Executive orders ending DEI, ending certain programs, like affirmative action type programs, certain programs like the app that immigrants were using to come in, ending that. That's all good. The pardoning of the January 6 people, the pardoning of Ross Ulbricht. These were campaign promises that he basically made. It's been very rapid. And of course, there'll be court challenges to every little thing he does. We know. But overarchingly, I think it's better than I anticipated. Now, having said that, going into his inauguration, the whole Trump meme coin thing, I think is absolute dog shit. I think it's beneath a president to do that stuff. I'm not saying it's illegal. I'm saying it's scummy. That's how I feel about the Trump and Melania meme coins. I think it sucks. So that's a potential topic if you want to talk about any of those specific executive orders. Now, I have an excuse, which is I've been working, so I haven't had time to really delve into a lot of the specifics on these executive orders. However, I don't know. He's been releasing them so rapidly. I don't know anyone who's gone through them all. Like, it would be a huge task at this point to go through those. Maybe people want to call in on the left and complain about the pardoning of the January 6 people. Be more than happy to talk to you about that. No, I don't think ending birthright citizenship will stand, not as it's written. The second potential topic is Joe Biden in his last few days. I mean, he'll live in infamy, ignominy forever. Terrible president. His legacy of corruption, incompetence, ineptitude, and of course, of being basically a vegetable that was drug along. That's what his administration represents. And corrupt institutions that covered for him the whole time. He comes out, his farewell address, he comes out talking about needing to hold social media companies accountable because they're no longer censoring things that he wants. Terrible. Basically, a great metaphor for the establishment in the Democratic Party. They need to censor people that disagree with them because their message is so bad. And then, of course, the pardons. The pardoning of his son. And then, of course, the pardoning of Fauci and treasonous General Miley and the January 6 committee people. And then the rest of his family, like 15 minutes before Trump's sworn in. This is despite the fact we were gaslit by the Democrats and the media forever. Joe Biden's not the type of man that would do those sorts of things. Do I think those pardons would hold up? Yes. James S., thank you so much for the $20. Really appreciate it. Says, do you think Trump will declassify the JFK, RFK, MLK files? Most of them. They'll be heavily redacted, though. But yes, I think he will this time. Yeah, go to the waiting room, and I'll bring people in. The last thing to talk about, and I see we already got some guests, so we'll jump in here, is the Destiny drama. Normally, I don't get involved in drama, but I have to admit, this story was a bit sensational, and it has to do with people that I've interacted with quite frequently. So if you watch my stream last night, it was all about this Destiny drama stuff, particular the orbiters. Yeah, I think we'll hear about the drones somewhat as well. If people are just tuning in now and they don't know the Destiny drama, I'll give it to you as quick as possible. Destiny had a couple months ago, had a bunch of intimate videos of his released performing sex acts on various people or having them performing sex acts. I felt terrible for him at the time. I think that sucks, regardless of what you think of someone politically. And Destiny, by the way, is still a victim in that. However, it has since came forth that it looks like he gave videos to a third party without consent of at least one of the females that's in those videos, a person by the name of Pixie, who was supposed to be Destiny's friend. Pixie is claimed to have been suicidal, is quite worked up about this whole situation, which I could understand, is now suing Destiny, and now we have more women coming out, such as Cherry, that's claiming a step further that she has now since found out that Destiny recorded her performing sex acts without her knowledge and then released them to other people. So, and then there's all of the drama surrounding what did his orbiters know, because a lot of them are claiming, well, we've known about this for a month, that Destiny did this, but we didn't speak up, or we kept working with Destiny. So that was sort of what the show was about last night. So anyone who wants to talk about any of that, as always, I'll just give a brief message to anyone who wants to call in. First, we could use Discord is the easiest way to do it. If you have questions, I'm sure someone in the chat could help you out. Secondly, depending on how many people are in the queue will usually be how much time I could afford to give someone. So if there's 15 people waiting to talk, don't feel bad if I only give you like 5 minutes. It's nothing personal. And then I ask you to keep it within terms of service. So no racial slurs, no calls to violence, calls for legality or illegal behavior, anything like that. And lastly, if there's just not much to say on the topic you want to talk about, no hard feelings, but we might just move it along because I don't have much to say on a specific topic. So, I have no idea the order that people came in, so I'm just going to go in alphabetical here. So we'll start with Enigma. It'll help if I put my headset on, though. Enigma. Can you hear me? You might not be ready since I just brought you in real quick there. Ben for $10 says, can't remember if you prepped Andrew on the Destiny January 6th debate. Was rewatching it and I'm torn on if Andrew's position is legit for the prompt. The prompt was January 6th an insurrection. Andrew, the prompt is irrelevant. I know people don't like hearing that, right? For example, in college debate, the prompts mean a lot because you could argue strict definitions of individual words. The style of debate that we're doing here, when you do an online debate, who's the winner and who's the loser? If you're having a confirmed winner and a confirmed loser, and you have a tournament set up, then yeah, the individual prompt matters, I guess. The problem is, that's not what we're doing here. What mattered in the debate that Destiny was having with Andrew, the big story is, okay, dude, if you want to call everything an insurrection, fine, I don't give a shit. The problem is, why the double standard? So if the topic was, is Destiny tall? And Destiny spends an hour saying, yes, I'm 5'6" and that's tall. Andrew could say, okay, fine, dude, I don't care. And you'd say, yay, Destiny won. Destiny wins. He won the prompt. But Andrew's like, I'm just saying that if we're going to call everyone who's 5'6" or tall, then the word basically has no meaning. That was Andrew's strategy, and it was compelling. Vita, thanks for the $5, says Destiny isn't a victim. He's non-consensually shared pornographic material with someone else. Then that person did the same. Turnabout's fair play. Not true. What was done to Destiny and all of the other people in those tapes is worse at face value than what Destiny allegedly did. Vita, let's say it's your sister. If your sister's boyfriend takes pictures of her breast and then shows a coworker, that's terrible. That's a terrible violation of trust. That's different if he broadcast it on the internet for everyone to see. You could be both a perpetrator and a victim. That's what Destiny is in this situation. Now, you might say, I don't give a shit about his victimhood because he himself victimized other people. That's perfectly reasonable. But I stand by my initial take that being released publicly sucks. And everyone who was involved in that didn't want their shit to be released public is in that sense a victim. You don't have to give a shit if you say, but hey, what do you expect? You basically did the same thing to other people, so... Enigma, maybe not there, so we're going to move on. We missed someone there. So let's go with Hacklia. I don't know how to pronounce your name.
Yeah, hello.
Close?
Yes.
What's happening, Hack?
Okay. I want to talk to you about DI.
Okay. Shoot, okay. Go for it. I'm good. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm from Norway. I'm in a program that we have DII. It's a communal program. It's very good for all of us. Like, can't you see that some of the DI programs can be needed?
So do you mind if I ask you a few questions about this program? Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So when you say you are from Norway, but you're in the United States, and you've been...
No, I'm not in the United States.
Okay. So you're in the country of Norway, and that's where you're from, and you were hired using a diversity, equity, and inclusion program in the field of criminal justice.
Not criminal justice. DI can be a lot of programs, like it can be in normal workspace. It's not just justice.
I thought
can be.
I understand that. So it doesn't matter what the field is. So your argument is that you were hired using this initiative, and therefore you think it could be beneficial. What part of your identity made you eligible for a program on diversity, equity, inclusion? Is it your race? Is it your sex?
No, Parkinson's syndrome.
So it's an ailment that you have.
Yes.
Okay. And so whatever your job is, just if you don't mind me just putting in a filler job because it'll make it easier for me to think. So you were hired as a banker, we'll say, through DEI. So you were prioritized because of your illness. So
you're not prioritized. If you think like that, you're not prioritized. You have that education, you have that type of knowledge, you have that kind of school.
But that's not DEI then. If you were hired because you were the best candidate and you just happened to have an ailment, that's not DEI. DEI would be that ailment that you had was of benefit for you for this specific program because they were seeking to fill basically quotas of people from different diverse groups or disadvantaged groups. So for example, the way this would work in programs I'm familiar with, there may be a DEI program that says, we need so many women in positions of leaderships at this company. And so then they have a quota that's like, well, we have 50 supervisor positions open. We need at least 40 of them to go to women. If that program doesn't exist and a woman becomes supervisor, no problem. Because they just looked at it based on merit and said, this woman is the best candidate for the job. She gets the job. However, if the goal is to say her being a woman is advantageous, that's something that we want, then that falls into the attitude of DEI, of these immutable characteristics being a benefit. Now, I happen to work in a field of home health care with adults with disabilities, particularly autism, other sorts of developmental disabilities. There are programs within our company and all through this state, and I believe the country as well, to help people like that get into jobs. And there are laws in the United States, like the American with Disabilities Act, that says that if a person with disabilities is qualified for a job, but they would require certain, what's the word I'm looking for, accommodations in order to commit the job, the company has to hire them. In other words, they can't say, Rob's a paraplegic, but he is the most qualified person for this job, but it would be a pain in the ass because we would have to put new ramps in and we would have to get a keyboard that he would be able to operate. So no, we're not going to hire him. They can't do that. They would legally have to hire me because I'm the most qualified and provide the best accommodations. That's not DEI. DEI would be, well, I'm less qualified than other people, but because of my disability, they've decided to hire me. So maybe what you're calling DEI isn't what I consider DEI. If you're saying you just happen to have a disability, but you got this job, that's different than they were seeking to give this job to people with disabilities. And so you were prioritized over someone who maybe was equally qualified as you that doesn't have a disability.
Yeah, I understand that. But like, if you have a disability, many workplaces won't choose you. Many workplaces won't take you in because you have a disability.
But that's not a question of DEI. Diversity, equity, inclusion is basically a mindset that says we are hiring, or whatever, you're a school, so you're taking applications, whatever, but you want people on your team that you're hiring, etc., that come from minority backgrounds, or equity would be saying that everyone needs to be made equal. That's different than saying I'm intentionally not going to hire a person with disability because I find them to be inferior. Now, in some senses, unfortunately, that could be the case. For example, if I have muscular dystrophy and I have difficulty maneuvering, it would probably not be discriminatory for a fire department to say, hey man, we can't hire you because the job requires a certain amount of physical capabilities, and unfortunately, because of your ailment, you're not going to be able to meet those bars. That's fine. But in general, saying, no, a company can't discriminate. And you're right, discrimination can occur and certainly does occur. But that doesn't justify the pendulum swinging so far the other direction that you're like, well, we'll force companies to hire people with disabilities even if they're less qualified.
But none of them is less qualified. They're like, they have the qualification, they have the papers, they have the skills to do that, but they don't get hired by the companies because they are looked down on.
But what I'm saying is the way you're defining DEI is saying you shouldn't be allowed to discriminate against people. If they're equally qualified for the job, you shouldn't be able to say, but I don't like cripples. That's not DEI the way that term's used, at least here in the United States. That's discrimination. That's different. Take disabilities out of the question. Same situation. A black person and a white person apply for the job and the employer says, I just don't like black people. This black lady's equally qualified as this white lady, but I just don't like black people for my personal reasons, so I'm not going to hire. That's not DEI, right? However, saying, well, they're equal, but we prioritize the black person. That's DEI. The same would be true of a disabled person. If you say, I just don't like disabled people, so I'm not going to hire them, even if they're equally qualified, that's discrimination. That's not DEI. If you have programs set up that are specially for, hey, our company's looking to hire 10 people with disabilities, that's DEI.
Okay, if you want a program where people take all groups in, what would it look like?
So, like a DEI program, what would that look like? Or what would a program look like that was non-discriminatory but not DEI?
Yeah.
The latter. It would look like a meritocracy. It would look like it would model closer towards the natural inclination of people's talents and skill sets. So, for example, we've seen, again, you can slice this in different categories any way you want. You could look at it based on biological sex. You could look at it based on race. You could look at it based on age. There's all sorts of metrics that you could look at. But the truth is, the idea of diversity, the second word, equity isn't equality of opportunity. Equity is equality of outcomes, right? And so what happens is when you have programs like that, you end up saying like, well, we need 50% of our firefighters to be women. But it just turns out that the physical demands are more difficult for women to be able to achieve. And even beyond that, maybe the interest usually of women on average are interested in those sorts of things. For example, most studies show that women tend to be more interested in skills and jobs that require working with people, and men tend towards prioritize towards skills working with things. So when you take it to the extreme, even though all of us are more similar than different, when you take it to the extreme, like a job that you really need to be interested in things like an engineer, you see men dominant in those fields. The DEI people say, well, that's because our society shames women and doesn't give women an opportunity. But then when we've seen countries like your country of Norway being one of them that have tried to equalize that and they've tried to do everything possible to lower social pressures, what we've ended up seeing is it doesn't really solve the problem. In fact, sometimes it makes it worse. When you equalize everything, more men tended to go in to those sorts of fields and more women tended to go into teaching, nursing fields and things like that. Why? Well, because we each have natural inclinations to the things that we're drawn towards. And different categories do represent, on average, of course, there's always exceptions to the rules, these sorts of things. So what would a world look like without DEI? Well, it would look like the best candidates would get the job. That's what it would look like. Sometimes that would be a person with a disability. Sometimes that would be someone who applied against a person with a disability and they're more qualified.
You said something interesting about women, because here in Norway, more women are like that have chosen heavy industry. More women have chosen fields that women have chosen before, and it's more equal now. It's more because we can see that they can do the work if they get the opportunity.
But who is withholding the opportunity for them in your country?
Okay. Often it like men jobs where the only men spaces. You know.
Give me an example of a type of.
Let's say the oil industry. Let's say that's most men there like. And you get a woman, and often they get viewed down on because they don't get the opportunity like
I disagree.
Others.
I don't think that bears it out whatsoever. I think that ignores many differences between men and women. First, I know people that work in oil wells and things like that. It is an incredibly physically demanding job. Incredibly. On average, more men will be capable of being qualified for that job than women just because of the sheer amount of endurance and strength that it would take. But even beyond that, right? Even beyond that, like for example, the people I know that work on oil rigs, sometimes they work 2 weeks at a time, 4 weeks at a time, 8 weeks at a time. And what ends up happening is that these are not the sorts of things that on average women tend to have an inclination towards. Now, are there women out there that would be interested in this? Yes. Are there women out there that would have the physical capabilities to do this? Yes. But those are going to be the exception and not the average. And so what happens is we say, well, the problem is when we look at in this particular Shell Oil, when we look at Shell Oil's operations in the United States and dealing with these oil rigs, 98% of the workers are men. And it's not because the job is geared towards being more interesting towards men or more physically demanding, which men tend to have. It's because we don't give women the opportunity. What ends up happening is they say, well, now so many people we hire need to be women. But as soon as you do that, you have artificially limited the pool of people that are applicants for that job, which means if you do that over and over, if you're hiring multiple times, you're going to end up not getting the best possible people. And then what happens is the people that you're hiring because you need to fill these quotas go into these jobs and they can't perform at the same level, which harms the company. And it causes animosity for the other workers that are like, why is this person here when they can't do what I'm doing, but we have to kiss their ass just because they're a woman or their race or their disability, whatever the case may be. So what ends up happening is like the Palisades fires that we see in LA. You had the assistant fire chief or whatever, some lady. There's a video of it. I can pull it up here later where she's like, oh, people say, what if a woman firefighter comes to your house and a man's trapped in the fire and needs rescued? Yeah, I might not be able to lift him, but then my response is, you shouldn't have got yourself in that position where you needed saved. That's fucked up. That's insane. That's what DEI leads to. It leads to artificially limiting the pool of people, not being able to hire or promote based on merit, and instead prioritizing equal outcomes, and the world isn't all equal outcomes. You're not going to get, if you didn't have any pressures whatsoever, 50% women exactly and 50% men working in oil rigs. It's not going to happen. And I can tell you more stories of how this, I can tell you 2 stories off the top of my head. One is college debate. When I was in college debate, there was always this huge controversy of, in high school debate, there tended to be closer to 50% women. I don't know what the numbers were. But for whatever reason, the amount of women that were in competitive high school debate versus the percentage of them in competitive collegiate debate dropped precipitously. And so there was debate communities, the left of the left, so they're always talking about this. Why are less women? Is it because we're bigots? Is it because, well, maybe it's because some of these lefty feminist guys are womanizers. Maybe that's part of it. But the majority of it was because women don't care to spend 80 hours a week practicing for a game when they're in college. They're actually, like studying for their classes and their careers. And they're interested in like starting families. And they're not really interested in this hyper-competitive game. And yet still, people rack their heads over and over. What can we do to increase women's participation? What's the deal? And it would affect some judges. If you're judging a debate between a male team and a women team, well, wouldn't it be better if the women won more so that we could get more women? Now do you see quickly the good intentions, quote unquote, of wanting women to participate more? Now all of a sudden it's affecting who wins debate because you prioritize women, which defeats the whole purpose of the game in the first place. So you can see how quickly it gets out of control. I also know a person who works in programming field. And that person works for a pretty significant company here in the United States. And they are incredibly frustrated by the fact that their company's basically announced by the year 2030, half of the leadership positions in their company have to be women. And of the new people that they're hiring for this programming, a certain percentage has to be women. And what my friend told me was, for the years he's worked at this company, the small amount of women that worked there were probably the best employees he ever worked with. They were phenomenal. But that's because they were women who went through school, did everything like the men did, and they were very good at their job. They were interested in it. Now, they can't find enough female applicants. So they're basically hiring people that aren't even remotely qualified just so it could hit that benchmark. In addition to that, men like him are jaded because they're like, why should I bust my ass and reach for a promotion when I've all been told, well, you're a man, we're not going to promote you. So he's like, I'm not going to do the extra work. I'm not going to bust my ass. So what you'll see is a lot of these women that are being hired that aren't qualified, that everyone else is going to have to pick up the slack, they're going to be the ones that get the promotion. Because they have to meet the quota. That's diversity. That's equity. The world's not like that. There's not equal capability or equal interest on every sort of dividing group that we could think of. People with abilities versus people with disabilities. People with racial differences. People with sex differences, etc. It is one thing to say we should have a system that doesn't discriminate against people for immutable characteristics. I'm all for that. It is another thing to say that we need programs with the sole purpose of encouraging diversity, equity, inclusion. It's racist, it's bigoted, it's discriminatory, and it lowers the quality of the work that's coming through any of the companies that do that. In my opinion.
Okay, I can say we can disagree to agree. Okay,
It's fair. Now let me say this: by no means am I saying by saying that if you got hired on a DEI program that you're not qualified. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just giving you the generalization of what these programs mean.
Understand you view it like that.
Forced diversity and forced equity are bigotry. Equality of opportunity is something that most of us could get behind. Equality of outcome necessitates bigotry because it necessitates saying we have to equalize, which means that there will be some people that are less qualified that will be advantaged so that you can equalize over racial categories, gender categories, etc. And there will be people that are disadvantaged by that would have been qualified but that are left out. And by the way, let me tell you another little secret. Equity is just code word for anti-white and anti-men. That's what it is. No one gives a shit if there isn't equal outcomes, and it's because there's majoritarily Hispanic or black or women. No one gives a shit. You wouldn't look, for example, at the NBA and say, there's something wrong here. 80% of the players are black. We need to equalize that. 60-something% of the country's white. 60-something% of the NBA needs to be white. They don't give a shit about that. No one gives a shit that all these jobs that are considered undesirable, like dangerous jobs or, dirty jobs, like, being a janitor, all of these people. No one gives a shit if those jobs that don't pay well are majoritarily men. They don't care. No one talks about equity there. It's only the jobs that people find desirable, where women aren't at least 50% or minorities aren't. Then all of a sudden, that's when conversations of equity comes up. Like, for example, girls are way outperforming boys in the United States when it comes to higher education. Like, it's like almost 2-1, I think, last time I checked, graduating with like a master's degree, women to men. But you wouldn't know that to hear the narrative. The narrative is our whole system's patriarchal and prioritizes men. So for me, I just don't buy it. I don't buy the DI shit. I think it's just coded racism and bigotry against groups that these cultural Marxists on the left have sought to divide and go against. We prioritize victimhood, and we always label people oppressors versus oppressed, and we say the oppressed people are terrible, horrible people that basically anything's justified in going after. If that means the job market, don't hire from the oppressed group. Who's the oppressed groups? Well, racially, white people. Sexual identity, men. Sexual orientation, straight people, right? Like all of that.
Okay, you say call them Marxists, like they aren't Marxists, like come on. They don't understand Marxism.
I call them cultural Marxists.
No, it's not.
Well, you could say that.
But no, it's not.
Okay, no. You can say that.
Marxism.
You could say that.
No, it's not. They're liberals. They are like for companies. Like they aren't Marxists. They are.
I don't think I'm going to listen to a person quibble about definitions that has no clue what DEI is. You kind of made a fool of yourself, and I've been polite on saying DEI just means you're not allowed to discriminate against disabled people. That is not the definition. So you're arrogant. Let me finish. So your arrogance on saying that I'm incorrect to term these things cultural Marxism just washes right off my hair. Okay, define cultural Marxism. Define cultural Marxism.
Because that's definition is made up.
Okay, you can say the definitions. So who made up this definition?
I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure that's a right definition of what Marxism is, but it is not. So Marxism is a philosophy, is a economic philosophy. It's nothing culture about it. It's nothing like that.
Right. So what we're saying is this is something we're taking principles from Marxism and inserting them in other cultural issues. Now, one of the core, of course, Marxism is an economic theory that is broad and vast, and it's difficult to sum up in one or two sentences. But the part of Marxism that I'm referring to when I talk about cultural Marxism is that it separated people based on economic status. The proletariat versus that is true. That is true. That is true. Does Marxism yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or no? Does Marxism say that there is a proletariat and a bourgeoisie?
Yeah, but who is the proletariat?
It's generally
who are the bourgeois? Who are they? It's the owner groups. It's the owners and the not owners.
Sure. Yes, gotcha. That's basically what I'm saying. Yes. Okay. How's that dispute what I'm saying?
Okay, and what's the difference there? You know what the difference is? It's that you're not owning that company. You don't own the part you are.
You're a Marxist, aren't you?
You don't own Twitch. You don't own.
That's true. I don't.
Your platform.
Yes,
you don't own. And your platform can limit you. You agree with me?
Yeah, sure. Are you a Marxist?
Yeah.
How did I guess? A Marxist that's for DEI initiatives. Okay. So didn't see that one coming. Yes. So basically, what you've just did is give. Now, I'll be charitable to you, as I hope you would be to me. Marxism's difficult to. It's a broad philosophy, so it's difficult to just. Please. It's not going to work if we're talking. I tried to give you an opportunity to speak. Now I'm going to speak. It's difficult. I'm trying to be charitable, as I would hope you would to me, and I would hope of anyone, that it's difficult to explain an entire philosophy like that in the matter of mere sentences. So I get that. But in general, what you're saying is, well, the difference is ownership. You have the owner class, and then you have the class that doesn't own things. And you would have a problem with that as a Marxist. You would say, workers should own the means of production, et cetera, et cetera. I understand that. In general, when I talk about the term cultural Marxism, I would say the same way you could divide people by saying there is an owner class that is bad and there is a worker class that is good, you could do that on any other sort of divisive line. You could say on race, there's basically an ownership class in race. That's the dominant racial group, white people. And then there is sort of the victim class of that, people that aren't white. You could do the same with sex. Males are the sort of ownership class, and women, or people that don't identify as male, are the victim class. You could do the same based on disabilities. People with disabilities are sort of disadvantaged and victimized, so they're the working class, and those that don't have disabilities are more in that ownership class. That's what I'm saying when I'm referring to cultural Marxism. Marxists lost brutally, particularly once Alexander Solzhenitsyn's great book, The Gulag Archipelago, came out. And so a bunch of the academic class in the United States that advocated for Marxism, once they saw that their ideology had brutally been defeated, they started to understand that you could divide people on things that were more than just economics or ownership versus worker. You could do it on any category. That's what I'm referring to when I say cultural Marxism. Now, there are people that do quibble with that term. I don't give a shit. I'm explaining to you exactly what I mean. So if you say, I don't like that term, that's fine. I don't care. You would say that because you're a Marxist. So, of course, I don't have a favorable view of Marxism. And I think that it makes sense why a Marxist would want something like diversity, equity, and inclusion. Because that term equity, equal outcomes, that's basically the entire Marxist beef when it comes to economics. Why does that kulak deserve to own that farm? That should be all of our farms, right? And then what happens when you kick the kulaks out? You remember that? Remember the Holodomor? What happened?
But you are talking about Holodomor like it was not a disease, it was not a plague happen on the farms. Like I have read up on it, so
because it turns out
you're talking about. So, but that was Soviet. Did that happen to Cuba? Did Holodomor happen to Cuba? Answer me honestly.
What happened was that you had all these farmers in Ukraine that they called the kulak class. Since you tell me if you think. You tell me if you think I'm wrong. You tell me if you think I'm wrong. You had your chance to explain what you thought it was, and you said it wasn't a plague. Okay, So I'm going to tell you what I think it was.
It was a break of the grass type.
What happened was, you had these people that by no means were wealthy. They were local. Please, they were local farm
mismanagement.
All right, man, we're going to let you go. Thanks so much for calling in. I understand English is probably your second language. There's like a delay or something as well. I don't see this conversation going anywhere, particularly when you're going to continually interrupt me. So thanks for calling in, man.
That's okay. Thank you.
Take it easy. Yeah, I'm not surprised at all that a Marxist would be for equity. Okay, Enigma. We'll try you again, my friend. What's up, Enigma? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
How you doing this fine day? Nice to talk to you again.
Yeah, really good. Although I did my circadian rhythm is completely whacked.
What's whacked? I missed that.
Circadian rhythm, like I woke up, I fell asleep on daytime, so I'm up at night.
Your circadian rhythm. I got you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, mine
so
too,
anyways,
man. When I'm at work sometimes, because I do like home health care with people, if the person I'm taking care of has a weird sleep pattern, then I get a weird sleep pattern. But as you know, is like, it doesn't work like that. It's like, oh, I'll just go to sleep at 4 a.m. now. Like,
yeah.
Oftentimes you can't sleep and then you're tired when you're supposed to be awake. So I'm with you.
Yeah, but I have complete freedom. I have no responsibilities. I live in Sweden, as you probably know.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm a full-time drunkard. Anyways, my point, thing I wanted to mention to you is I have encouraged you to listen to when Mearsheimer talks with Alexander Dugin. Have you listened to that conversation?
I have not, but I remember that you were absolutely furious with me when I talked to Scott Horton because I didn't bring up Mearsheimer, correct?
I don't remember that, but sure. I do encourage you to listen more to them rather than paying attention to what Destiny thinks.
That's true.
So,
what do you should probably be reading a book instead of listening to me too. But sometimes you listen to things for entertainment, right? You're right. In general, your criticism's correct. Like the other day, I found myself. I have a Nintendo Switch, and I found myself playing the game MLB The Show. It's a baseball game. I was playing it for like a half an hour, and then I thought to myself, "Well, shit, I could be reading. I could be doing something more productive." That's true. You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
I could, in fact, what I should have done, even more relevant than reading Mearsheimer, was probably parsing through every one of Trump's executive orders, every one of Biden's pardons. You're right. A fair criticism of me is you could do more. I totally agree.
No, actually, I think we all shouldn't have such expectations of ourselves. We should do exactly what the moment impels us to do. The point is that I just believe that you could do better with your time because you're an intelligent person and you're down to earth. And that's why you can have discussions with someone like Destiny that is supposedly so hyper intelligent. But when it comes down to it, he isn't. Which comes to the point that I want to point out that this controversy he is having points to the fact that he makes concessions with right-wingers by omission. When, for example, if you listen to the conversations he have had during the years, he concedes by omission. He doesn't raise his voice. He doesn't contradict a point made by a right-winger, and the
I mean, I completely disagree with. He doesn't raise his voice.
No way. He of course raises his voice, but haven't you had listened to his conversations he has had with right wingers? And when a right winger makes a point, he omits. He doesn't concede. That's the point. It's like he tries to make the right sound so far right that there's nothing to concede with, and that's the issue.
Um,
For example, these discussions with Russian that's has a very libertarian view. When this conversation that he had, I don't remember. Do you remember that?
when he talked to Scott Horton, or
No. This is for this conversation they had when they had the debate was post 2022.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
And a Russian, he lived in Russia, but he talked as if he were an American. And the conversation they had, it were in that conversation Destiny had. It's very apparent, like you can notice in other conversations he can have with right-wingers. He just keeps silent rather than to push back. And that's Destiny's thing. When there's something that he should concede on, he doesn't. He instead just keeps silent. It's a form of omission of that he concedes with the points that the right wingers sounds so extreme, simply saying right wingers, for some cultural reason. The point I'm trying to make is
it sounds
that,
if I could, I think,
yes.
articulate what you're saying. If a right winger is debating Destiny and makes a point that is true that Destiny can't argue, he'll just ignore it and talk about something else.
Basically, yes.
Okay. Yeah, a lot of people do that in debates.
Yes, but Destiny, that supposedly is this very super base person, should I consider concede with them openly, so that his listeners understands that he concedes, but he doesn't. So he's
not going to concede.
What happens is
right.
It ends up radicalizing the left.
Yeah, he's not good. I don't like the way he debates. There's a lot of people I can put in that category, but yeah, that's true. All right.
That's why I like. Okay, sorry. That's why I like you, because you.
I try. I do agree. I think that there is a propensity to, when you're involved in these debates, to not make concessions, because any sort of concession makes you look wrong. However, I think the opposite, and it's something that I learned when I was doing debate in college. Oftentimes, if you're willing to concede when it's warranted, particularly on smaller points, it actually boosts your credibility. Right. And so, like, if I had a judge in the back, one of the flaws, I would debate people that were far more intelligent than me. And let's say in one particular debate, there's 18 points that are being discussed in general. I might lose 16 of those 18. But I would admit that I lost them, but articulate why the 2 points I won were more important. A lot of people would refuse to admit they lost any of those points. And so instead of focusing on the key few points that they felt they won, they would just be like, no, we win this, we win this, we win this, we win this. We only have a limited amount of time to talk. And so then at the end of the day, it looks sort of absurd, particularly once you get to like competent debaters. You're not going to win everything in the eyes of a judge. There's going to be some things that you don't look as strong on. And so you come off looking unreasonable if you say, I'm right about every single thing always, and my opponent's always wrong. And if you're unwilling to just concede, what's funny is you can see the mentality from people like in that community. Like, I'll give you an example. One time I was on a debate panel, and as always, it's me versus like Dylan Burns, and I think it was this Beckett guy, and it's Destiny. Basically me versus a bunch of lefties. It was on Connor's show. And the topic of Brexit comes up. And I'm like, well, they never fully, the one guy there was European. I think he was British. Beckett, if I remember, I think that was his name. And I was like, what was the specifics on Brexit? My overarching point was they gave a vote in the referendum of Brexit, the establishment. The vote didn't go the way they wanted, and so they drug their feet. Just like with the Lisbon Treaty, just like this happens all the time, just like with the Trump election. Yeah, you can have your vote because it'll go our way. Oh, it didn't go our way? Never mind. New vote. We don't like the results of that vote. And I was making that point, and so we start talking about Brexit specifically, and I say, well, did it ever officially happen? And Beckett says, no. And I took his word for it as someone who's British. He would probably know. And so later I'd say, look, Brexit didn't even happen yet completely. And everyone laughs at me. Ha ha ha, yes it did. And I was like, well, Beckett said I didn't. And he was like, well, what I meant was. And then later in that conversation with Destiny, I say, listen, I'll admit to getting out over my skis on the Brexit thing. I'm reading about it 6 years ago. I think my point is directionally true, that they were pissed off that the vote didn't go their way and so called for new votes. But yeah, you're right. I don't know a lot of the specifics of how it ended. And to Destiny's audience, that's a slam dunk. Rob's a fucking idiot. He admitted. Right. I don't look at it that way. I look at that like me being honest. That doesn't mean that the reason I brought up Brexit is inaccurate. But yes, I was incorrect on a specific statement on there. And I think that that actually increases the credibility, because if I'm willing to admit, like, okay, I could have been wrong there, that does a lot to let people know. This person's not just going to bullshit for the sake of bullshitting. And I think that a lot of times that occurs on the other side. So, but I do have more people in the queue, so I'm going to let you go. But thank you, as always, for calling in, Enigma.
Wait, I have one point to make. I really encourage you to. I think it would be very interesting if you listen to the Mearsheimer versus Dugin conversation they had, and had a commentary that you paused and said what you thought about the conversation, because that will be very illuminating.
I will try to remember to watch that. Is that available on YouTube?
Yeah, it is.
Dugin versus Mearsheimer.
Yes.
Okay.
Mearsheimer versus Dugin, having a conversation about Ukraine, Russia.
Okay, I will try my best. Probably not going to happen. I got so much on my plate. But
that's a fucking good, interesting. I think that would appeal.
Why are you watching Destiny videos instead of reading The Diversity Delusion?
I can't listen to Destiny anymore.
But you just said that you spent time doing it. Yes, you're making a general criticism that, it's sort of bullshit to say you don't have time. Yes, I've already conceded that. Theoretically, if I thought what you're saying right now is the most important thing in the world, I could say, ladies and gentlemen, I'm ending the stream right now to watch Mearsheimer versus Dugin. I'm going to write a critical essay on it.
That would be awesome.
I could say that, but I'm not going to. What I'm telling you is I'm kind of a busy person. I have a bunch of things that I promise people that I'll get to, but I'll try to get to that if I can. So that's all I'm saying.
I would say I will listen to that like I will listen to a gospel.
Okay. All right. Well, hey, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Take care, man.
Take care. All right. We'll see you. All right. Cody Folsom, thank you for the $5. Says, hope all is well, Rob. Happy Wednesday. Happy Wednesday. We got the Scandinavians calling in today. So I do appreciate the calls. Let's go next with Ben, I think I saw, and then we'll go to old Joe. Ben, are you there? Can you hear me, Ben? All right, Ben, we'll bring you in here later. Let's try old Joe. Can you hear me, old Joe? Uh-oh.
Yes,
there we go. I was going to say, but a lot of times what happens, I try to bring people on in weird times and everyone's AFK. But how's it going, old Joe?
Good. My issue is that I'm technologically incompetent. So when you call me up, it takes me about 20 minutes to get my mic unmuted. Hey, I'll ask you a couple quick questions about a caller. The reason I called in was fellow that took issue with the term cultural Marxism.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what I would like to ask you is your strategy for debating those kind of leftists who deny any label to their position. I didn't see how that conversation ended because I came into Discord. So how did that finish off with, did you guys agree on a definition in cultural Marxism, or?
We started to go through what Marxism is, and he basically said it was people that owned versus people that didn't own. And I said that, yes, the delineating factor there is basically those that were owners versus those that were victims. And that same mentality, once we saw that the academics in the United States that were Marxist in the 60s lost the argument because the Gulag Archipelago was written, they regrouped and decided instead of just dividing people on economics and ownership, you could divide them on any category. So you could say that there's an oppressed versus oppressor class. Now, the truth is, I think that oftentimes you have to understand that a lot of people are just going to argue semantics for the sake of it, and it's to sort of deflect and to drag out the debate to confuse people because they know they don't have an argument. And so they don't want to just admit, I don't know what you're talking about, or that the audience will say, oh, there's a point here. So you'll quibble over something like a definition. One of the things I try to do is like, well, what is it about that definition that we have a problem with? So let me give you an example. If the left says, you're a fascist, and I say, actually, I think the left is acting with fascism. And they say, nuh-uh, because the definition of fascism is it has to be a right-wing movement. Then what I would do is say, well, what is the problem specifically with fascism? What is it that you specifically have a problem with when you say you're acting as a fascist? Well, you're an authoritarian and you're censoring people. Okay, that's what I see the left doing. And you may not call it fascism, but fascism's just an easy label that we have that basically means thing we don't like. So what is the specific that you don't like about that you're calling me a fascist? Well, I don't like that you're calling for violence or, pardoning violent January 6ers. Or I don't like that you're kicking out immigrants, right? Okay, then we'll talk about those specifics and whether or not that's authoritarian, whether or not that's abusive. So oftentimes that's sort of what it takes. Now, I don't live up to my own advice because a lot of times I'll get into these long, drug-out arguments on definitions of terms. I oftentimes find those arguments to be ridiculous and absurd. Someone like Andrew Wilson, that's his bread and butter. He loves, we have to specifically define a term, exactly what it means. I'm more arguing on the practicality of things. I have a problem with authoritarian governments. I don't care if you call it fascist or not. I have a problem with people that want equality of outcomes and say that certain groups are basically oppressors or bad and other groups are good. I call that cultural Marxism. You might say, no, I don't call it that. I call it DEI. I call it ESG. I call it whatever. The terms are relevant to me. It's the specific actions that I'm criticizing.
I think the term cultural Marxism is very appropriate. And I was watching how you brought the conversation back. My experience with arguing with people on the left is if you ask for it, first of all, they love to define their opponent, but loathe to be defined themselves. Correct. Under any circumstances. That's just my experience. And then when you ask for a definition, and we're talking debate strategy here, what I have found to be common practice among the left is to gish gallop away from the argument, provide you with a quick answer, and then say, but I want to address this, and gish gallop away and talk for 4 or 5 minutes and avoid answering that altogether. In those circumstances in a debate, will you drag the argument back at the risk of seeming, unreasonable, I guess?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, repeat that last part again.
Yeah, I'll try and be more clear. So what I'm saying is, I found that when I'm arguing with individuals on the left, when there's a question they don't want to answer, they'll provide a very quick dismissive answer. And without any hesitation or pause in the speech, they will then start talking about another issue. So you don't have the time to reframe or respond or focus them. And I think that, and maybe multiple issues. Now, my understanding is the term for this is gish galloping. I don't know if I'm
that's what I get accused of all the time, right?
Yeah. So in that case, if you see the argument has now progressed away to 3 or 4 different issues and you haven't had a chance to jump in your format, in the YouTube format, will you continue? I see Andrew Wilson do this. I see others. Will you continue to drag them back and say, hang on, no, you didn't address the question I asked you 5 minutes ago?
Yes, that's in general. That's what you should do. Now, I try to reciprocate, right? So for me, and I think Andrew would agree with this, my ideal format is you have a moderator to make sure things are going okay, and then it's a one-on-one debate, and half the time, or relatively half the time, one of those 2 debaters is sort of controlling the direction of the debate, and then the other half, the other is. So that, because oftentimes what happens is when you're laying out an argument, you do want the other person's input. You'll have specific questions. Well, you do think this. But what you don't want is if I say, okay, first off, you are saying that you think the United States has a right to control its borders. I don't want them to then go off for 12 minutes. Well, blah, 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 right? I'm looking for them to be like, yeah, sure. And then I say, blah, 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 and I outline my argument. But I like that back and forth. I like me, in my time, 5 minutes to speak. I like to ask some questions of my opponent that they're not going to just filibuster that time. And then they should have an opportunity where they're controlling. Maybe they ask me a question or two, but I'm not trying to filibuster the time. That's the preferred way of going about it. So oftentimes then what that leads to is we're talking about this specific issue. I'm going to demand an answer. And we're not going to move on until I get an answer for that. Or you concede that you're incapable of answering. Right? And that is something I do. Now the problem is, what happens when you get into a panel type format where there's 8 people? What happens is, like, I'll give you an example. A great example of doing exactly what you're talking about is the last panel debate I did on Dylan Burns' show, where it was me, Admiral Gibbs, Andrew Wilson, and my goodness, I forget the fourth person. I feel terrible. But we were debating Hutch, Pisco, Joe Lewis. Maybe that was it. Maybe it was 3-on-3. And I told everyone my strategy going into that debate was very simple. The topic was Trump versus Kamala, and I said, I'm going to say this election should be a referendum on their records. Kamala is an extension of the Biden administration on all of the major issues. The Trump administration was better than the Biden administration on jobs, or on the economy, on the border, on foreign policy. That's it. And my opponents are going to want to deflect, and they're going to scream about January 6th, and they're going to want to scream about alternate electors, and they're going to say that Trump's a felon. But that's just all to deflect from the fact that they can't answer this central point. That was it. And that entire debate, that's what I did. Now, at one point, I had dog-walked Hutch into contradicting himself. And I said, Hutch, blah, blah, blah. I can't remember the specifics, but I say something. And Hutch is like, and then I'm like, but, and Gibbs goes, let me take it from you, Rob. Actually, Texas should secede from the country because of contract law. And then the opponents went, oh, see, the right-wingers here are crazy. They want to have a civil war. They want to secede. Gibbs said, blah, 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 blah. So for 15 minutes, my opponents knew that Gibbs was the weak link. They knew that he was making an outlandish argument. They focused on that argument. I had set this entire argument up to show that Hutch had contradicted himself. And 15 minutes later, when I get to go, okay, back to the argument that I was trying to make, and it's lost all of its power.
Yes.
No one remembers it because that was 15 minutes ago. That's why panel debates suck. And I'm being somewhat hyperbolic about Gibbs here, though not much. It doesn't even matter if you have 6 or 8 great people, because we're each going to take the debate and have certain looks at things and wanting to be making certain arguments. And if you only have a minute and a half to talk and then you have to wait 12 minutes to get back, it just doesn't work out. So yes, on a one-on-one format. Now, it can go too far. Let me give you an example with Andrew Wilson. I moderated the debate between him and Dave Smith. And Andrew is basically going to be like, this is a debate between libertarian philosophy and Christian nationalism or Christian populism. And Dave Smith's like, I didn't even know this was a debate. I thought this was just a conversation. So Andrew's entire argument is going to be, there is no moral underpinning in your libertarian philosophy. Where does your sense of morality come from? And Dave basically doesn't have an argument, which sucks because there's a lot of other libertarians that would have had an argument. But Dave's like, what the fuck is this? And basically Andrew's like, I'm not moving on. We'll talk about this for 2 hours because this is literally the central argument I have throughout the entire debate. And as a moderator, what's my role at some point to be like, Andrew's like, this is the entire debate, so no, I'm not going to move on. And Dave's like, I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. I just want to move on. So at some point, I have to be like, look, I think this is what's happening. Can we wrap up this section? But, Andrew would say he has to answer this. if we're determining which system is better morally, and he's going to criticize the moral underpinnings of mine, but he doesn't even acknowledge what his moral underpinnings are, what's the debate? And I understood Andrew. I was like, I get it. Like, that's, but he's correct to be like, and so Andrew will do that sometimes. Sometimes it goes a little too far in my personal taste of how far Andrew will take it. But he'll stay on one point for 4 hours and just be like, no, you're going to answer that. And they'll be like, well, this. And he'll say, you didn't answer it. And that's, that's basically what happens.
I guess it goes to what the what your goal is for the debate.
That's right.
You want your audience to take something from it. Hey, can I make one last point, and then I'll jump down? There's some other guys that want to talk to me. Some of them are pretty enthusiastic.
Okay.
I want to take a crack at cultural Marxism.
Okay.
Defining it. You tell me if you agree or not, and I'll drop down and just let you define it. So it's my position that Marxism is at its core a collectivist worldview. In other words, Marxism doesn't seek to recognize people on an individual basis. It seeks to place people in groups. Now, how those groups look can vary. It can be from, let's say, gender. They may use race. They may use class. They may use countries. But the point is, once you've defined a group, then you have to decide if the world is fair or not based on the privileges intrinsic to that group. And if you see unfairness from group to group, then it's your job to either use government, politics, public opinion, the media, to correct for these injustices. That is my definition. Cultural Marxism does this on a culture-wide basis. These cultures we believe that they are privileged. We think that is unfair. We think we need to correct them using the various tools at our disposal. That's my definition, Rob. I'll drop down and listen to your answer. Thanks a lot, man.
Thank you, Joe. It's always a pleasure. I agree with most of that, though I would make a little caveat to that. I do think it's about collectivism. It's about ascribing people not as individuals, but as parts of groups. In the sense of cultural Marxism, I agree with you. It's about more than just economics. It could be based on any group. It could be geographic location. It could be ability. It could be race, sex, gender, sexual orientation, religion, anything. It could be height. It could be age. It could be good looks. It is about groups. It is about prescribing collective blame, but it's also about prescribing collective reward. And so the only minor quibble I would have is it's not just about finding discrepancies and things like that, because they don't care if those discrepancies exist if it's from a group that is considered privileged. So the central tenet that I think is the most important is that it does ascribe not as individuals, but as you're just a series of categories, a series of groups. That's who you are, not an individual. And it prioritizes the groups that they feel are oppressed. And if you are oppressed, then basically anything is justified against the oppressor group. The truth is, so I saw Taylor M saying this, but Rob, what about people that say liberals are oppressors and conservatives are oppressed? Wouldn't that be cultural Marxism? Yes, it would be. If there are people that are saying every liberal is an oppressor class and every conservative is an oppressed class, yes, that would be cultural Marxism. Saying liberals tend to dominate academia and they unjustly punish people that aren't liberal is not cultural Marxism, because it is not all-encompassing of all liberals. It is not prescribing moral claims to them as oppressors versus oppressed. It is not saying that anything is justified at going after that oppressed class, the oppressor class, right? For example, it wouldn't be cultural Marxism for slaves to say, this sucks, we're slaves, the people that are holding us as slaves are shitty people. That's not cultural Marxism. The truth of the matter is, all groups, I'm sure you could find an insane exception, but basically as a general rule of thumb, all groups are both oppressors and oppressed simultaneously. Is it true that black people are oppressed in the United States? It is. It's also true that white people are, and that Hispanics are, and that women are, and that men are, and that gay people are, and that straight people are, and that Christians are, and that atheists are, and that Muslims are. Any group you could think of, you could say, in certain instances, they're oppressed or they're disadvantaged. But in other cases, all of those same groups are advantaged or privileged. In other words, can you think of a situation where you would rather be a man than a woman? Sure. Walking home late at night. Can you think of a situation you'd rather be a woman than a man? Sure. A custody battle. Now, which of those are more important? Some would argue that the ability to have your children is maybe the most important thing that could occur in your life. Yet men are overwhelmingly underprivileged in that. So it's not that the definition's so broad it's useless. It's not. Because the ideology is worthwhile. That's what spawns diversity, equity, inclusion. It says white people are oppressors. Now you have people in positions of power that adapt that ideology. And they say, oh, whiteness is bad. It's evil. We're going to have lectures about the evils of whiteness. They'll put out pamphlets that say whiteness includes stereotypes like math having to be correct and planning for the future and being on time. They'll say things like students of color should be disciplined different than white people because of systemic racism. That's why the definition matters, because it says when you say that there is an oppressed class and there is an oppressor class, and being oppressed is the highest currency, being a victim is the highest currency, that is engaging in cultural Marxism that leads to a bunch of terrible outcomes. So that's what I would go. Now we have more people in the chat, so let's get to some more people. We'll try Ben again. It looks like his mic's on now. Ben, you there? Hello, Ben.
Hey, can you hear me?
I got you. What's happening, my friend?
Awesome. Not much. How are you?
Doing great.
Awesome. So I had a question about voting rights. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So, who do you think should and shouldn't have the right to vote in the United States? I listened to your debate with Jim Bob about, I think it was women's voting rights. And I follow Andrew Wilson some. Some of his points I don't necessarily agree with as to why he thinks women shouldn't vote. Just to be clear, though, I'm not a feminist at all. But I'm just curious to see what your position was.
So I think, two things. I have no problem with women having the right to vote. That may mean that they vote in ways of outcomes in general that I don't like. And unfortunately for both Andrew and Jim, well, I don't know about Jim Bob, but Andrew's admitted this to me, because is their stance a principled stance based on the categories, but they would be willing to accept the outcomes no matter how those people that ended up voting happened? Or is it that they don't like the way that certain groups are voting, and so they're looking for a reason to say they shouldn't be able to vote? And Andrew was straightforward and said, in a hypothetical situation where the country is becoming increasingly liberal and only men are voting, but women were more conservative, and if we allowed women to vote, it would make things more conservative, would he want women to have the right to vote? And his answer was yes. So it seems that their problem is more outcome oriented. Women tend to vote for shit that they don't like. And by the way, me too. Now, it's not like 80% of women. It's more like 60% of women. But nonetheless, okay, fine. I think that basically you should not be allowed to tell people they don't have the right to vote based on immutable characteristics like the biological sex that they were born with. I do think that there are limits that we could put on age. 18 seems okay. I'm open to raising that to 21. But in general, okay, you're going to have some arbitrary age that says once you are at this point, you are an adult and therefore you're allowed to vote. I do think that there should be some barrier to entry to voting, though. And unlike people that says you have to be a man, you have to be a landowner, you have to serve in the military, my barrier to entry to vote is very low, which is you have to vote in person on election day, barring that you have some sort of disability. Because showing up in person on election day at least shows the minimal effort that you're trying to, have a voice in the country, as opposed to just sitting at your apartment and someone shows up with a ballot and says, hurry up, fill this out, and I'll throw it in the mail for you.
Right,
so
exactly.
That's basically who I think should vote.
Okay, yeah, because whenever I hear Andrew talk about it, it doesn't completely make sense, because he mentions that sometimes he'll say that it's not okay for women to vote because they can't get drafted, but they could vote for a president that would then potentially, institute the draft. But couldn't you make the same argument and say that presidents appoint supreme justices that could alter certain, we'll just say rights like abortion. So couldn't you make the same argument for women?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, to Steelman Andrew's position, I think I've not debated him personally on this, though we were arguing with each other as he moderated at the end of the debate with Jim Bob. But I believe his argument would go something like this: rights aren't inalienable or anything like that. The reason that we have rights are because men give them to you, and that all right that women have is because men have given it. And if men decided to take those rights away, they could, because they're more physical and they could do it. So if every man decided women don't have the right to vote, there ain't a damn thing women could do about it. I
have a problem with that. And the reason why is because in the United States, it wouldn't be, that wouldn't be the case. It would be white men, because it would be also based off of the majority.
Yeah.
So you couldn't say black men, for example.
I mean, I don't think Andrew would say that. He would say that he's only differentiating by men. But yeah, I mean, to me, I don't, that means little to me anyways. And that was sort of where the discussion of me and Jim Bob in that debate had. Okay, then let's take that to its logical extension. I am a man, I serve in the military, I get shot, I'm paralyzed from the waist down. I can't defend myself anymore in a violent altercation. Do I lose my right to vote?
Right, exactly.
You know? And it seems arbitrary to limit these groups. The other thing is, although that mentality is true, and it still is, the limit on the monopoly of violence has decreased between men and women with the advent of newer technology.
Right.
Yes, I understand. Andrew will say 9 out of 10 times if you're taking someone who's proficient with a firearm, it would probably be a man over a woman. That's true. But if you're talking about a woman with a firearm versus a man without one, that woman probably wins the majority of the time. And even in a situation where it's 2 people with firearms, a woman would be able to. I don't understand the connection anyways. Like, to me, the ability to be able to enact violence or defend yourself through physical imposition doesn't seem to have any connection as a precursor to voting whatsoever. Right. Some guy that's a sissy, because there are other arguments you can make. You should have to be a landowner. You should have to be a parent. Like, I've heard all of these arguments. So if you know, again, if some Weasley little weak guy gets someone pregnant and he's a landowner, he ain't allowed to vote though, because you know, he was born with muscular dystrophy. Like, I don't and people, they just sort of hand wave it away and say, yeah, but on average men can. But why does the average matter in that case?
Right. And the other thing is, Jim Bob, I think you mentioned, well, men were the ones that first created, you know, particular weapons that women could then use. And that didn't make any sense to me as to why it would justify what he's saying now.
Chief Wahoo says, most women can't even chamber a round, lack the strength. Okay, what about the ones that can? Do they have the right to vote?
Exactly, yeah. But it's a good point as far as like why that particular metric for determining who has the right to vote. For me,
it's the same problem I have with sort of affirmative action policies in general, right? If you say, wow, there's a lot of black farmers that are struggling right now, right? And so therefore we're going to have a policy that says we're going to give struggling black farmers money. I call bullshit. You should not be allowed to provide that based on an immutable characteristic like race. If you instead say, we're going to give the 100 poorest farmers money, and it happens that 99 of them are black, okay. Similarly, if you're going to say, women shouldn't have the right to vote, and I say, why? And you say, because women can't chamber a round on average. And I say, well, what about one that can? Well, on average, women can't. If your plan was only people that are strong enough to chamber a round can vote, fine. That would include some women, and it would disinclude many men.
Yep.
But you don't do that. Instead, you just say, no, women shouldn't have the right to vote.
Right.
And again, what does this... There is no connection I see whatsoever to, well, if men decided to fight. So what? I guess. Who do you think was more physically imposing? The average Marine or the average military person of Poland or Adolf Hitler? Probably the military person in Poland, right? And yet Adolf Hitler, not through physical strength, but through persuasion, fear, etc., mustered a country willing to go to war basically with the world and fight for him. Would you say, well, yeah, but he wasn't physically imposing? If a bunch of other men would have decided to rise up against them, I suppose that's true. But what's the relevance? Yes, you're right. If it literally became, Fortnite or PUBG, and they're like, okay, here's an arena, we're throwing all men and women in, we're throwing random weapons on the ground. Yes, men end up winning that fight. Therefore, only men should have the right to vote. There's a fucking disconnect there.
Right. Yeah. And I'm surprised your sort of minimum qualifications to be able to vote, as to what you had mentioned before, where, you make sure you have to be able to get up and go vote. I think that's fair. But I do find it difficult to believe that anyone can really be a well-informed voter. It almost seems like everybody or nearly everybody votes just based off of one social issue. And I don't know how well-informed any of us can be. One, because of, we have our day-to-day lives to live. And two, we're not privy to, quote unquote, what's actually going on. It's very difficult, geopolitical stuff. We don't have probably all the necessary information.
Not only is that true, but even beyond that, who would get to determine what's well-informed? So what you're speaking to is sort of,
correct.
There is an argument to be had that people say, listen, you should have to meet some sort of qualification to be able to vote. Maybe an IQ test, maybe a civics test. You have to be so knowledgeable before you're allowed to vote. The problem is,
right,
who would get to determine that, right? For example, the government does similar things, the Biden administration did, where they said, these are things that are true, and these are things that are disinformation.
Yep.
Right? Now, a lot of what they said was disinformation wasn't disinformation. And a lot of things they said were true wasn't true. But if that same group got to decide, well, who's knowledgeable enough to vote? They'd say, well, we don't want people that believe disinformation. That's low IQ shit. That's bad for democracy. So those people can't vote. So if we accept that there has to be some sort of test that is adjudicated by people in positions of power, and you have to pass that test in order to be able to vote, corrupt people that are doing that adjudicating are going to say, oh boy, we'll make sure to keep out the people that we think will vote to limit our power. That's what would happen. Now, you could say, and again, you could say, but in an ideal system, well, now you're getting more into the, sort of like this guy Peacecraft I've talked to, monarchy system. Then just get rid of democracy altogether. Just say, you know what? No one's informed. No one could make this decision. So we're just going to have a person through hereditary or other means that is the person in charge, and they'll make decisions for the best of us. Because we can't trust people to be intelligent enough to make up their own mind. And it's like an interesting argument. I disagree with it, but it's an interesting argument. For me, the more power you put in the hands of fewer people, you have the potential for it to be both a better system and a worse system. The problem is the worse will always outweigh the better. And so if you have a system that will inevitably lead to incredible nepotism with power in the hands of one people or a few, it will inevitably be exploited, right? And so even if you got 10 great kings in a row, when you get that 11th shitty one, your empire falls. The more you spread out the power and the influence, yeah, it makes things harder to work. It makes things harder to react to, but it also makes harder for horrible decisions to be made. So I'm of the opinion that we sort of have a fake democracy right now, whereas your votes don't matter because of the control of information and because how many issues are there that the majority of people believe something and the government just doesn't give a shit? Like, the majority of people have wanted a secure border for decades. Government didn't give a shit. So is that democracy? They all voted. Or you could vote. But is that democracy? The majority of people, are against all sort of disastrous foreign policy decisions. Doesn't matter. They just do what they want. They give you the symbolic thing to vote, but you're voting puppet A versus puppet B. Or if there's someone that's not a puppet, then they'll rig the system against them. I understand, and I share the frustration, and it's easy to look at the demographics and say, women tend to vote more for mass government, more for secular shit, more for disastrous policies that end up voting, therefore no women should vote. Okay, but you can't just say, just because, you could break that down in 100 other groups. You could say, well, it turns out that people from Oregon tend to vote like shit, so no one from Oregon can vote, right? Only people that I like in Central Texas, they're allowed to vote. Other than that, fuck them all. because they don't vote the way I like. You can see how that quickly gets out of hand. And so
I think I did hear Andrew mention at one point, because I hear him mention like a few different arguments. I think I did hear him mention at one point that somebody, maybe it was you, had said, well, so you just want people to vote the way you want? And he's just like, yeah. It's like, okay. So
yeah, I mean, there's there is something refreshing about that, right? Where it's just like, I want my side to win. I think my argument. And if you feel that strongly that you like, if you're a Christian and you see the absurd secularism that our society's devolved into, hell, let's take one issue, abortion. If you believe life begins at conception and you see millions upon millions of innocent babies being killed, do you really give a shit about fairness of the system?
Right.
Right? Are you like, I don't care whatever it takes for my side to win so that this shit stops?
Or if you think that Trump is the next Hitler, sorry,
correct,
Trump is a bad person, then
I don't give a shit. Dude, I get shadow banned and shit anyway. Sorry, I got these hiccups. Yeah, same deal. Right? That's why I say, for the purposes of, as certain as we are about many things, and I certainly have my opinions, you still have to have a system set up where theoretically there are rules that we all agree to play by, and sometimes you might not win. And that has to be something that you accept. Now, if those rules are broken, for example, if you believe cheating occurred in the 2020 election, then the calculus changes. We agreed to play by the rules and you broke the rules. And this happens in ways outside of just voting. If the rules are the FBI has to act in a certain way and they decide they're going to put their thumb on the scale and spy on one presidential campaign, now the rules don't apply anymore, right? And I would say that a lot of people would say that's how they feel about the idea of democracy in general. But I just disagree with the idea of, women not having the right to vote. I don't think that the right to vote should be connected to your physical prowess.
Right.
That's
don't. Fair.
And I think that Andrew, yes, he is hypothetically right. If all men decided to be team men and decide we're going to beat the shit out of women and tell them they don't have any rights, men would probably win that. The problem is that will never happen. Many men would choose for egalitarian reasons to have the back of the women. Many men would be convinced through other reasons. It's my wife. I don't want to beat the shit out of her and tell her she doesn't have the right to vote. Many men would be simps that just want to get laid and wouldn't do it. Whatever the case, you're not going to find, that's not going to occur. So the fact that it could happen, I suppose, right? And if humans didn't develop opposable thumbs and dolphins did and created firearms, then we'd all be living in dolphin society. I suppose that's true too. I just don't see the relevance of it.
And the other point that I think too is some people will try to counter Andrew and say, well, what if women can convince men to behave the way that they want? Don't they actually have the power? Andrew says that, well, they still have to appeal to men, which has the monopoly on force. But that doesn't make sense to me either, because if you could, for example, just hypothetically guarantee 100% that whatever a particular woman or group of women decided that the men would for sure comply, would that not change who has the power? It just
and the other thing is men also have to appeal to men,
right? Yeah,
right.
For sure.
Even if you're the strongest man in the world, if 100 men decide to pick up arms against you, you lose. So yes, technically Andrew's correct. In order for women to convince men to do things and saying, well, women have power because they convince men, they still have to appeal to men. But in order for men to do that, they also have to appeal to men. Because there is no one man who, through physical strength alone, would be able to dominate the world in that way. Inevitably, the ability to persuade and convince is more important. Now, you may say, but men are better at convincing and persuading. Maybe that's true in certain ways as well. But it's still irrelevant to this argument. So, right. I mean, again, I don't see the point of it. There is general truth. If the general statement is like, rights don't exist, rights only exist through power, and so therefore the people that control the power control the rights, and because women are physically weaker, they don't control the power, they have to, even if they do control it, it's because they had to convince men. But the same is true of men. It's not like all of a sudden the guy who wins Mr. Olympia is like, well, fuck, that guy says slavery's bad. Who's going to beat him in a fight? Oh, Conor McGregor says that you're allowed to marry your sister. Well, shit, what can we do? No one could beat his ass. No, he would still have to convince the people that are ultimately going to use force to go along with that.
Right. And I've also heard people say women are more susceptible to propaganda. First of all, I don't know if that's true, but even if it is, then wouldn't you take the people that are least susceptible to propaganda, which would include men and women, and also propaganda is not always technically bad, right? So, yeah,
it's talking about it's the same argument I have against like white nationalists, right? Would I rather my neighbor be a person who shares my race but disagrees with everything I believe in? They're a Satanist, they're drug addict, piece of shit, had
it sounds kind of cool, but...
bunch of abortions, whatever. Or a black guy who's cool as shit and basically agrees with everything I do. Lives his life very similar to me. Mm-hmm. And their answer will be, but on average, black people are less likely to be like that. Okay, maybe true. But the way, like, stereotypes exist for a reason. I'll tell you a little story. When my first class at university, I wanted to be a journalist. And my first class was like Intro to Mass Media. And I liked my professor. I forget his name now, but I liked him. And the third day of class, I'll never forget this. We walk into class and he says, "Who here uses stereotypes?" And it's a class of probably 20 people. I was the only person that raised my hand. And these other students were ready to like whoop my ass. What? You stereotype, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, of course it's inevitable. They're like, what do you mean? I was like, I see a very tall person. I assume they might be good at basketball. I've never been to China, but I have a stereotypical image of what China looks like. And evolutionarily, it makes sense, right? And I know maybe there's Christians that don't believe in evolution, but, picture that...
Yeah, stereotypes are fine. Yeah.
Right, like, picture that you see a lion. Do you say, now let's not judge? Like, maybe this is a nice lion. We're not going to make any stereotypical judgments. Of course not. And it made sense with, like, other tribes. Tribalism makes sense. You're living with your family, your friends. Strangers are scary. They come in, they might take all your shit. That makes sense. As a man, that should especially make sense. You're protecting, right? You're hesitant. But once you're made aware of more specific knowledge that goes against the stereotype, you update your line of thinking. For example, I see a friend that's 6'9" who looks pretty ripped. I might say, damn, that guy's good at basketball. So I pick him on my pickup basketball team, and he's the worst fucking basketball player I've ever seen. Do I say, but I still got to pick him because tall people are good at basketball? No, because the more specific knowledge I have now supersedes the general stereotypical knowledge I had. The same would be true. So when you hear them say, well, women can't rack a man, they can't even chamber around. Most women can't do that. True, but what about the woman that can? And what about the man that can't? If that's the argument, if your argument is only people that can chamber around, so be it. But if your argument is women shouldn't be allowed to vote, and I say why, and you say because women can't chamber around, then it seems that the rationale for why women shouldn't be allowed to vote is because most of them can't chamber around. So when I find specific examples of women that can, that would supersede that. Similarly, if I say women shouldn't vote because they're more susceptible to propaganda, and I said, okay, let's say that's true, but here's 10% of women that are completely over propaganda or better than anyone. Should they be allowed to vote? Well, on average, no. Why should they be punished specifically? So like the inverse of the argument that you hear so many people on the left particularly make all the time, which is you'll say like, blacks commit 13% of the population commit 50% of violent crime. And they say, but I know a black guy who's cool. Right. Of course. No one's saying that. Of course. Right. But these are the statistics on average, the way things bear out. And it's okay. It's okay to make judgments based on averages, etc. But when you're talking about things as fundamental as who should have a voice in how the country is ran, I don't think you should be allowed to take away people's voice and their ability to have decision on how the country is ran for issues that don't apply to them, but apply to the general categories that they belong to. Any more than if you said everybody who lives in central Pennsylvania is a fucking idiot on average, so they shouldn't be allowed to vote. And I'd say, but I'm here in rural Pennsylvania, I'm fucking a genius. Nah, that doesn't matter, Rob. You're one of the good ones, but on average, you people are dumb.
Right.
Like, what sense does that make?
But the counter argument to that is when it comes to the laws, it's general. So in the case of drafting, it's not a particular, height, weight requirement. It's based off of sex. And so you can make the argument, well, if there is a war, men have the most to lose, quote unquote, because they're the ones that are going to die.
The drafting, that's the best argument is the draft. That if we're going to say that if push comes to shove, men have to go die and women don't.
Right.
But there's problems with
Based
that.
off
Like,
sex.
there's nothing that really would say if shit really got hairy that they wouldn't send women as well. It might not be in the law now, but if we get to the point where it's like all men are wiped out except the president, he might say, okay, now young women gotta go. That's number one. Number two, I don't think that should be the only metric as to whether or not you have a say in the direction of the country. For example, if I'm forced to pay taxes, shouldn't I have some sort of voice? If I'm funding the government, it shouldn't just be in the once in an 80-year time that a handful of people are drafted, only those people. Furthermore, if that's the case, does that mean people that have ailments that mean that they are ineligible for the draft who happen to be men also shouldn't be able to vote? I mean, that's a different argument. It might, you say, play out de facto the same, close to the same, only people eligible to be drafted can vote. Okay, but what if a woman volunteers to serve? She get to vote? She fought in combat. She get to vote? Mm-hmm. And what about men that aren't eligible to be drafted? Do they get to vote? Like all of these, like these have to do with specific. My problem is I don't like saying because of the way you were born, you don't get to have a voice in the way the country goes. I don't. The weakest part of my argument is I'm okay with only men being drafted. That's the contradiction of my argument. Because I do believe in biological difference between men and women. And I believe that it is a man in general's right to protect. And so I have no problem with them being the people that should be drafted. Like, that's fine. I have that. I just don't think that
doesn't make sense to me.
It doesn't.
I'm kind of a little bit confused. I don't know why women couldn't be drafted if they don't have to serve like the direct combat roles.
Maybe they could. Maybe you could draft them in roles such as that. But I believe in traditional roles. I believe that shouldn't limit you. That you could overcome that. Like, for example, I believe women primarily are parents. They're mothers. They raise families, and men are providers. That doesn't mean that there can't be a woman that's a provider, or that there can't be a man who's a.
This is why you're far right.
Right.
This is why you're so far right.
Right. But I do believe that is that there is a normal way, and these gender roles are good. I think they are good, but we shouldn't enshrine into law women can't work, men can't be stay-at-home parents, or any shit like that. I just think that culturally we accept that as the norm. And because of in the most dire of situations where there is a war that requires a draft, then I would say I have no problem with it being men. I just don't think that should be the sole arbiter. And maybe the solution is to say women have to register for the draft for non-combat roles. Maybe their role in the draft is being more, getting drafted to help make ammunition back home, getting drafted to be medics or something to that effect. I don't know. But ultimately, I have to say this is a topic that's broached a lot, and I don't mind it now since the election's over. And I don't mind having the philosophical discussion, but we're nowhere close to this ever occurring in our lifetimes. Like, yes, there are women like Rachel Wilson that would willfully say they would vote to take away women's right to vote. But in order for this to be achievable, you would need an amendment passed, right, which is 2/3. To overturn the 19th, it would require. So you'd need 2/3 of the states, roughly 2/3 of people. What do you think the chances are that you're going to convince near 100% of men and a quarter of women to vote against women's right to vote?
No, you can just. Didn't Biden pass the
Well,
28th Amendment?
Yeah, you can just tweet it out, I guess. I forgot about that shit. But all right.
I get you.
I appreciate the call, man. I'll let you go. I got more people in here. But now, thanks so much for the call. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Yep. I always love that conversation because half my audience is like, Rob, you're an idiot. Now, I saw people saying that I'm just not a good Christian. That's absolutely true. I'm not. I'm completely arbitrary as a Christian. 100% will admit it. I'm very ill-read in the Bible. I was an atheist for years and years and years. But I've been a Christian for a long while now. But I'm bad. I'm non-denominational. I don't go to church. I don't read the Bible like I should. And there are certain things that I know that people that are scholars of the Bible more than me would absolutely destroy me on, such as homosexuality is a sin. My take on it is, although that may be true, I sin every day as well. I don't have to embrace homosexuality and have pride in it, and I could condemn the worst excesses of it. But my friends that I know that are gay, that are in monogamous relationships, I'm not going to shit on. I still really like those friends. I don't give a shit. That's my take on it. And I know that pisses a lot of people off that are Christians. That's how I feel. Michigan Christian says, Rob, do you think God telling women to be silent in church is wrong? Or to submit to men is wrong? They miss out on those too. Define what you mean by wrong. In the way that I've argued with Andrew Wilson talking about how women should submit to men, yes, I think that his interpretation of that is wrong. And it's certainly, he has every right if it is a consensual relationship with him and his wife, and they both agree to those terms. I have no problem with that. I have no problem with a church that would say, women, shut your mouth, as long as the women aren't being forced to attend and they're there of their own volition. It's no problem with that. It's not personally something that I would do or my wife would do. But Andrew, for example, thinks that basically the law should coincide with that. And so he believes his wife is his property. Therefore, he doesn't believe it's possible to sexually assault your wife. Because you had vows that basically said that there was a promise of sexual intimacy, and that because she's his property, he could do that anytime he wants because she made that vow. So even if she's sick or hurt, and she says, I don't feel like it tonight, and he says, too bad, and she screams, please, you're hurting me, get off me, she can't do that. She's already given consent for any time ever. Therefore, it should not be a crime to sexually assault your wife. I find that to be an abhorrent viewpoint. I do. I think that's batshit fucking crazy. I think that, for example, my wife, we wrote our own vows. One of the things my wife said in her vows was, one of my favorite things she makes is she makes the fucking best meatloaf. It is amazing. So she said jokingly in her vows, I promise to make you meatloaf at any time that you want. So then we go on our honeymoon. We went to Atlantic City. And one day we were out in the boardwalk, we're having fun, we went and ate. And we get home and it's like 10:30 at night and we're watching a movie in bed. And I said, hey, why don't you go make me some meatloaf? And she's like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's 10:30 at night, we're at a hotel on our honeymoon, I'm not making you meatloaf. And I was like, hey, your vows said you'd make me anytime I want. She's like, well, I'm not. And I was like, well, I vowed never to cheat on you, so I'm going to go find a chick. If you're breaking your vows, I'm going to break my vows. Obviously, I'm joking, but you see the point. I can't pop her in the mouth because she said no, she's not making me meatloaf, and I say, hey, she promised to make me meatloaf at any time, and because she's my property, I can't assault her. She's an extension of your body, is what Andrew said. Well, here's another problem. You could go back and watch the debate I had with Andrew. Legally, should I be allowed to cut my finger off? And after some hemming and hawing, yeah. Okay, so if my wife's my body, legally, should I be allowed to chop her arm off? It's just my body. I can do with it what I want. Right? Angel Barber says, Andrew addressed that in depth in his last debate with the LGBT pastor. He made it clear that if your wife tells you to stop, that you do so. Okay, two questions. One, does he mean that morally you should stop? I agree. He would do that. Andrew's a good person. He would. He would stop. But does he have to in the eyes of God and in the eyes of the law? And he was quite clear to me he does not. He would because he's a good person. But a husband that chose to say, no, I will not stop, didn't sexually assault or rape his wife. Andrew was quite specific. We argued for that about 45 minutes. Well, that could be true. You could say, and I agree, Andrew would make an argument that the wife's his property, and you're not going to intentionally damage your car. It's true. But when something's your property, you do have the right to do with it whatever you want. And there are people that, for reasons, destroy their property. It could be silly reasons. Maybe it's for clout. I decide to come on here and say, oh, here's my... I'm pissed off that the Steelers lost in the playoffs. I'm going to burn my jersey. Now check out the views I'm getting. You might say that's dumb, but it's my property. There have been streamers. I found myself watching this crazy video on like shitty YouTubers and shitty Twitch streamers that have been convicted of crimes. There was this, I think he was this Russian dude who used to stream with his girlfriend, and his whole shtick was treating her like shit. Like slapping her around, insulting her. People would give donations like, what do you want me to do to her next? And at one point, he got donations to lock her out of the house. He had her stripped down to her underwear and then was like, can you go get some for me outside the house? And he locked her out. And it was freezing cold out. And she ended up dying. Now you might say, but a person would never do that because they would treat their property with respect. He found a way to make his property, by abusing his property, it benefited him. Should that be legal? Should he be allowed to do that? So, now having said that, these sort of philosophical questions are different than actually treating your wife like theoretically, let's say that you're like, oh my God, Andrew's position sounds monstrous. What a horrible person. Just because he has an interpretation of his covenant with God and that what the legal system should be that you think could lead to immoral people having immoral outcomes does not mean that Andrew is immoral. It does not mean that he would harm his wife like that. Similarly, you could be saying, what a virtuous person Rob sounds like. And I could leave this stream and go downstairs and beat the shit out of my wife. I could tell you all, oh, that should be illegal. That might not necessarily, just because someone's saying that, doesn't mean that that's how they're acting with their real life. So, I think Andrew's interpretation is incorrect, but I like Andrew a lot, so. All right, next. Ditso. Can you hear me, sir or ma'am? I would say, or whatever other pronoun gender you have, but legally now, there's only two, so.
Hold on, let me mute the YouTube. Hey, Rob, how you doing? Pura vida.
Doing great. Thanks for calling in.
Hey, listen. Very interesting topics. There's a lot of things that you have been talking about in that sense. But I do want to forewarn you in one thing.
Okay.
I'm not a U.S. citizen. I lived in the United States for a few times in my life. But I'm in Latin America. I work here. My base is in regards of defense of human rights, application of human rights here in Latin America through the Inter-American Convention of Human Rights, etc. So the forewarning I want to give you is if we're going to talk, I would kindly ask you not to think of me as a U.S. citizen.
Okay.
So the paradigms that you work with, leftist, right, etc., are non-applicable towards me in the political field.
Well, I don't know that that's true. You might have... I don't think leftist right is only applicable to the United States. It might be that someone's interpretation of what the left and right is looks different around the world. But if you call yourself a righty, but I think that you would fit the definition of a lefty in the United States, when I would be criticizing you as a lefty, I'm not doing so in the sense that I'm calling you left-wing for Brazil or Argentina or whatever other country you may be from. But in general, I'll try to be open to the fact that you're coming from a different culture and political ideology than ones I'm used to. I can promise that to try to...
Let me give you a perspective of who I am. One of my first political experiences and something that marked me was Venezuela 1992 or 1192, when Chavez did his second attempt at coup against Carlos Andrés Pérez. So I was 12, 13 years old. That was one of my first political experiences, living a attempted military coup against the elected government of a particular country. And since my father was working as an ambassador for that government, knowing that if they won, they would come for my father, that they would come chasing away everybody and anybody that worked for that government that they were able to dispose of if they had won. So that marked my whole. That's one of the major bases of my political
Of course,
sense. From
any
this point
if
on,
you're experiencing politics in such an extreme sense that if one party wins, they're going to lock up my father. Yeah, that would certainly have an influence over you.
so my position is as follows. I am, I am. You would define me as a liberal Latin American. I stand by the construction of the constitutional republics that emanated in the last 200, 248 years in the process of era independence here in the Western Hemisphere. We are the constructors of modern day republics and constitutional republics. Um, I'm a liberal in the sense of I stand by uh, a liberal social uh, non-governmental, non-church, non-private involvement in the daily lives of people, of their choices, of their decisions, etc. As long as those decisions are within a realm of um, ensuring the minimal aspect of conflict between parties, and that those who want to take advantage of others are as cut down as possible in their intentions.
Okay, so then if I would, it's similar to what I would believe. I'm like
Mhm.
a minarchist or
Non-aggression type of thing.
right. I'm a minarchist or libertarian adjacent. I come from the central belief that we should maximize personal liberty, right? But I don't believe that there should not be a centralized government. I think, though, that anytime we're considering when the government acts, we should first prioritize people's freedoms and liberty. However, there are clearly
It,
times where we have to put a curb on that. For example, should you have the freedom to pound whiskey while you drive 150 mile an hour through a school zone? Probably not.
um, I would say it this way: do you agree with the fact that when the Europeans were here and your founding fathers, as well as alongside mine, eventually decided, "Fuck the Europeans, get the fuck out of here. We don't want to respond to a king." That was a regardless of any dogma. It doesn't matter if some people consider that Christian or Islamic or whatever. No, that was just a basic lesson of saying no God, no king, no individual over freedom, and that is the right thing to do.
I believe that the revolution in the United States, which I know more about than maybe in other areas in Latin America, was justified.
I say the same thing in Latin America. It was justified for our revolutions that yes came within the 40 years after the end of your revolution. Within that span of 30, 40 years, that's when boom it kicked off in Latin America. um it was justified. We were justified in kicking out the invaders. We were justified in kicking out the control of the monarchies of Europe that were across the ocean dictating our fates and our destinies and our lives.
Okay.
So you and I can agree on that. We can agree that it was the right move to do. To say, sorry for my French, fuck you, English monarchy, Spanish monarchy, Portuguese monarchy, etc., etc., etc.
Sure. I think that it's
Okay.
more. I think that we'd probably start to quibble about exactly what the founding fathers wanted and why, right? But yes, in general, they felt that they were under an authoritarian dictatorial regime that they didn't have any influence in, they didn't have any representation, and they felt that they were justified to separate from that tyrannical regime, and that's what they did.
Okay. So great. We both agree on that historical fact that it was, regardless of what happened afterwards, for the sake of conversation, that no matter, and I said this on the chat on a conversation I was having, no matter how powerful the tyrant may seem, rebellion also comes alongside the resistance of power, and eventually all empires fall. Ozymandias.
Yes,
You
that
remember
is.
the point?
Yeah, that's true. All empires will eventually fall. I mean,
Okay.
you could take that to the logical extension and say eventually this planet will cease to exist. So,
Yeah.
whatever empire exists, yes, that is a general truth. The question,
Okay.
I'm going to leave you articulate this, but I understand that you're going to call for a violent revolution in today's society, which I massively disagree with. But I understand you're leading to that, so go ahead.
No, no. Actually, I think you jumped the gun.
Okay, maybe so.
What I'm doing is I'm just setting up those points or those basic points where we can have a base where we can then converse in regards to the implementation of human rights or the involvement or the deterioration and the renewal of those democracies. What is the cost of freedom, of not being determined by either a church, be it Christian, Catholic, Jewish, Islam, or whatever other religion into it, or being determined by a monarch telling us, "Oh, I'm the chosen by the God." That is where I'm leading that point of conversation.
So
I'm not leading it.
you're saying that much like we would say that it would be tyrannical to say I'm the monarch descended from God, therefore my word is law, we would also apply that to a government that would say that we, or a church that would say we have been given the law from high on God, and we would have the right to reject that as tyranny. That's what you're saying?
Any fundamentals, yes. Government, church, monarch, whatever. So
So then, would you? So before you get to the punchline here, would you also agree that the way we live our lives cannot just be through abject scholarly principles, but has to be things that would be practical and applicable in everyday life?
I would consider both. You need a grade of
Well,
academics in order to
well, you
be able
might
to
consider both, but
input
both would
input.
imply that you need the practicality as well. For example, if something if I were to say theoretically the best way to live society would be for no one to own property, for every door to be open, for every house to be shared, right? And I could argue why, if humans weren't sinful, that is what we should strive for. And that even if there is sin and there are people that would take advantage of it, that's something that's always worth striving for. And that might sound good on paper, but you would also say that literally is not practical or applicable in how the real world would work. It would just fall apart. You're right. In a world where we could magically wipe away all of the worst impulses of humanity, that would be the ideal society we'd live in. But it is irrelevant to talk about it other than from sort of a thinking philosophical discussion. But it wouldn't be worth advocating that as serious prescriptions for how to live your life because it's just not remotely applicable. You would agree?
And I would argue in the following sense before. Let me see if I understand correctly, and please correct me if I'm
Sure.
paraphrasing you incorrectly. So what I am understanding of your exposition is that you give more importance to practicality versus academic.
It's not even more. I don't know if I would personally say I give more. But I am used to arguing people advocating utopian positions that are impossible to achieve, right? That they could say philosophically sound good on paper, but it ignores the base impulses of humanity. And that if something is literally not possible or only possible in the most fraction of a percent, a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of a percentage, then having incredibly out there policies like time for a revolt, time for a country only for white people, these policy or these advocacies are harmful, because even if you could argue philosophically why these would be beneficial for humanity long term, by ignoring human impulses that would make it literally impossible to do in our day and age, it ends up with worse outcomes, which is something that we should fight against.
So, let me continue trying to understand this point, because
Sure.
since if you're telling me that you are not giving more importance to practicality versus academically, or the capability of
I guess I
learning.
may be. I don't know. It would be hard for me to evaluate. Am I giving 51% to practicality and 49 to philosophical? I just don't know. I'm saying that I'm open to hearing. If you were to convince me that your ideal non-aggression principle world, that would be a world with basically without governments, where I've heard this all before, so I know that a couple friends of mine that are libertarians are going to be watching furious about this. If I was to say that's literally impossible, it can't be achieved, here's a bunch of problems with it, and you say, but philosophically, the non-aggression principle, and I said, yeah, but it can't happen. And so when the logical extension of what you're going to say is it's time to violently resist the government, just like we did with the Founding Fathers, that's bad advice, because it's going to leave people being hurt for an outcome that's nigh impossible to achieve.
So, what's interesting on this point, and I consider that what I'm about to say is going to completely reset this whole conversation.
Okay.
One, I consider that one major evidence of our progress as humanity has been the systematic and constant transition and inheritance of knowledge. Therefore, the systematic, the way that humans have been able to continuously attempt growth is because we have been able to learn from the mistakes of prior generations that came before us, and on and on and on. Now, is that principle perfect? No, obviously it's not. Let's just accept that we as Homo sapiens sapiens are the type of animal that trips on the stone twice and blames the stone sometimes. There are people like that out there. Others will tell you, shit, I tripped on that stone twice. It's not the fault of the stone. It's because I fucked up twice. I should have been more observant after the first time I tripped, type of thing. So we can then establish that the continuous and transitional inheritance of knowledge has given us a bit of a more edge into what we are eventually constructing. Now, in the example of here, Western Hemisphere, fact, last 250 years, we said, fuck you to Europeans, we're independent, we're going to become nations, we're going to do our shit. We don't want you anymore here. We don't want your kings. We don't want anything to do with you. We just want to be free. We both agree.
Yeah,
all right,
but
that's
I have disagreements with the framing, not that portion, but the initial framing, that like the pursuit and collectivization of knowledge is somehow the highest priority. And no, if you're saying it's not the highest priority, you're just saying something that's cool about humanity is that we learn from the past. Okay, I don't see the connection to, and therefore we overthrew, because I think what you're going to say is, and so therefore we learned from over the excesses of overthrowing the tyrants in Europe. Therefore, that somehow justifies overthrowing the tyrants today?
Nope.
Okay, I'll be quiet.
Again, you jumped on the gun.
I know I'm jumping the gun, but you see, I think that most people listening, and I could ask the audience if you like, most people listening would say that you're saying things like, if I were to say, one of the things about humanity that's just amazing is how different cultures have different artistic tastes. And we've learned that. And sure, not all cultures' artistic tastes are equal, and not all are even good. But it's interesting to have cultures that have different artistic tastes. And people would be like, okay. And you're like, and so then remember, we're in agreement that overthrowing the tyrants in Europe was a good thing. It's like, right, it seems that there are some. I know you're going to tie this into a bow, but when you're asking me, don't you agree? And I say yes, and then you tie it into a bow that I'm going to disagree with, and you say, but you agreed previously. That's why I'm being clear with you is, from what I think that how you're trying to frame this, no, I do not agree. Do I agree with the general principle that learning from the past is good? Sure. Do I agree with the general principle that our forefathers were justified in overthrowing the tyrants in Europe? Yes. But that's it. That's all I agree with what you're saying.
Okay. Before we jump the gun, before this whole jumping
Like,
on the gun,
and can I say one more thing? I promise I'll stop interrupting here, but there are other callers, and I can't be here all night, and it seems like you're dragging out like 40 minutes of a preamble to finally get to a point. I still have no idea what the point's going to be, so...
I'm about to drive it home.
Okay,
right
good
now.
deal, good deal. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be rude,
Oh.
but...
No problem. So, to drive it home, we cannot conclude that we cannot conclude that practicality without academic or academic without practicality is a dilemma or a paradigm that is not essential, or that is a choice, one type of choice for society. We can then understand that, in particular in our history, that freedom we took has come with different elements of difficulties, of complexity, etc. And that now, in the last 250 years that marks us to today, we can then say, all right, where did we fuck up? How did we fuck up? How can we avoid not fucking up again? Where did we go right? Where and how did it go right? And everything in between. So, to conclude that point, you can't have just practicality or just academic.
Sure.
Both things function in a symbiotic
right, but no one's
fashion,
saying
and
that. You need portions of both. So, for example, let me argue why your example wouldn't apply if the revolution was, again, in the United States or other revolutions like you're talking about in South America, was one guy and he couldn't convince anyone else, and he's going to fight the British military for the exact same moral principles that we say were justified for the founding fathers having done it. Should he do it?
Well, that's his choice as an individual.
Well, it might be his choice, but would it be a choice you would recommend?
Why would I? If that's the point.
If there's zero chance of it, the point is, if there's zero chance of it achieving anything, should he throw his life away? Because the logical extension of what you're saying is that this is what you're saying justifies things like this. January 6th occurs. I could see what this would be used for. That this was going to be used to clamp down on Trump and Trump supporters, right? And after it, clearly, regardless of what you thought of the events of that day or going that day, it was clear that after that there was going to be a crackdown, not just by federal authorities, but by places like YouTube, etc., that would crack down on people that were preaching violence. And yet, after people came into my chat and said, sometimes, Rob, the tree of liberty needs to be refreshed by the blood of tyrants, and it's time to pick up arms and go after these people. Do you think that was wise? Do you think that you should say, what you're suggesting practically is going to lead to you being incarcerated and have a 0.000000000000001% chance of doing anything to overthrow tyranny? But based on your rationale, what you seem to be suggesting, if you're unwilling to admit this, is, well, the practicality doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether or not there's a chance for this to actually have a positive outcome. All that matters is the moral precipice.
And actually, I've done that in my life. 14 years ago, I came out in my country arguing for the legalization of marijuana medicinal. You have no idea how many people told me, you're wasting your time, it's gonna never happen, etc. 3 years ago, because of the work I did through my legislative means, the legislation passed, and we currently have marijuana, medicinal marijuana, and the access to medicinal marijuana as something legal here in my country.
But
And
that's
I did that. I did that in the sense of knowing that, fuck it, you know, I was, I'm 43. That happened early in my 30s.
okay.
Early in my 30s, I took the conscious decision of the war on drugs is fucked up. Everything about the war on drugs is a bullshit,
Okay.
and we have to change it.
But do you understand
So
the
no,
vast difference for the example you just gave to me? That would be like me saying the chances of the 19th Amendment being overturned are slim to none. But if you want to sit there and say it should be overturned, that's fine. The practical application of it winning is very small, much smaller than your practical application of medical marijuana. However, the practical harms that could come to you personally for advocating that are nowhere near the practical harms of you publicly declaring that you are going to violently overthrow the government by yourself, which literally would be a straight one-way ticket to prison. So you know you have almost no chance to achieve it, and yet you announce it because you feel that it is the morally principled thing to announce. Is that something that we should advocate for or recommend people do? Saying if you truly believe that marijuana should be legal, you should go out there and say it, even if you don't think it'll be made legal, is a completely different thing. And I would guess that at the end of the day, you're going to say that much like we had the moral authority to overthrow the tyrants with the founding fathers, we have that same moral authority with governments today. Would I be wrong?
that is something essential to our freedom.
Right.
Even if that means, because
Right.
look,
So that's
if
different.
we look
So
at-
let me
at-
ask you,
at
what country you're in? Are you willing to call for the violent attack against the country you're in right now? Are you willing to call for that?
conditions haven't reached to that point where I
Oh,
could
it seems
tell
like you don't
sure.
think there's
But if the
tyranny?
conditions happen, like it happened
What would be the
74 years
condition?
ago,
What would be the
for
condition?
example,
Do you
for
feel that you're
example,
getting taxation without representation?
okay, so for example, in my country as well as throughout Latin America, after the end of the war, we saw that type of situation happening. You had the revolution of '49 in Costa Rica, the coup against Betancourt on the '50s, and the arrival of Andrés Pérez Jiménez in Venezuela. You have Videla, then, well, obviously '73 on Chile with the with taking down of it. So in that condition, you're asking a Latin American if under the conditions of societal and political instability and economical instability, would I pick up the guns to overthrow my government? Yes.
Okay, but
There's no
that's
doubt,
that's
because
not.
throughout the whole Latin
But the
America,
problem
we
is who
have done that.
decides. The problem is again, like you've said a lot, and we haven't even remotely got to what you're trying to say. You believe in the non-aggression principle, so you would believe that the existence of the United States government is immoral, that it is literally aggressing upon you. It forcibly steals your property. The scale of which it's stealing your property might be different, right? But at some point you would say, yes, if you feel that that is immoral and practicality doesn't matter, then you are justified when someone aggresses upon you in aggressing back in self-defense. And if I'm saying, even if you believe that, if it's something that's impossible to achieve, like the violent overthrow of your government, you shouldn't be out there espousing that stuff because you're going to throw your life away for a 0% chance at having an effective change. You fighting within the system and saying, okay, we live within the system and we'll make incremental gains. For example, one thing I feel passionate about is medical marijuana should be legalized. That's not only acceptable, I think that that's exactly what people should be doing. As opposed to calling for the most extreme things, such as, well, the founding fathers overthrew tyranny, so that's the issue I have. That's why I talk about the importance of practicality being something, because I view a lot of what the hardcore libertarians think to be impossible to achieve. And so when their solution is we are justified into using violence against the tax collectors, you can see where I'm like, wait, what? Based on a utopian dream that won't be achieved? That's the issue I have. I'll give you the final word, but I do have other callers, and I need to get to.
Sure, and
I would
don't
be up to
wanna-
picking up the. I know you didn't get to say everything you wanted. I think we're both at fault for being too wordy, but
Yeah, we are. But no, Rob. In that sense, I do thank you for the good conversation.
Sure.
It was good. I do consider, Rob, that you would be a rebel like myself in many ways, shape, form, or manners. That you, even
Before
if you
I was a
understand
dad,
in practicality of being a rebel, you in the right conditions, you would pick up the guns and you would probably
maybe
throw your life away. Maybe I'm assuming that there's a
we're nowhere
I can
close.
smell
We're
it.
nowhere close to that in this country. And
Probably you guys ain't yet. I don't know. I don't know about United States. The last time somebody rebelled against United States was what? The Civil War. And let's just say those guys fucked up in many ways. And
I will say this, and let me say this in general. This might seem antithetical, and I know people will probably call me out for this, but things change once I'm a dad. That's how I feel. Once I'm married and once I'm a dad. Let's say that let's say tragically my wife and son died tomorrow in a car wreck or something. I could see myself 2-3 years from now dedicating my life completely to political causes. And I maybe could see myself getting more extreme. But now I've come to realize that the utopia will never exist. The best we could do is try to make incremental changes to get towards, we'll never achieve the goals that I want, but to get towards them. But more important than any of that stuff is to live in a tolerable enough government and society that allows me to live as fulfilling as a life as possible to be a good husband and father. And so I'm not so willing to throw that away. Now, if the government's kicking in my door to take my son away and force him, into some sort of slavery, obviously that's different. But the revolutionary spirit, for me, went out the window when I became a husband and father to do so flippantly. That's how I feel.
I'm different on you. I got a divorce because not because I was a revolutionary, but because there was a mental illness condition of my ex-wife that fucked everything up.
Well, there you go.
And my stepdaughter, well, she's what? Right now she's 15, 16.
So, yeah.
And she's
That's
always told
different.
me,
My kid's 4, so I'm sure it gets different as they get older. But yeah, I hear you.
it gets different when it gets older. Trust me.
Yeah, I believe it.
Anyhow, so yeah, thank you for the conversation.
Sure.
I hope another day we can pick it up.
I would love to.
In regards of Andrew Wilson, I disagree utterly with everything he says in many ways. I've heard him. He's a good, but his philosophy ain't good.
Well, that's
he
fair.
May be a good guy.
Hey, man, there's a
his
lot of.
Ain't good.
I'm somewhere in between Andrew and you, right? I'm a libertarian adjacent character who has conservative principles, much which come through Christianity, but Christian nationalism and libertarian are quite at odds, ultimately, right? Like, and so I'm probably closer to your political beliefs than Andrew's, believe it or not. But good people can argue, even if they agree with each other on 95% of the stuff. So,
I'm a Latin American liberal, more inclined. I'm extremely anti-conservative in every sense of the word. I'm a social liberal as well as an economic liberal. I consider that the state and government should never get into anybody else's life, but that is also applicable for corporations, for church, for any other form of organization, private or public, elected or not elected, that pretends to rule over everybody else.
Okay, man. Well, hey, thanks so much. I appreciate it, and we'll talk to you hopefully soon.
Beshko Woblaba. Walk with your eyes open. Beshko Woblaba. Pura vida.
We'll see it. Darth, what's your name here? First, let's read. I'll get to you, Darth. Bubblegum Gun for $2. Thank you so much. Says, so Elon's officially based. No trans rights. Bubblegum Gun for another 2 says, hippity hoppity. God says women are property. Roar 89 for $10 says, your breakdown of the Destiny drama was not anything I needed, but it helped go to work faster. He really is a scumbag. Keep it on, keeping on. Thank you so much. Darth says, having trouble sort of interpreting. He says, Just joined the left at this point. Yeah, weed folks, that's hill we should be throwing our lives away for. Quote, I got FU, I rather cancel than have people have a better life at the comfort of my life. Rob, you are a lib. You're not a conservative nor a Christian. So if I tried to interpret what you're saying, because I was saying that having a son would change the calculus on if I would flippantly throw my wife away in a violent revolution, that makes me a lib and not a Christian. Did I get that right? May I ask what violent revolution you're involved with? Are you a Christian? Darth Theranus? Are you a Christian? You had some quite pointed criticisms of me. So, just asking you a few questions here. Are you a Christian, Darth? Or is it you just want to say I'm a bad Christian for not wanting to violently try to overthrow our government right now? Alex, how's it going, man? From the Alex Cuesta Show. Doing great, man. Great to hear from you. I hope everything's going good for you. Since I probably won't get an answer, this is something I hear, this mentality, from people that think I'm a bad Christian quite frequently. So my response to this would be, Rob, do you believe in trans rights? What are you conserving? Holy cow. Trans rights didn't even come up other than that one super chat. And now you're asking me, what define trans rights? Do I believe if an adult wants to chop their dick off, they should have the right? Sure. Do I believe that we should refer to them as a woman? No. Okay. Do I believe that biological men should be allowed in female spaces? No. So I'm not. What am I conserving? Anyways, Darth Theranus sounds like someone who's just off on their own tangent. Yeah, Crisco gets it. I don't want to overthrow Cheeto Hitler. But let's take this to this logical extension. Let me ask, anyone who wants to join in on this chat can say so in the chat here. If you're a Christian, this question's for you. Do you think abortion's murder? Yes or no? Do you think abortion's murder? So anyone in the crowd that identifies as a Christian, do you think abortion's murder? Deej says I'm not a sequel. I guess it wouldn't matter if you're a Christian. I only brought it up because this person said I'm a bad Christian. Yeah, everyone says yes. And we could all agree that there are hundreds of thousands of abortions a year. And I think we could also all agree that those are the most innocent of people, the ones that could have done no wrong, that are infants in the womb. So why aren't you willing to go to war against a country that allows the murder of hundreds of thousands of innocent people? Clearly the vote hasn't worked, so you're willing to take up arms? Why aren't all of you? Are you bad Christians? You're willing to allow the murder of the most innocent, hundreds of thousands a year, just so you could live a comfortable life? Now, a lot of tough guys will say shit like that to me when I say, you know, I'm okay voting with a candidate that maybe doesn't have the exact policies on abortion that I would want. Oh, you're willing to sacrifice? You're willing to compromise? So are you. Maybe you're just willing to compromise less, but you're still willing to compromise. Because if you truly believe that hundreds of our government literally is sanctioning the murder of hundreds of thousands of innocent children a year, but you're like, I'm going to watch Rob on stream tonight, maybe play some Xbox later. That's right, Deej. You would become an extremist. That's what I'm saying to that caller. Whether it coming from a religious background, and a view of morality in that sense, or from a political background and advocating what you think philosophically is the best political system, the ideal political system. Darth Theranus says, you're not, notice Darth Theranus, incapable of answering any of those questions, doesn't say what I've done, just assume or asserts something about trans rights without explaining it, and uses that to say that I'm not a Christian at all. Not just not a bad Christian, that I'm using Jesus as a gimmick. You want to call in, Darth? Tell it. Why don't you call in and talk to us like a good Christian should, right? Why don't you call in? Unless you're not a confident Christian. You're cowardly. You're an immoral Christian. You're ashamed to spread the word of God. Is that what you are? What a mighty warrior for Christ you are. Backs down at the simplest of challenge from a heathen like me. What a mighty warrior you are, Darth. Right? Do you need the link? Darth, why don't you call in? There he goes. He's going to call in. Nah, I've considered myself Christian for some time. Maybe I misspoke. Sorry to Alley Cat and Cody. We'll take this call in from Darth. A warrior for Christ. He's going to call in and tell us why we need to violently attack our government for allowing gay marriage. It's probably the same dude that was pissed that I wasn't for stoning gay people a couple weeks ago. By the way, the call-in shows really bummed me out. Like, there's a Boy. I'd love for Boy, some lefty, to call in and debate them. But, predictably, 95% of the time I do a call-in show, I'm arguing against right-wingers about gay marriage, or about why women shouldn't have the right to vote, or I'm arguing with ANCAPs. Oh, now someone left. Cody left. I'm sorry, Cody. That was Bubblegum Gun. Yeah. Well, clearly you can see how it's a violation of TOS to be talking about that shit. Yeah, Boy was in chat. I saw him there. I assume it was the real Boy. Destiny Orbiter. Huh? No, I'm just kidding. I thought people would be jumping the gun to talk about the Destiny shit today. Yeah, I get it, Alex. Yeah. Oh, Bubblegum Gun. I'm not going to bring you on again, man. I can't bring you on anymore because you advocate for the wholesale murder of gay people. So I can't bring you on. That's against terms of service. There's nothing I could do about it. Oh, that's who this is. That's who Darth Theranus is. It is Bubblegum Gun. We've already had this debate. God's warrior. God's warrior, you must stone all gay people, or you don't believe in Christ. Yeah, okay. Moving on from that. Sorry, Bubblegum. Nope. Sorry, Darth. Not coming in. Not going to lose my channel because you're an insane fucking radical that wants to murder all gay people. Sorry. Alley Cat, what's happening? We'll bring you on. What's up, Alley? Sorry for the delay there. I didn't realize what was going on. Oh, Cody, we could argue about Mike Tomlin. I'm fine with that.
Oh, shoot, hold on, I gotta unmute
There you go.
Glitch. Discord. All right, that should be better.
All right, what's happening?
Oh no. Well, for one, I am celebrating the Trump inauguration ever since Monday, so I'm really happy to be with that.
Excellent.
But yeah, so but the one thing that's been kind of interesting that I'm running into are all these people trying to say that Elon was giving a Nazi salute when he was basically sending his heart out to the crowd, like in obvious fashion. And yet there's like, oh, no, that was obviously a Nazi salute. And just the sheer, I don't know, stupidity. I don't know, what word can we use for a person who has never, ever shown any Nazi tendencies or any way that he's actually would think that way or act as such. And yet all of a sudden, awkward move.
It's desperation, right? And it's a familiar story. It's what the left has. It's why what do they call it? The tentpole hoax that all others formed around was the Trump saying Nazis are good people. And the average person's waking up from it. How many lefties do you see say that was my wake up call? When I believed that for years, that Trump said Nazis were good people. And then when you looked into it and found out he literally said the opposite, they were like, oh. Elon Musk, so I put out a short about this today. This is what the Democrats want you to believe about Elon Musk. He is not just a Nazi. He is such a Nazi that he went in front of the world and did a Nazi salute twice, blatantly. That's how much of a Nazi he is. Most Nazis would understand in the public sphere, you got to keep it on the down low, but not Elon Musk. That's how much of an avowed Nazi he is. He went on stage and wanted the world to see that he's a Nazi.
Never ever doing anything even remotely like this before, mind you. Like never speaking of such things on Twitter, and as much as he tweeted out, never making.
Well, not only that, let's
indication.
go further. Let's go further. So that's what the Democrats want you to believe. Simultaneously, they've spent weeks, sometimes correctly, I think, arguing about how petty Elon Musk is with his control of X. Two of the examples that they've used was one, Laura Loomer and a bunch of groypers. He got pissed and decided over an H-1B debate, that's what the second one's going to be, he got pissed and decided that he was going to remove a bunch of their accounts. So people that actually are anti-Semites, Elon Musk, pettily removed their accounts. Now, what kind of Nazi would do that? Secondly, in general, he was removing people that were criticizing his position on H-1Bs to allow more brown people into the country. Does that sound like something a Nazi would do? Vehemently defend, in even the most petty ways, Indians coming to work in America through H-1Bs. That's what we're supposed to believe. That's who Elon is. It can't be that he's just a weird guy who was saying, my heart goes out to you. There, I did it. My heart goes out to you. That's what he was doing. Everybody knows that's what he was doing.
Well, and all the experts are like, oh, no, that was classic. And, like, I'm even trying to say that, like, you know, even if you would consider that a Nazi salute, the form was way off. Like, it wasn't even close to a correctly done one at all. Like,
and first up, not all the experts are saying that. For example, the Anti-Defamation League, who is a ridiculous organization that will literally label anything they can as anti-Semitism, they came out and was like, yeah, that's clearly he wasn't doing a Nazi salute. It's just a joke. I haven't spent much time on it because it's desperation. It's the same old bullshit. It's the same bullshit. Let him go. That's going to be, let him go for another 4 years with that shit. You know? Okay. Remember when this was racist? Remember that? That's racist. No. That means white power. Right. That's what they said. And they were like, oh, look, there's someone connected to Trump that did it. And then you could bring up 50 clips of all sorts of Democrats doing it, and they would say, but that's not racist when they did it because they're good people. In other words, ultimately what it comes down to is they know Elon's a bad person. So anytime he does something, they'll put it in the most uncharitable light possible. And then I saw a video of Tim Walz doing almost the exact same thing. But that's clearly not a white supremacist salute or Nazi salute. How do they know? Because Tim Walz is a good guy. And so recommendation, one of the things I would say is they constantly do this shit. They play these games. Just a question, which party has more prominent people at this point that are saying things that has been considered anti-Semitic from organizations like the HDL? Republicans or Democrats? Democrats. Yeah, there are those within the Republican Party, but the Democrats have people in high prominent positions, including in places like academia, where you see people harassing Jewish students and screaming at them. So given that, shouldn't that mean that anytime we see a Democrat raise their hand like that we claim that that's a Nazi salute or we interrogate them? Furthermore, prominent white nationalists like Richard Spencer, or former white nationalist, who did he vote for in the past 2 elections? Democrats? I debated Richard Spencer, and he told me flat out several times that the Democratic Party follows his ideals closer than the Republican Party and Donald Trump. Vehemently dislikes Donald Trump. So why aren't they forced to ask if white supremacists are voting for you and a bunch of anti-Semites that are harassing Jewish people are voting for you? Why aren't they asked when they make these gestures? It's all bullshit. And to even waste oxygen talking about it is a fucking joke. Let them go. I hope they run with this for 4 years. Go for it.
Well, that actually brings me up to an interesting point. Like something that I've been thinking about, which I haven't said until the 20th, just because I didn't want to let the cat out of the bag, is that because we have the presidency and a supermajority, why the fuck should we care what leftists think?
Well, in general, I understand that position, but let's be honest. I still think that the country will be better off with my political ideology, and that includes people that don't share my political ideology. A president, a Congress are there to represent not just the people that voted for them. So I have lefty friends that of course I'll listen to what their concerns are. Of course. But there are certain issues that the disagreements I have with them, I don't care what their opinions are. For example, if you were a lefty that was okay with the illegal spying on the Trump team and the lawfare and the weaponization against Trump, I don't care what your opinions are about Trump potentially weaponizing government. I just don't give a shit. But if you're a lefty that did have a problem with that, like a Glenn Greenwald, a Jimmy Dore, an Aaron Maté, yeah, I care what your thoughts are if you think Trump's going too far. So while I agree with you in principle, I don't give a shit what, the lefty political class says. I don't care what Nancy Pelosi says or Chuck Schumer says. Fuck them. I don't care. Right? But I do care what my lefty friends that aren't shitty, immoral people think that, might say, hey, I'm not sitting there screaming that Elon's a Nazi or any shit. But what's up with Trump's meme coin? And they have a point.
That's fair.
Trump's meme coin fucking sucks. It's garbage. And they're right to criticize it. Yeah.
Well, and there's other things too, like all the executive orders. For instance, like the birthright citizenship one, that should easily be challenged and found unconstitutional. Right?
It probably. I don't know about I guess it will be though. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, so there is criticism there. There's a couple others too that probably are questionable. The 2-gender one where assigned at conception, that's a little rough. And not because it's not like there's not truth to it. It's just more of there are legit. And we're talking 0.1%, legit, what is it called? Intersex, where you're not going to necessarily know what the dominant gamete is until, later.
Yes.
So you can't necessarily do it at conception, if you will, but you will be able to find out still within the pregnancy. Mm-hmm. But that's the whole thing, just technical details that, might not necessarily been thought through as clearly as possible. Yeah, and that's just government for you.
Right. Well, that's just it. No, I think it's funny, a lot of this Destiny drama shit. First, we haven't talked about it much tonight, but I don't think that I've been overly harsh on Destiny about it. I'm willing to hear the interpretation. What he did was really bad, but he shouldn't be completely canceled. But most of what you get from people is fuck you, you voted for Trump, he's a rapist. It's what? Or, Trump's meme coin, so fuck you. You voted for that. And it's okay, who'd you vote for? Kamala Harris? Who wanted the Green New? Did you vote for Joe Biden when he was running? So, all the crazy bullshit he's done in his life? It's a fucking joke. The truth is, Trump wasn't my first choice. I actually have been pleasantly surprised, other than this meme coin shit, with most of what he's been doing. But I certainly am going to heavily criticize him when he does things I disagree with, just like I did in his first term. The Democrats don't understand this. They're so sycophantic, they had to back Joe Biden even when it was clear he was a human vegetable. They had to pretend it wasn't the case. Because after all, Orange Man bad, anything to beat him. They had to pretend that there wasn't weaponization from the DOJ and the FBI to go after Trump and people connected to him. You know, they have to pretend that Trump said Nazis are good people and Elon did a Nazi salute. That's who these people are.
Yep.
So,
No, I think that's fair. There are definitely positions like the whole Nazi thing that, like, yeah, anybody that's sitting there taking that seriously, you can just outright ignore. They're just, that's just something you don't need to engage with. But if it's serious criticism and something that, is willing to have a conversation and willing to have the back and forth and not just be like, I'm right, ha ha, LOL,
Well, let me give you an example.
You could probably go on that.
I'll give you an example. Like, if the Democrat Party decides that they're going to just rerun the same playbook, Trump's a Nazi, his supporters are all Nazis, threat to democracy, blah, 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 blah. Unless something crazy happens in this term, even if it's just a not great term, they will lose. Because they're going to lose the information warfare, and it looks like they're losing a lot of institutional advantages for like censorship and shit that help propel them in 2020. Right? If there are people out there like
gnashing their teeth all the way through, like literally when the border show, like when on the 20th you had Border Patrol like right there and shutting down the border immediately after the executive order was signed. So, and what was the playbook? Right. It was immediately to start showing the crying mothers to be like, I can't get in the country no more. Oh no.
Well, so anyways, you go further with this, right? Take someone like John Fetterman. Now, I know people say Fetterman's just pretending to be reasonable because he's in a swing state, Pennsylvania, and he's reading the tea leaves. Maybe so, but it'll be effective. If Fetterman comes out and he's like, actually, I don't think Pete Hegseth's a monster. Actually, I understand. I disagree with a lot of what Trump, but I don't think he was this existential threat to democracy. When Fetterman comes out and says, wow, this tariff bill's really bad, centrist and normie people are going to be like, okay, I'm more willing to hear this guy. As opposed to if it's just someone screaming, Trump's a Nazi, Trump's a Nazi, Trump's a Nazi, and this tariff bill sucks. People are going to tune that out. And it's not me that tunes it out. I'm not the target audience for the Democrats. Because unless they have incredible reform, which is almost impossible, I'm not going to vote for them. But it's those people that would consider voting Democrat. So many of them are like, we just don't trust you because of the bullshit. And so what's the first thing you do? Oh my God, Elon Musk gave a Nazi salute. Okay, if that's what you're going to do. Or, like it's just dumb shit. Like Biden comes out with this last minute, oh, by the way, this 28th Amendment's passed on X. He says it. Now he's going to declare it. Now, every one of us know that's bullshit. Everyone. And yet you have all these supposed legal scholars. Georgetown Law came out and was like, yep. All these legal institutions are like, yeah, that's good. Now, why would I ever believe Georgetown Law again? Like, you're so fucking partisan that you couldn't admit, like, yeah, that's clearly bullshit. Like, you can't just post on Twitter, put a tweet out, yep, amendment passed. You can't do that. How hard would it be to be like, oh, we like this amendment. We think it should pass. But yeah, we understand what Biden's doing. It's sort of for show. But clearly, this doesn't make it the law of the land. But they can't help themselves. They've lost all attempts at objectivity. And so what they don't realize is when they controlled the narrative, when you're able to censor people on X, when 95% of the news that normies are watching is all going in the same direction, when all late night comedy and all entertainment's going in the same direction, then you can get away with that shit. But now people are like, no, bullshit. By the way, I want to make a point here, right? But Fox News is the most watched news station. It's right wing. So when people talk about the media being corrupt, they never talk about Fox News. First off, Fox News sucks ass. Period. Many of the people on Fox News certainly weren't Trump sycophants. Secondly, even if you deny that, even if you say, nope, it's all Trump all the time, that's what it's been for the past 6 years on Trump. They're always got his back. Okay, even if that's true, the problem is it's not even necessarily CNN or MSNBC. The problem's all the other media outlets. You got the hardcore righties that are going to watch Fox, and you got the hardcore lefties that are going to watch CNN, and you're going to watch MSNBC. The election's going to be decided by the in-betweeners. So what are all the more moderate mainstream news outlets? Well, on television, you have ABC, PBS.
Yeah.
You got NBC. How were they? All overwhelmingly left-wing. Then, of course, you got in print the New York Times, the Washington Post, all these famous newspapers. What direction do they go? All overwhelmingly left. That's the problem. Yeah, you're right. 40% of this country is right-wing, and they're always going to be right-wing, and they ain't going to vote for Joe Biden, and they ain't going to vote for Kamala Harris. Yep. That's not the problem with the bias of the mainstream media. And yes, there's 40% on the left that's the same way. They're going to watch places like MSNBC, CNN, though apparently they don't watch that shit much anymore. The problem's the people watching ABC and reading the New York Times and the Washington Post that we're supposed to believe are more centrist. They're not just partisan hacks like CNN or like Fox. These are more reasonable people. That's the fucking problem. And those organizations, by the way, are the ones that control the direction of where the news goes. They're the ones that are setting the tone for what stories we talk about, particularly the New York Times and the people in the White House press gaggle that are almost all overwhelmingly left-wingers. That's the fucking problem, you idiots. So when people shout, but more people watch Fox News, right, because instead of just one network on the right, there's a buffet of radical left networks, but that's not even really the problem. The problem's not CNN or MSNBC, it's all of those other ones that are considered more centrist.
Well, just to finish off, everybody's come back. What I'm finding is interesting is that, like, when Biden took office, yeah, when you looked at Twitch poll and even some of the other ones, there was very little, like, real conversation going on. It was always like, there's a lot of drama streaming going on. There was a lot of, some of it was social stuff, like probably the stuff that you're getting into with Andrew and whatnot, but a lot of it was just like, oh, my boyfriend doesn't treat me right, or, oh, OnlyFans is a horrible thing for women, right? Like, very mild social issues and not some hardcore political issues. But now that Trump's come back into office, now all of a sudden Twitch poll's done a 180 and it's all about, every day griping about all the bad policy that Trump did and, whining and gnashing their teeth about this policy or that policy.
You couldn't be more correct.
Decided yeah, that I think that Twitch call it Twitch poll, but just politics, internet politics in general is actually probably going to see a nice big turnaround and actually more excitement.
It'll be that
Trump's in
Trump's
the office.
America. It's better for everyone. It's better for the left wing streamers too.
Yeah.
A lot of the online, particularly the online left wing sort of politics sphere, did go through Destiny. So many people are just Destiny clones. So much of the viewership went through Destiny. Then you also have the Hassan wing. And then you have people like Vosh. But Destiny was a big portion of where a lot of the people I were interacting coming from on the left that were doing the debate sphere and stuff like that. I remember commenting in like 2022. It's like,
Twitch poll.
Right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But I remember commenting specifically on Destiny, but it's true of Twitch poll in general. Like all of a sudden it was like all Andrew Tate commentary. Red pill shit. That was the arc they went with. Because they didn't really have anything positive to say about the Biden administration. Shit wasn't that good.
Right.
They couldn't really defend him. They couldn't. The perpetual outrage machine doesn't work when it's your guy there. So they're just like, well, And it was funny because, like, I can't tell you how many times I talked about topics that I thought were serious that was brushed away. Like the FISA warrants against Trump, brushed away. Then 6 years after I've been gnashing my teeth about it, when we finally get like, an admission, at least 2 of those warrants were illegal, and I get on a panel to talk about it, what's someone like Destiny saying? That's a long time ago. Fuck you, right? That's who they are. They don't want it. They
didn't want to talk about it. Like,
buddy, when it's
years,
Trump there,
exactly.
it's 4 years of them. But this outrage, that outrage, this outrage, that outrage, this outrage, that outrage. And when you're like, but wait a minute, like kids in cages. Kids in cages will be back in vogue. AOC could go back to the border and cry again. Yep. She had to take 4 years off because when there were 3 times more kids in cages, 3 times more, all of a sudden they were silent. They didn't want to talk about it because it was their guy in office. But now it's Trump's back. Oh boy, we can talk about it again. So,
Well, I'm wondering if that's actually going to become a big issue because, like, the Remain in Mexico, they're going along the lines of, yeah, you ain't even going to get into the country, let alone be put in a detainment camp. We're just going to turn you around and send you back. It's like, there's no detainment camps for you. You go back home.
Right.
You turn around and walk the other way.
All right, I'm going to have to let you go. I got a couple other people, and I
Yep.
don't know how long I have tonight. But
Right. No problem.
it was
Thanks
always
a
a
lot.
pleasure, Alley Cat. Yep, we'll talk soon.
Yeah.
Tom Foolery wants to call in and talk about Destiny. Tell him to hop in the chat if he wants. We'll bring Cody on. What's up, Cody? How you doing? Oh, you're muted. Cody, can you hear me? Now it's 10:49 and I can still hear my son up downstairs. This man should be in bed. What's he doing? Yeah, yes, you can go and give him the old Roman salute, yeah, at the border. All right. Cody, you there? I see you unmuted, but I can't hear you.
Yeah, can you hear me, Rob?
Yep, I hear you now. What's happening, sir?
Not much. I wasn't kidding. I will argue with you about Mike Tomlin if you want to get into that.
Maybe we'll have to do it another night. Now, it's funny because Alex Cuesta, who's a streamer I've worked with who's in the chat, he claims that he just interviewed Mike Tomlin's son. So if he's still in the chat, maybe it'd be bad form for me. Would you want to keep Tomlin or get rid of him?
I would say you got to keep Tomlin.
Oh.
Yeah, I think he's a good coach. I'm assuming you wanted him fired.
Yeah, he needs to get fired. Well, let's do it real quick. What do you think makes Mike Tomlin a desirable coach? Like, what's his skill set? What's he do well?
Good at just keeping the team in line. He's kind of a good CEO coach. There's a lot of players that have played much better under him than they did after leaving. Antonio Brown is probably the best example, but you could look at Juju Smith-Schuster. I think the Steelers have always had an identity. They're a tough team. They play good defense. There's a lot of coaches you're not getting that from. I would say it's more about how bad things can go if you get rid of Tomlin and try to go to the top of the draft and look for a quarterback. It's just such a low hit rate, and you see team after team that never gets out of that. They're just become the Browns or the Jets. You don't want to go there. But I do have some political stuff I get into.
Okay, I'll just say this real quick because I hear this all the time. You wouldn't say that Tomlin's a good X's and O's guy.
No, I think that's what he's bad at. The Steelers do a bunch of like zone blitzes, which the Patriots, I'm a Pats fan by the way, figured out and would just kind of run all over him.
So I'm glad we don't have to argue that because he's not. He's terrible. Do you think he's a good personnel decision guy? Mike Tomlin more than almost any coach in the league. Well, no, that's not true. Tomlin more than almost any coach in the league. There's only a handful that would probably be more. Is deeply involved in who they sign, who they draft, contracts that they give out. Because the excuse that you always hear is... Well, go ahead.
He's not the de facto Steelers GM, though, is he?
Basically. Things run through him more than most coaches. He's the one saying, I want this guy, let's get that guy. Because the excuse that's always given to Tomlin...
generally having a roster, their problem is quarterback.
Okay, so the excuse that's always given is like, well, he doesn't have a good team. But how many years do you give him before you say, maybe we put some responsibility on him for who's on the team? Do you just perpetually say, we'll keep this guy forever no matter what his record is because he didn't have a good team and he has no fault for the team? I don't think so.
No, I mean, if you bottom out and you are a 4 or 5 win team under Tomlin, then I'd get rid of him. But if you're winning 9-10 games and you're making the playoffs, that's a much better place to be as a team than some of these teams that are just drafting and sucking and drafting and sucking and never get out of that.
So then he's good at motivation and that sort of personnel type thing. And yet his team has more problems than almost any other team. So bad this year. So the past 4 playoff appearances, they've been blown out by halftime. The games haven't been competitive by halftime. He's supposed to be a defensive guru. He can't keep the Cleveland Browns within 24 points once you get to a playoff game. He's notoriously one of the worst coaches in the league when it comes to going against teams that have a losing record. So as far as teams that are supposed to be good, he underperforms significantly against teams with losing records. He does terrible when it's like issues like coaching after a bye. His first quarter performance this year, when you would pre-plan out game plans for both offense and defense, they were outscored in the first quarter. It's like insane. I don't think they scored a touchdown in the first quarter all year. And so when we look at, and he's supposed to be this defensive guru, his defense looks like absolute garbage anytime they get into the playoffs, and he actually has more control and has a week to scheme. They get absolutely shredded, and they have for 4 years. They haven't beat a marquee quarterback in the playoffs in something like, when was the last they beat Alex Smith? Like, they are abysmal. He is basically Marvin Lewis, except when he had Bill Cowher's players. He happened to have a Hall of Fame quarterback. When he's dealt with middle-of-the-road quarterbacks, he's been abysmal. And
Yeah,
yes,
but that's not unique to Tomlin.
Well,
I mean, if you look at teams
listen,
that are winning playoff games, it's tough to beat good quarterbacks. The quarterback generally wins. I won't deny that.
But maybe true, but there's certainly been a lot of teams since Tomlin's last won a playoff game that have had quarterbacks that you don't consider marquee quarterbacks that have done quite well, or at least won some playoff games. And Ben Roethlisberger had years of Hall of Fame caliber performance where they still weren't winning playoff games with Ben Roethlisberger. A Hall of Fame quarterback.
I would say Roethlisberger's last few years were pretty terrible. I mean, can you give me an example of who you would consider to be a non-marquee quarterback that is winning playoff games?
Sure. Did you think everyone in the playoffs that won this year had a marquee quarterback?
I'm trying to think. I mean, I think Goff is a pretty good quarterback.
He's
I'm
okay. Is he marquee?
Yeah, I think Goff. I mean, Goff compared to what they have around the Lions, I think that they just have a very good team. They're a team that built from the inside out. They have a great O-line, which really helps quarterbacks, and they can run the ball. So if the Steelers could build a team like that, then the quarterback wouldn't matter as much. It's just that most teams can't. I mean, you're looking at one of the best rosters in the league. I don't think it's fair to look at Tomlin and say he can't build that.
When's the last time the Steelers won a playoff game? Like 2014? Do you think that that Roethlisberger was garbage after that?
No, the Steelers won a playoff game in 2016 because they played the Pats in the AFC Championship.
Okay, 16. So 17, 18, 19, 20. Do you think Roethlisberger's
I think Roethlisberger really kind of lost it the last
disagree.
3 years. I think they stuck with him longer than they needed to.
They definitely did, but I don't think he was that bad. I still think he was probably better than half the quarterbacks in the league. You know, but
that's not that good. There's 16 quarterbacks better than you. I mean, most playoff wins are going to go to the better quarterback. 9 times, maybe not 9 times out of 10, but certainly more often than not.
Let's see. Teams that have won a playoff game with bad QB.
I'm trying to go through it. I have a pretty good memory for sports. Like, for example, the Eagles won the Super Bowl with, what was his name? BDN, Nick Foles. That was just kind of a miracle run. That whole year, it was Nick Foles. The Vikings had Case Keenum, and they got to the NFC Championship. And then, who did they play? Was it the Rams with Jared Goff again? Yeah. No, it wasn't. It was another bad quarterback. It was Tom Brady and 3 bad quarterbacks that year. That was 2018.
Mike Glennon won with the Bucks. TJ Yates. Tebow, of course. I mean, that was a little further.
Tebow was a good quarterback. I'm a huge Tebow fan.
Dude, Tebow's on compare with Russell Wilson.
I mean, I don't think Wilson's terrible this year. Like, I think he's probably better than half the quarterbacks in the league.
So what I was going to say is what happens is, it's hard to win a Super Bowl without like a franchise quarterback. That's certainly true with a really good quarterback. It certainly had been done, but I'll give you, it's hard to put blame if you don't have one of them of not winning the Super Bowl. But what happens is the Steelers do something that allows them to be mediocre, which is they invest so much money on their defense. And that'll allow you to run about 500 or slightly over in the regular season, right? But if you were to say, well, we have a mediocre quarterback, but the highest paid defense with a defensive guru coach, and he can't keep a playoff game competitive more than a quarter in the past 5 years, maybe your argument holds more weight if it's like, well, they're only spending a modicum amount of money on their defense. And as a defensive coach, they had to reach for quarterbacks and overpay. They're not. They're paying. Their offense is hardly paid. Their defense is the vast bulk. The personnel decisions are being made by Tomlin, and they're terrible. And in addition to that, at one time, Le'Veon Bell and Antonio Brown, whatever, they're unique characters. Literally, we have Troy Aikman. I think it was Aikman, was it? Saying, or whoever it was that was doing the playoff game, saying like, wow, they look like they've given up. The Steelers just look like they don't care. You can see from the interviews afterwards, you see people like Minka Fitzpatrick that are like, I can't really say, but there's problems in the locker room. This is a guy who's supposed to be a player-first coach. And constantly what we see is his buddy perception of being buddy-buddy with the players ends up leading to bad disciplinary problems to the point where they have to get rid of people. And that there's all sorts of problems of people just giving up in the locker room. But I'll give you the final word on this because
that's not unique to the Steelers. That just is every team that's struggling and doesn't win playoff games. I wouldn't say that that's a Mike Tomlin problem per se. I mean, that happened with Bill Belichick at the end with the Patriots. It was the same thing. Guys get mad and they say stuff about the locker room when you're not winning.
Yeah, well, I don't. It's very rare that I see a playoff team being mocked by the announcers 2 quarters in as just not trying.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you could find them. Blow-up playoff games do happen. I guess my overarching, what I think the strongest point is that if you're trying to get rid of Tomlin, what's coming next is most likely going to be worse.
But you would have said the same thing. Everyone made that exact same argument when Tomlin came in. If Cowher's not there, who would you get? And now they're like, Tomlin, Hall of Fame, greatest coach, top 3 coach in the league. If you got rid of him, who would you do? I don't know. The next night, Tomlin.
It's a unique situation that happened with the Steelers that you go from a coach like Cowher to a coach like Tomlin.
Okay.
I think most other teams that fire their coaches, there's far more that run into a cycle of terrible coaching.
What do you think the chances are in the next 3 years the Steelers win the Super Bowl?
Not good, but I would say that's similar for about 20 teams out of the 32 in the league.
What do you think the chances are they win a playoff game?
I think pretty good.
We'll talk to you in 3 years. I would say that if they do, they'll limp in against a bad team, and they might catch a break and win one game. They ain't going to be competitive to win the AFC.
But I mean, my point, I guess, is I would take that over what, like, I'm a Patriots fan, but we had this year, the season was over by 3 weeks into September.
So what, at least you get the excitement as a fan for having to look forward to the draft. We get the excitement of never.
No, not at all. I trade the damn draft pick so I don't have to hear about it. I hate the draft.
I would rather, if I have to hear one more time that Mike Tomlin's never had a losing season, I'll never watch a fucking football game again. I don't give a fuck that this team goes 9-8 and loses in the first round. Or doesn't make the playoffs. I don't give a shit.
I would kill to win 9 games. That'd be amazing.
Well, I guess you have lower expectations than me. I don't think that mediocrity is something that I want to celebrate in a sports team when I have limited time. I just don't.
I'm not celebrating it. I'm just saying, the bottom of the barrel suck is as bad as it gets.
Bottom of the barrel suck, but what you see is there's often parity in teams that are bottom of the barrel because they have a better chance to draft like a franchise quarterback. Right?
No, there really isn't. I mean, I kind of went through the last 10 years of the top 3 quarterbacks. Commanders are an exception. I'll also give you C.J. Stroud with the Texans.
Yep.
Go back on the last 2 years. I'll give you Joe Burrow and the Bengals. Beyond that, there's really not a great franchise quarterback that a loser franchise who was at the top of the draft has drafted and turned them around.
So what? But any of those, you would have a better chance. Let's say it only hits 10% of the time. Those teams have a better chance to win the Super Bowl than the Steelers.
It's not even really 10%. I mean, I guess it would be 10%. I went 3 out of 30, so 10 years through top 3 quarterbacks. And the ones who hit, by the way, are not loser teams that draft high. It's people like Patrick Mahomes. The Chiefs traded up to get him. The Bills traded up to get Josh
again,
Allen.
Mike Tomlin ain't doing that shit.
Yeah, but it's not really been there for him. I mean, I guess they could have traded up for Mahomes. I mean, they took Kenny Pickett, which I don't mind. That was the right decision.
Wasn't C.J. Stroud still on the board?
No, C.J. Stroud went second overall.
Who was it? It was someone, Jalen Daniel. Who was it? Someone was.
Jalen Hurts, are you thinking
Jalen Hurts,
of?
maybe, yeah.
No, he didn't go in 2022. Jalen Hurts got drafted in 2020. So, yeah, they did probably pass on him then because he went 32nd or the top of the second round, so they probably did have a shot at him. And, yeah, they should have done that in 2020, or they could have traded up and tried to get Herbert. I mean, that kind of goes to my point.
Their philosophy is we'll just keep getting a defense and keep going 9-8. How is it that me and you and everyone knows, like, if you're going to win a Super Bowl, you need a franchise quarterback, but not Tomlin? He doesn't know that. He's not going to make moves.
It's not easy to get a franchise quarterback.
Why wouldn't you try? Why would you just keep pumping money into a defense knowing that you'll be non-competitive? Me and you both know that they're going to be.
What do you mean by try to get one? Like tank and hope that you're at the top of the draft?
How about trade 3 picks to get a marquee quarterback and attempt at one?
Well, because then you might end up like the 49ers who traded 3 picks for Trey Lance, who sucks. I mean,
so what? Then the next
risk.
year what? You end up 9-8 and lose the first round of the playoffs? Let's say you end up poorer than that.
Okay. Further because the 49ers went to the Super Bowl 2 years later. But
true.
I still think it's a good example.
All right. I got to go. I know we'll talk about politics some other time, but
I appreciate you having me on.
Cody. It was fun. Take it easy, man.
Yep, you too.
People keep saying, Tom wants to talk. Tom Foolery wants to talk. Okay. Tom Foolery could come on my Discord and join the chat right now. What am I supposed to do? By the way, I lost half the people watching talking about football, but that's okay. What do people want me to do with Tom Foolery? What am I supposed to do? Does anyone have his home address so I can go have a deep sit down with him? If someone is personally watching Tom Foolery right now saying, I want to talk to Rob, he's on my Discord, he knows how to come on. I don't know what people, when I say, okay, if Tom wants to talk, he can come on. And people are like, but Tom wants to talk. He can come on. I don't know what else to say. So I apologize. I don't know. I do not know what to do with Tom Foolery. He wants to talk. I don't know what to do with that information. If Tom wants to jump on my Discord or give me a Discord call, no problem. Yeah, my wife says football's the worst. Let's talk about the shitty Pirates. All right. Koromaru wants to talk. Let's bring him on. While we wait and see if Tom wants to talk. Tom wants to come on. Koromaru! Oni-san. What's happening?
I was like this close to actually sticking my gun in my mouth listening to that.
Yeah, well, yeah, I know. Sometimes you got to throw a bone. I know why people are listening to me. They don't give a shit about my shitty sports opinions. So,
listen, it's fine to have sports opinions. It's just that I find watching paint dry slightly more exciting than sports ball. If punching your opponent in the face is not like a desired opinion prescribed in the rule set, I do not fucking care. But that's besides the point. I originally wanted to hop on to talk about the birthright citizenship being revoked. Did I pitch out? Or?
No, you're here.
Oh, okay. So originally I wanted to hop on about the birthright citizenship revocation executive order, but I recall it being a little bit more nuanced, so I went and read the text of the actual executive order. And it's not a blanket revocation of birthright citizenship. It very specifically denies access to it to people who do not have residential status, who are not permanent residents, i.e. green card holders, which is like a very precise wording, I think, and it's actually an overall positive because it's basically disincentivizing what Kamala Harris is, and that's an anchor baby.
Sure. No, I agree. I think the way that people are interpreting it, that are saying that the amendment says under the jurisdiction of the laws, therefore that would be anyone. The first problem that they have with that is Native Americans weren't included in that. Now, the way they get out of that, and so they later had to be added to be given citizenship, the way they get out of that is say, well, but that's because they had a separate code of laws. They were under a different jurisdiction of Native Americans. But anyone is under the jurisdiction of American law if they are just lawfully, or if they're just in the country. For example.
Yeah, exactly.
So the way that they're interpreting it would literally mean this. You're a Chinese spy. You and your husband.
Oddly topical.
Right. You and your husband fly to the United States. You're here for a week. You have a baby. You take that baby back to China. That baby is an American citizen.
Yes, basically a ready-to-go sleeper agent.
Yes.
Ideally, you'd want to keep the baby in country for at least like 2 to 3 years, so he gets a believable spoken American English.
Yeah. Yeah, well, yes, of course. But, I mean, the whole thing's asinine. Like, it literally means you cross the Rio Grande, you know? You have coyotes bring you in. You know, you're here 3 days, you have a baby. Bam. You get kicked out.
Exactly.
It doesn't matter. My kid's an American citizen. And the way this works is, right, like, that's clearly a bad system. So we'll see how legal scholars interpret. It's not as open and shut. I do think that they're going to smack down a lot of it, but it's not as open and shut as people say. There are legal scholars that say, actually, when they're saying the jurisdiction thereof, they're talking basically about citizens, anyone who is a citizen of another country, much like the Native Americans, would be under the jurisdiction of those laws for the interpretation of what the
sure,
of that amendment.
But Native Americans being under the jurisdiction of, for example, tribal land law are not excluded from federal law anyway.
Correct.
They are still within the confines of federal law.
Right. If they live on a reservation, like before they were made citizens. So, we're back in when was this passed? Like, so let's say it's 1830, before this amendment was passed. I don't know exactly when it was passed, but before the amendment was passed, if they're in the reservation and they're adherent to tribal laws, but they come into New York City and stab someone, it's not like the New York police were like, "Wow, you're not under our jurisdiction. We can't do anything." They would still be arrested.
Yeah,
right?
pretty much.
So why wouldn't that argument apply for an illegal that came here, who's a citizen of Nicaragua, and they come here and they're here 3 days and have a baby, and say, well, technically, while we're here, we're under the jurisdiction of your laws. So it seems to be a similar situation as the Native Americans. Like, no. And
no, it's not. It's completely different. Yeah. My only complaint is that doing that by executive order is it's a very fragile tactic, same as the Remain in Mexico policy was, because any executive order can be overturned by another executive order.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. That is true, right? And ultimately, as a country, we should not want the executive to have power that's necessary to do these sort of things unilaterally. You should want Congress to pass laws. The problem is the Democrats, despite all of their lying, like the open borders.
Yes.
And so you're not, by the way, so do a lot of Republicans. So they're not going to vote on a bill. They're not going to pass another amendment that says, let's clarify this. Only citizens or people that marry an American citizen and have children are citizens. They're not going to do that. Of course not. And so as always, we're in a position that's not the best outcome.
So here's the thing. There is
of the advantage that's been taken by people that don't care about the American citizen. There is
a split the difference outcome here, which I think is part of the 4D chess play. I think Trump is expecting someone to challenge this in court. It will go all the way to the Supreme Court relatively fast, I assume. I believe he can instruct the Supreme Court to review something at a higher priority. And with the court currently being stacked with conservative judges, it's very likely that they will uphold the limitation of you need to be here on legal permanent resident grounds or not.
I'm not,
and I'm just huffing
faith
copium.
In Amy Coney Barrett or Kavanaugh. I'll say that.
That is.
Roberts. I mean, there's been a lot. So.
Well, Roberts is an originalist, which I like. He refers to the plain text of the Constitution, which is usually correct because it's a very intentionally written document. But yes, less can be said about the other justices.
We'll see.
Yes.
I just don't know. I mean, and it'll certainly be challenged, but they were going to challenge everything anyways. But for the people that, and again, it's unfortunate because, what they'll seek to do is define the saddest story possible and then exploit it, right? When the truth is, the situation has gotten to this point because of them. The example I always give, I don't know, maybe this is a bad example. Maybe I need to stop giving it. But it's Halloween and you're not going to be home. So you set out a bowl of candy and put a sign up that says, "Kids, take one." And you have a Ring camera and you look and your adult neighbor, as soon as you set the candy out and you leave, he steals the whole box of candy, the whole bowl of candy.
Yes.
And then he does it again the next year. And then the third year, you're like, you put a setter up and say, because people have taken advantage, we can no longer leave candy. And that same adult neighbor that stole it the past years knocks on your doors and goes, "Don't you care about the kids?" Right?
Basically,
that's what's happening.
It is the theory of the shared, the model of the shared common good. Whenever that gets gamified or abused, then you need to pivot because people have invented perverse incentives and are trying to abuse the arrangement for objectives that were not part of the social contract. Same with, for example, banning TikTok. Like, on the face of it, banning TikTok is bad because the government shouldn't have those powers, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, full agreement in a vacuum in a hypothetical scenario. But if the fucking Chicoms build it as a deliberate tool for force-feeding their desired message into our political climate, I'm sorry, you're going to get your hand slapped.
Yep. So, yeah, I agree. I think that, I hate the situation that it's in. It does go to show that the Democrats have lied, that they're all for this. They're all for providing this incentivization. Are there specific situations that you could say, but look at this, your interpretation of this would mean that, Sarah and Chris here, who came from, India, Though they probably wouldn't
Yeah,
name
for
Sarah and Chris, but whatever.
Sarah and Chris.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, from not even necessarily India, although I have my India rants.
Right.
Being a Texan.
There you go.
Or
But, you know, they
at least
came and
an
they did,
honorary one.
they did everything right, and then they have a kid, and they thought, you know, for years their kid's been a citizen, and now they're not. Because of this.
Well, I don't believe it has like any kind of reversible power. It's not like he's
he's
Thanos snapping people.
But yeah, I don't think it would.
That's not how laws or executive orders work. They don't have like any law doesn't have retroactive action.
Yeah.
And I don't believe the executive order instructs any retroactive action.
I don't know. I haven't read it. I have to be honest. So I would guess that it doesn't. That would be my guess.
The heads of all executive departments and agencies shall issue public guidance within 30 days of the date of the order. Yeah, so it's gone in effect. It's being implemented. It does not have retroactive action.
Yeah. So I mean, but it's it's funny because a lot of this shit, like I'm not hardcore like against H-1Bs or against people, the best and the brightest from around the world coming to this country. I think that it's a mistake to do the Vivek thing and be like, but they make more widgets and widgets are good.
Oh,
like that's
fuck. Listen. I'm just happy that Vivek has obliterated any chance he's ever had at a political career in the United States.
I don't think it's that bad. I
think it's that bad. I think everyone remembers that. Like everyone looked at what he did. He thought that everyone was going to stand up and clap. Instead, everyone says, "Shut the fuck up, nerd, and get back into the locker."
Yeah, I mean, I don't think his statement was that bad, and I also think that you'll see him appear politically in the future. I don't know that he'll get.
Well, he was removed from Doge.
Yeah, I know.
He was
the idea. The politics has a short memory, so we'll see. I don't think that this is the end of him forever. Maybe it is, but I don't think so. And if it is, I think that's regrettable because I think he has stuff to offer. But the idea that
he has stuff to offer, but he should be filtered. He should have someone filtering the stuff that he wants to do.
He said something that is directionally true, that there's a problem with the U.S. educational system and that there's a problem with U.S. culture. Directionally true. I wouldn't disagree with that. He also said something that maybe people would disagree with, but I don't necessarily, which is, hey, we should be able to bring in the best and the brightest. The problem
Here's the thing. The solution to the problems that he's highlighting is not Infinity Indians. Solution to no problem is Infinity Indians.
Well, he would probably say that as well, though, right? The problem with what he said, the big problem was, one, the timing. It's terrible, right? When we're talking about basically Trump got elected because we're tired. People in this country are tired of our government prioritizing everyone but the citizens of this country. We're tired of how our border's been exploited. And so even when it comes to topics of, quote, legal immigration, we don't want to fucking hear you talk about the failures of the people of this country. Even if they're true, we don't want to hear it.
I don't entirely agree with his presentation. First of all, the media literacy check, TM.
Yes.
I think he's also badly misinterpreting the slop shows that he was referencing, because I think popular American media actually valorizes the nerd as the actual productive member of society.
That's right. He actually has it inversed. We should go back to the time where the jocks were celebrated. We should go back to that time. We were better off then. That's the truth.
Probably.
I'm hyperbolic here, but so he has it like backwards, right? Where he's like, oh, we should celebrate people with incredible academic achievements. I mean, not only we literally celebrate victims. He is right that if someone's just like, if you have a James Damore type character who's just this like weirdly autistic, really smart guy who doesn't have a filter because he's like fucking autistic, and he's like, yeah, Google, you're fucking nuts for this diversity shit saying to hire women. Here's 100 reasons why. Like, that guy, like, that's someone we should celebrate in the sense like, oh, he's a really smart guy who's really, adamant about his job. That guy gets fucked over. But the nerd that's like the fucking, well, I'm a nerd, I'm a feminist, and that person's the big man now because he's a victim, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And it's not the jock.
Celebrated for being a nerd.
Right. It's not the jock that's being celebrated. So what I would say is we need to get back to venerating and celebrating skilled people, whether that be skillful physical demands, skillful mental demands. You're a great student who's greatly achieving things. You're a great athlete that's greatly achieving. Those things should be celebrated. The idea, well, we're celebrating the great athlete, but not the great academic achievement. It's nuts. That's not what's happening. The other thing is the big problem that, other than the timing that I have, the specifics is stupid. Boy meets world. Get the fuck out of here.
What was that quote? I believe that was Aristotle. It is shameful for someone to grow old and never know the capabilities of his own body.
Right.
I may be butchering that quote.
That's close to it. Yeah. I mean, and so, but the big problem is a reading between the lines of what Vivek said to me, and I'm trying to be charitable here as someone who likes Vivek. I think that what he's saying is the value that we should all aspire to is to be as successful in business as possible.
That's great. We don't. So
that
see,
sucks.
the problem
That sucks.
This conversation it's going to branch off and rabbit hole because of the shitty way he said it, with the shitty timing he said, and with the shit-eating grin that he said it with. Like, his attitude was not helpful, and then Elon helped to pour more gasoline onto that conversation in the spurgy Elon way that he does. Like, for example, H-1B in principle, great. But at a point where you have consulting firms importing infinity Indians, undercutting American wages, and like doing that for like the lowest level quote unquote skilled labor, because like a cashier is technically skilled labor, like, and a low level accountant is technically skilled labor. I'm sorry, we do not have a shortage of either.
Yeah, and I mean, and so then what I was gonna say is, so given all of that, one of the things that this birthright citizenship conversation, if you go to X, and the H-1B conversation had this as well, all of a sudden you get these sort of people that are citizens of the United States that are from India, or people from India that are on H-1Bs. Some of them, certainly there was racism directed against them, and some of it's remarkably unacceptable, right? I get that. And if I was a person of Indian descent and all of a sudden I saw hundreds of people liking posts that were like, you all smell bad, I'd probably be pissed off. Okay, yeah. But the reaction...
It's not a constructive argument. Correct. However, I would differentiate. I think that, there are Indian people who are third, second generation immigrants who have naturalized into the culture. Like, for example, Kash Patel doesn't raise any red flags with me. Like, he's an American. Mm-hmm. Vivek, I'm sorry, but I maintain that every good American should reply to every one of his tweets for at least another 2 years with "eat the cheeseburger." Then we'll talk.
Well, I get it.
Because I don't like the people who keep like one leg in the culture that they're actively escaping. Like, I reference Texas very specifically here because like the predominance of Indian people in certain neighborhoods is generating friction.
Right.
Like, friction in like cultural mismatches. Like, they'll fucking call the police.
There's different levels of this.
Well, let me provide like a tangible yet anecdotal example. Like, you'll have people in neighborhoods with a large Indian presence just call the police on someone open carrying in Texas, and like, if your local sheriff is cool, he'll explain to them, you're in Texas, and that's okay. Don't call us again.
That has nothing to do with Vivek eating cheeseburgers.
It has nothing to do with, well, it's like it's on a scale, I would say.
Right, and that's what I'm saying.
Definitely wouldn't call someone over open carrying.
Correct. I don't think he would.
But he also still won't eat the cheeseburger.
That's fine. He doesn't have to eat the cheeseburger. If someone came over and they're like, yeah, I'm not going to eat the cheeseburger, but I sincerely believe in the values of the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, and I think the people in my community that don't understand that are fucking wretched, why would I give a shit that he doesn't eat the cheeseburger?
That is fine. That is fine. That is an acceptable concession.
The point that I'm trying to make is that you had all these people from the Indian community that came out, like, there's this guy Sindarth that I almost debated on Wick's panel, who came out and was like, fuck white people and blah, 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 blah. I was just talking shit on white people, and I'm like, well, why would we want you here, right? Well, they were racist to me first. These people were racist to me first. Maybe so, but nonetheless, you're the one seeking that the people of this country, now apparently he's already a citizen, but hypothetically in the H-1B, we should be allowed to be made citizens. We should be brought in on H-1Bs, right?
Sorry, but two wrongs don't make a right.
Well, that's what I'm saying. And the point I'm trying to say is, like, if I need you to give me $50 so I can pay my bills, and you say something racist to me, I still gotta swallow my pride and try to get that $50. If I start saying all kinds of vile shit about you, you're going to say, okay, fuck that $50. And you might say, well, but it was reciprocal. Yeah, but nonetheless, I needed something from you. So it was pretty fucking stupid of me to start talking shit. Same thing here. If your argument is, well, we're good and we'll be great for America, but fuck white people because we think white people have talked shit on us. That sounds like a good reason to not want you here.
Or
because
if
other
your
white
line
people,
of your if your line of argumentation is pointing to all of the Indian CEO hires and saying like you've colonized us already, that's kind of you're kind of letting the mask slip. That's a bit of a red flag.
And that goes in line with like if Elon would be lumped in this, but if Vivek's central core belief is productivity, baby, make the most widgets, highest GDP, well, that's not true. Right? Like, one, that's not the values we should prioritize in this country to get this country on the right track. Instead, we should be prioritizing family values. In fact, there's no shame at all in making a little less money but spending more time with your family. That's not to say
for
that
one,
for some
raw
people,
GDP is also a faulty metric.
Exactly.
I would say if we prioritize GDP per capita, then the H-1B argument becomes even weaker because if we foster productivity domestically without relying on imported talent for short-term gain, GDP per capita will be growing.
That's correct.
Because the argumentation of import the world, therefore line go up, has already been proven to be ineffectual.
That's right. So you're right about that. But even if it wasn't, even if there was a direct correlation, that still isn't what the purpose of our government or the purpose of your life should be.
Yes, exactly.
Like, you can see that as an individual in your life. Yes, it is true, and studies have bore this out, but you don't need a study to tell you this. If you're fucking desperate and homeless and can't afford to eat, sure, more money would probably make you happier. But there comes a certain point where if your entire life is just, I just need to make as much money as possible, you're going to be a miserable fuck. And the same is true of trying... Go ahead.
I aspire to be a type A psychopath, so I can't entirely agree with it. But I agree that there's still a tapering off of the impact of making more money as you go further up Maslow's hierarchy of needs.
Right. So, for example,
that is true.
Should we have
line go up? Yeah.
Should we bring Einstein in? Sure, sounds great.
Yeah.
Once in a generation.
The Japanese may disagree with that one.
Right, but okay, we bring Einstein in. But what if Einstein is like, and by the way, I fucking hate white Americans. I can't stand them. And he's just a piece of shit. Then no. If you're unwilling to assimilate, no matter what your skill set is, fuck off.
Yes.
That's how I feel. And so now the mask is further slipping with this, citizenship, birthright citizenship stuff, where I saw these posts on X today where you had all these Indians like, well, that's it. Now I'm here in an H-1 visa and fuck all this shit. I paid taxes here and I've done this for this country and now my kid won't be a citizen. Fuck that. And it's like, oh, I thought it was just about the job. I thought that's what it was about, right?
Life's hard. Wear a fucking cap.
Well, but you see the point. It's like the first argument was,
I do see
we just want to come here and work and help your country out. And now it's like,
you do.
Oh, wait. Also, we want our kids to be citizens. And by the way, then we're going to want to be citizens because we'll say, well, our kid's a citizen. Why shouldn't we be? Right? That's going to be the argument. And so now they're like, well, fine, we'll just go home. And it's like, okay. Problem solved. See ya.
Don't threaten me with a good time.
And that Sindorth guy, I saw some of the comments, he would point out like a person. And let me be clear. I'm not against the idea of bringing in the world's best and brightest. I'm not.
Yes.
If they're willing to assimilate to an accurate degree, right? So he would point out a person, be like, this is this guy. And look at his story. He came and he graduated Columbia Law, and then he's from India, and he was here in an H-1B, and every 3 years he has to renew it, and he started this, small business, and he employs 80 people. And he's done all this shit, and blah, blah, blah.
Oh, hold up. Who are the 80 people?
Well, it doesn't matter. Let's assume they're all Americans.
No. It does matter because I would like to see the share of them also being H-1Bs.
Well, okay, but let's assume zero. Let's steel man their position. It's all Americans, okay? So it's all Americans, and he's employed these 80 people, and his life's a nightmare. Every 3 years he has to renew his visa. And this country owes him something for how much he's contributed. So here's what my response to that is. One, I'm sure it's an inconvenience to have to re-up for H-1B status every 3 years. I don't think that means your life's a hell.
I'm sorry. First of all, every country does that. Every country requires you to renew work visas.
Of course. Secondly, what it sounds like is this guy owes America a lot. Sounds
Yes.
like the people of America allowed this guy to come in, provided him with an education that allowed him to be remarkably successful and become a millionaire. That's what it sounds like. And so instead of saying, wow, thank you, citizens of the United States, thank you for leaving me be a guest that helped me achieve. Now I'd really like to be part of your family. I want to be a citizen of the country. Instead of that approach, your approach is, how dare you make his life inconvenient? You owe him. What do we owe him?
That's not productive.
And then the other point is, well, if you're right, because Sindarth goes on to say, well, this other countries would be happy to take this guy. Then great, let them. It doesn't sound like his life's hell then. If he's
Sorry,
willing...
how many H-1B Indians does China receive every year?
Well, it's a bullshit argument. I know that. But if his argument is, this guy's so great, the rest of the world will be clamoring for him, then why is he living through hell? If having to renew your visa for every 3 years is hell, and every other country in the world would take him, then he would move to another country. He'd say, fuck this, I'm heading to Denmark. Right? Well, isn't that what you would say?
People react to incentives. A lot of high-end earners who don't want to deal with the discomfort of being a high net worth individual, for example, in America, move to Dubai.
Right.
I wonder why he's not moving to Dubai.
Right. That's right. And so, you know, these arguments, again, I think there is a way to make their argument. I think there's a way to make the argument for O2 visas or H-1B visas. There is.
There is?
Yes.
If we follow the plain text of why that program was set up, I am fine of stealing the high end, like top 1 percentile talent in niche fields. But the number of those people is like disappearingly, it's vanishingly small.
But like, I'll give you an example. I had this guy calling the other day from Sweden, and he's here on an H-1B visa, and he'd been here, I think 6-9 years, something like that. And in my head, I thought, I let him tell his story, but he wants to be a citizen. And I just thought, I tried to hide it, but I was like, why do you want to be a citizen? And he started talking about like the founding fathers and free speech and stuff like that. Now he could be bullshitting me, but
those are good arguments.
Right. At least he's making the right argument. I'm honored to be here.
I also know Europeans on H-1B visas here in America, and I have no problem with them. Why? Because they're integrating with the culture.
Correct. If your argument is, fuck you, you owe me something, and once I get citizenship or once I get this H-1B, I'm just going to hire a bunch of other people from India, and fuck you, you're a racist for knowing, eat shit. I don't care about you. Go home. Right? We don't owe anyone anything. Our immigration system, much like every decision made by our government, should be for the benefit of the citizens of this country. If you could make a compelling argument that bringing in particular people are of benefit, net benefit to the people of this country, and not just economically, also culturally through things like assimilation, I'm willing to hear the argument. But if your argument's just going to be whoever makes the most widgets, whoever brings the GDP up, who gives a fuck what they live like, no, I'm sorry. I don't want to bring people into this country that absolutely hate me for my skin color, for my religion, or for any other reason. Fuck you. I don't care how talented you are.
Even if we go down the utilitarian argumentation of it, of a line go up, if we actually apply a correct measurement to it, like the make more widgets logic does not make sense. Why should we average out our median earnings to the third world because you can't balance your fucking books?
Right. That's exactly right. What if you taxed remittance at 100%? Would these people still be willing to come? Or is all of a sudden there an argument? Why the argument? You're a guest here. You're here for an opportunity. That's what you said. You wanted this opportunity.
Why are you drawing liquidity from our market?
That's right. Your whole argument was, we're here to make your country better. Right?
Well, then get to work, bitch.
Right. Seriously, that's the point. It's like, okay, well, then don't complain. Like, we're going to have rules. And then I saw the Sindarth guy. I'm just using him as an example because I happen to interact with him a lot on X. He was like, well, of course, America's unique, though. Like, I think Germany should have a country for Germans, and India should have a country for Indians. Yeah, go fuck yourself. That's what I say to that. Like, the United States is unique in that it's everyone in the world. No,
it's not everyone in the world.
That's right.
So here, there is nuance. There is a kernel of truth, which is mixed in with a poison pill here. while it is true that America technically is an agglomeration, like we're not an ethno-state, as hard as you slice it, because if you try to go for that angle, sorry, but eventually you will reach the point of where you're also deporting the Irish.
Yeah, no, that's true.
However, America is a participation society. We are a social contract society,
Right,
which means that you need to get with the fucking program in order to be American. No ifs, ands, and buts.
Right.
So and whenever you
there
don't
has
do
to
that,
be...
you're sorry, I wanted to quickly finish that. So, and whenever you refuse to do that, you're going to create friction. Like another unintended consequence, for example, just again off the top of my head, areas that have like a high density population of people of Indian descent or Californian Indians for some reason in Texas have become high crime areas, not because the Indians are committing the crime, because they're a low crime cohort, but because people from higher crime areas have figured out that Indians are averse to owning guns, which makes them an easy mark.
Right.
And therefore, they're now targeting areas where Indians live, therefore driving up the criminality in those areas. And just if... so now it's like an interesting little tip off. If you see lots of sandals in front of a door, there's not going to be a gun on the other side. So do with that information what you will, chat.
Right. I mean, so the whole thing though is, yes, this isn't a country founded on for one particular ethnicity, and I'm fine with that. But there has to be cohesion amongst the people of a country in order for it to be a country. It can't just be, well, if there's 5 million people that make up citizens of the United States, right? And they're all, believers in the Constitution, the Bill of Rights. We'll just say 5 million, right? They all believe in the Bill of Rights, and they're, basically a few outliers, but basically they all have the same cultural, political beliefs within, and then all of a sudden you double the population.
Within certain tolerances, yes.
Right. So then within 30 years, you're like, wow, a big boom in this country. We need people. So you bring in 6 million people from around the world, and they all believe completely inverse things. Yes. And you just say, well, now America is not the Bill of Rights. Now America is not the Constitution. Because, no, clearly not. It's not an open business that, to me, it's like a family. And this is the argument. The argument I made.
To prove your point, I will point towards, oh God, is it Michigan that's currently experiencing that? So Dearborn. I believe it's Michigan.
Yeah, Dearborn.
I'm not sure if there's a specific city, but there are growing communes of, I'll say this nicely, Mohammedans, who are currently increasing pressure, saying that maybe their locality should abide primarily by Sharia laws as opposed to, the laws of the land, which is like, it's an interesting proposition and one that should be shut down as harshly as possible.
Yeah,
but that is basically what you're explaining. That
right.
Yes,
so it's like
America is a participation culture, and it's a social contract culture.
Correct.
As in, we sign on and we agree in principle that this social contract, this document that we were formed on, called the Bill of Rights, is how we live.
Right,
and you so get with the program, or you get the fuck out.
I used to watch all these like Question Time shit and all these like, talk shows that were oriented around politics from like Canada and the UK. And I remember there used to be these shows all the time you'd see in the UK where they would have the topic what does it mean to be British? And you would have some guy with a thick Jamaican accent. Hey man, I'm British because blah, 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 blah. British just means whatever. And it's like, yeah, that can't be the case.
Yeah, how's that working out for them?
You're right. Well, this was 8 years ago I'm watching it. Now how's it looking? Right, and that's the problem, right? Now, let me be clear. I'm not a racist. I'm not saying that a person of Jamaican ethnicity can't be a British citizen. That's not what I'm saying. But there's clearly something more than just, well, you happen to live on this landmass.
Yeah, the magical soil fallacy has been disproven multiple times. If you are a pale as snow person coming into a culture and you're refusing to assimilate, I'm sorry, but you also get in line to get the fuck out.
Yeah, Ranger Rogue, thank you so much for the raid. I always appreciate it, man. So, I mean, I liken it to, like, the country's sort of like a family. I know it's not completely analogous, but, like, I have 2 brothers and a sister, right? And when my parents pass away, I'm the oldest brother, so I'll kind of be the de facto head of the family, right? And so let's say I said, hey, two brothers and sister, I like you and all, but I found two Indians and, a Swedish girl that are actually higher IQ than you, harder workers. They're going to make more money. They'll give more prestige to our family. So you three are out. So I bring in the two Indian guys and the Swedish lady, and that, all right, now the Norr family's doing better. Our net worth went up, our prestige went up, and they go, yeah, about that, Rob. Turns out you're a fat, lazy slob. So we're going to give you the boot, too. And we're going to bring in another guy from India. And now all of a sudden, the Norr family, man, in just 3 years, their net worth has gone up precipitously. And they're, oh boy, look at that. Isn't that great? Look how great the Norr family is. But is it really the Norr family?
It's really not.
Right. In name, I guess. But what good is that of me who's supposed to, head of the family? What are we talking about with that? To make decisions. I would also... For the interest of the family.
I would also hold off on like vast charitable statements on the median IQ of the family going up through those replacements.
Well, the I would purposely
don't bear that out.
You don't know my siblings; they're dumb as shit. No, I'm just saying. But like, I would purposely, presumably, choose people that were talented. Again, steel manning the argument. So
Sure.
in name, the Norr family has gone up, right?
Yes.
But when we're talking about me as head of the family making decisions, am I making decisions for
metrics?
Am I making decisions for the name Norr? No, I'm making decisions hopefully for the benefit of the actual people, right?
Yes.
And so replacing those people with other people who have metrics that are better, they're stronger, they're better looking, they make more money, they're smarter. That's all irrelevant to what the position was designed for, which was to be good for the people, not the name. The same is true of a country. I don't give a shit. To me, the United States, yes, part of the United States is the beautiful land and resources that we have. That's true. We are blessed to have maybe the most beautiful, expansive country in the world. And that is part of the country. But the real country is the people and the social contract that we have with each other.
Exactly.
And if you could tomorrow replace 30 million Americans with the top 30 million people around the world, IQ-wise or whatever,
a shit show.
Would you then say, look, America's better. We did it. Yay, finally a government working for the American people. You'd say the American people, you just displaced 300 million of them. Yeah, but look, the GDP's up. The average IQs went up. Like, it's nonsensical. Everyone realizes that would be a fucking joke. It has to be more than just, the GDP. That's bullshit. And I'm sorry, like, the idea that it's considered racist to be like, we don't want to import people that have enclaves that aren't assimilating. Fuck those people that think that.
Well,
They're
for
full
one,
of shit.
it's the filtering criteria here is not race. The filtering criteria here is behaviors.
Right. Right, I don't give a shit. I don't care what you rate. Like, you'd be like, oh, Rob, I bet if it was someone coming from the UK on an H-1B, you'd be okay with it. Well, it depends. Are they anti-American fucks? Then no. Are they coming here and saying, and now that I'm here and we're civilized, let's take away people's right to own guns? No, I don't want you then. I don't give a shit that you're really good at IT. I don't care. Right? And like, the idea that like these people are so not all of them, and I'll be straight up. I assume there are great people from India and other countries that take advantage of these programs and they're thankful. I assume that's the case. But when I see so many people on social media like, well then fuck it, we'll go home. We're gonna take our tax dollars and go home. It's like, then go.
Shit, don't threaten me with a good time.
Right. If on one hand you're saying we're here to really contribute to this country and we're honored to be guests, and the reason you should let us in is because we're such a benefit to your country. But then as soon as we're like, you know what? If you happen to have a kid while you're here, that kid's not a citizen. This is fucking outrageous that I'm going home. Okay. What happened for the good of the country and all of that shit?
Well, here's the thing. It's not even that. Like, there is still a path to citizenship here. Like, you
Correct.
can still naturalize as
Marry
an
a U.S.
H-1B.
citizen. Right.
No, not only that. It's like if you're both H-1Bs, for example, if you're the primary breadwinner with an H-1B, there is still a path to naturalization.
Yep.
You still, by staying here long enough, you can naturalize into a permanent resident. There is an earned path to citizenship, contrary to what the Dems will have us believe.
That's, it's just, so, I thought it was funny. Vivek was my top choice for a GOP candidate, and the reason was, I still don't know, the jury's still out. I think Trump's doing better this time than he was last time, but I still think the jury's out on will he really take serious steps to drain the swamp. For me,
I would like to see what he gets done. Like, executive orders are fine and dandy. They make
Right.
good press. The executive order signing ASMR is definitely appealing. I will steal that for a BRB screen.
yeah.
But
Yeah, I mean,
he
for
is
me,
so far delivering things that he has promised,
right.
which is nice.
But
I would
when-
like to see how far he gets.
we'll see. But when in the primary, when you're making a decision on who to support, basically it was between him. Realistically, it was always going to be him. But if I had to choose, it was between him, Vivek, and DeSantis. And Trump was my third choice because based on the comments that people were making in the run-up, the FBI alone, which should be completely disbanded, like Vivek's like, yeah, we should completely disband the FBI. DeSantis is like, well, we should move the headquarters out of D.C. Trump's like, we're going to build him a big, new, beautiful building in D.C. And I'm like, dude, it doesn't sound like you get the magnitude of the problem. Now, the book on Vivek was always this. Vivek's a smart guy. Is he just grifting and saying what he wants?
Vivek is definitely a creature from an environment where he is very likely conditioned to maneuver and pander to an audience.
Right. But then the question you have to ask yourself is, do you take a slight chance that this guy's not pandering and vote for him because he's saying the right things? Or do you vote for someone who's not even saying the right things?
I would go for someone who has a proven track record of being productive, I would say, versus the risk of Vivek having ulterior motives, and he belongs to a cohort that has consistently shown to have ulterior motives at the expense of the local population.
Dude, he could have had ulterior motives all that he wanted if he fucking disbanded the FBI. I'd listen to his bullshit takes on H-1B. That's how bad the corruption of the legal system is.
See, but I'd rather have FBI agents over H-1B Indians.
Not me. I'll fucking let's take the Indians and put them in fucking FBI. I'd rather have that. I mean, they're
we
so bad.
almost did that.
Well, hey, we got Kosh, man. He's got Kosh Patel's fucking killing it. You know, so but I mean,
but yeah, notice how no one has any beef with Kash Patel. Like it's the only thing that's ever being said about that is that goddamn we're all going to jail for the Indian street food jokes.
Vivek got over his skis and he didn't realize his position. He did not, and you know, I think he saw he was saying the right things, and he built up a lot of goodwill within the Trump people. But he ran a smart campaign because he ran the campaign DeSantis should have, though not quite the same. DeSantis' campaign should have been, Trump's great, he's awesome, no one could ever take away what he did, beating back like this corrupt machine to win the 2016 election. He certainly had policies that I wouldn't personally have chosen, but overall the man's an American hero. What he did for this country, it's amazing, the attacks that he suffered. I just think that I could do better when it comes to now. He lit the torch, now it's time for me to carry the torch further. By attacking Trump, it was absolutely evident that your chances of winning,
that was not a great
right
look.
and that might not be fair. I have a fucking problem with DeSantis as a person who's trying to make an informed decision. Fuck it, let them go to war, let them scream at each other. I'm cool with that. But I understood the writing on the wall.
Listen, the primary is designed to be a bloodbath.
Yes.
I'm perfectly fine with that. I don't need to remind anyone of how petty and confrontational the first primary that Trump was in.
And I also don't buy the argument of, well, DeSantis should have never ran and Vivek should have ran and they should have waited their time. You never know what's going to happen. Let's say Trump did get assassinated. Then what? Or let's say DeSantis says, I'll work with Trump and not run this time, and then 4 years from now I'll run, and he dies of a heart attack 2 years later. Like, if you think that you have a chance, fuck it, go for it. I don't have a problem with that. Right?
Yeah, sure, but just have a positive message.
Well, I don't even care if he has a positive message, for me personally. However, politically, and reading the tea leaves, like, dude, you're making a fucking mistake. You almost have a 0% chance of winning because Trump's going to be the de facto winner if he runs. But
not
to
only
the extent,
that, you're also abandoning a very fragile, until very recently, swing state. Like, do you really want to do that without preparing a proper soil, a proper replacement? You know, building up a good bastion.
I don't mind any of that. But clearly, though, DeSantis had to see the writing on the wall that he's facing a huge uphill battle. And so why wouldn't you say, well, plan A is to win, But plan B is to position myself as best as possible. So what's the best strategy to accomplish both of those? To ride Trump's coattails. To basically be like, yeah, he's good, I could be slightly better. Right? Because now, and I like DeSantis, don't get me wrong, but who do you think's the front runner for GOP in 2028?
I'd say at this point, DeSantis has a better run than Vivek. Vivek has poisoned the well for himself.
Well, yes, that's true, but DeSantis ain't the front runner.
Oh, well, that's a good question. Who would be the front runner?
That's easy. Right now, it's J.D. Vance.
Oh, yeah, that is true. J.D. Vance does have that. Yeah, he is a significantly stronger figure for that.
Now, if Trump's administration is an abject disaster, maybe Vance gets blamed for that, and then you go with someone like DeSantis. But I think, and I argued this with the DeSantis people, I was like, here's the thing. If Trump runs and loses, right, I don't know that all of a sudden it'll be MAGA light. I think that there'll be a push to go back to establishment Republicans. And so you're likely
because any kind of anti-establishment, they would have pointed to that saying that, hey, the anti-establishment hardline MAGA stuff doesn't work at all. It doesn't work with the target audience. The normies do not care.
Right.
And like the brand is now poisoned.
So for me, if I'm a DeSantis supporter and I want him in the Oval Office, I would have said best chance probably 2028 or maybe 2032. And the best chance to make that happen is you basically become Trump's more reserved sidekick. You basically become J.D. Vance. And DeSantis had that lane open to him.
He still has a chance to pivot to that.
And he's doing a good job. But he's no longer the front runner.
It's
true. J.D. Vance now. J.D. Vance has filled that role. I think DeSantis is probably better as the governor, and I think DeSantis not being in that role is allowed to be critical of Trump when he thinks he should be, which is good, I think, because I ain't going to agree with everything Trump does. And so I think if, Vance clearly ain't going to be able to be critical of Trump. So maybe DeSantis
I probably also wouldn't have liked to have DeSantis, for example, as a VP pick, because, again, that would remove him from the governorship. In the beginning of the term, mind you.
But
not in the beginning, in the middle of the term.
But let me be clear. He didn't have to be the VP pick. He could have just ran, basically is like, yeah, Trump did really good.
I agree with that.
And then said, I'm not going to take the VP slot. I'm going to remain governor.
The reason I'm pointing that out is because the incumbent VP is always going to be the de facto frontrunner before, for example, any kind of satellite figure as DeSantis would have been inevitably.
But if DeSantis had been like Trump's sidekick that just wasn't VP, I think he would have been in a better position. Let's say it was still J.D. Vance. I think he would have been in a better position versus Vance. I think, unfortunately, and I don't think this is fair necessarily, but there are a lot of hardcore Trump supporters that are like, fuck you, Ron DeSantis.
The hardcore people are on the fringes, and the further into normalcy we go, the less relevant the hardline idiots become.
Not in a primary. Let's say that's 30% of Trump supporters, right?
Make sure that you're registered to vote as a Republican and vote in those fucking primaries.
Oh, I know. But let's say that's 30%, which I think is likely. That's 30% of Trump supporters that are
30%. That's... I'm not ready to co-sign that, but neither am I ready to argue that.
Let's say 15.
15 is, yes. 15 is plausible.
It's just like, fuck DeSantis for going against Trump, blah, 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 blah. Let's say without that 15, if you could take them out, that DeSantis beats J.D. Vance in a close GOP primary by 5%.
I can't make that forecast without seeing how Vance performs publicly in the next 4 years, and then seeing how DeSantis performs in the next 4 years. Because if for the next 4 years Vance is nowhere to be seen, he's just a suit behind Trump, while DeSantis is the deporter-in-chief of Florida, I'd say that the track record might outweigh him. Yes, DeSantis has the charisma of a Walmart greeter. I don't disagree with chat over there.
He does good when he's fighting with the press. He actually seems like a person.
When he speaks off the cuff, he's actually okay. I think a big failing was, didn't he get some fucking Jeb Bush hand-me-down people for his campaign?
That was his problem. His fucking team killed him.
Yeah.
It just made him, the fake smile that he would do. It's it's okay to be pissed off. Okay. You know, you don't have to fake the smile. Fuck it. You know, but all I'm saying is, yeah, okay, we could argue the ins and outs of, well, we'll have to wait and see with J.D. Vance. But if we agree that there's 10 to 15% or more that basically won't vote for DeSantis because of the way he ran his campaign, even if DeSantis ends up winning, if you're strategizing for, well, we're trying to get DeSantis in the office, is that a smart campaign that led to that outcome? No.
No, just nowhere near that. Like, the smart play there was to have the man's back, be stronger on the New York cases, just actually spit in the face of New York, saying that this is a sham trial, come try and extradite our resident, fuck around and find out. That would have been baller, and I think that would have given him very good political points.
Yeah, I think that...
A missed opportunity, definitely.
Yep, so... But, all right, man, I'm going to let you go. I'm probably going to get some sleep here soon.
Yeah, sorry for dragging this out. I'm just going to... I came here just to comment on the Destiny stuff. I honestly thought that the threesome between her and Skeptic and Shuon Head that one time was Southern's absolute low, but I guess, you know, she managed to outperform herself.
It's, you know, I don't know what, like, for me, it's like a fucking alien world for me. You know, like, even... I don't know. I feel
it's
like
a freak show.
It is.
Listen, I'm having fun just watching this from the sidelines and, you know, tossing the odd peanut at them for my entertainment. I still have to credit Destiny on the fact on being the rare leftist who's not being found out as a kitty diddler.
Well, yeah. I mean, like what he's being accused of is bad, but it's not there's certainly worse. That's
yeah.
True.
Like as far as sexual allegations against leftists go, that's so mild it barely registers.
Yeah. I mean, for me, it's like you know, BX Bullet. I was commenting on one of her posts on X today, where it's like, for me, like why do people stream? People ask me all the time, oh, give me some advice about streaming. And the first thing, I am a terrible person to ask for advice. I've been streaming for like 6 years and sometimes break 100, 200 people. So I'm not doing great. But to the extent that I give advice, the first thing I always say is like, well, what do you want to get out of streaming? Like, if you want to stream because you want to make it a career, well, then the advice is different than if it's just a hobby of yours that you want to do occasionally. But then there's people that like, they do this because they want a community. Right? They want friends. They want associates. The advice for all of those things are different, right? Like, if you want to make this a business and you want to do political streaming and you're trying to, like, maximize views and stuff, pick a side and never go against it. Trump is always evil. Bam! Hammer it all the time. Be disingenuous. Who gives a fuck? Just say it over and over and over and over and over. Never disagree. Never sway from that party line so that you never have to worry about your audience disagreeing with you. Because the worst thing you could do is be like, they're shitting on Trump, this is unfair. And then you have an audience that's like, yeah, I got 15 people watching me today. They're like, fucking A. And then the next day I'm like, what the fuck is Trump doing bombing Syria? And these 15 people are like, you fucking asshole, we knew you were anti-Trump. Like, you'll build up a more authentic audience like that.
Do you think that the Destiny suffers from audience capture? I feel like he has his audience fairly whipped.
Yeah, I think him less than I would say audience capture to an extent. There is some of that.
I can see Hamas Piker being under the thumb of audience capture. Like he actually lives in fear of the psychopaths that he courts.
Yes. I think Destiny is on the very low end of that. Though to be clear, everyone, myself included, are somewhat victims or somewhat embrace audience capture. For example, I knew that I had to move on from the football talk because no one in my audience gives a fuck about football talk, right?
Well,
I get that.
Listen, that's was just an act of kindness.
Right, but that's a form of audience capture, right? Like,
sure, yeah.
There's different,
no, I feel that.
You know, and there are more and less ethical forms of audience capture.
I can relate to that. Like, I want to sit there and autistically play Zomboid on stream, but it's
Correct.
like poison for numbers, and I have to sit there and watch cringy YouTube videos and scream at the clouds instead because the people want fucking bread and circuses.
That's
they want
right.
the red Oni to pop a blood vessel.
That's right. Right. So that's part of it. Now that's different than like, well, actually, I hate Trump, but my audience wants me to like him, so I'll come on here and be disingenuous and say that's audience capture that's shit. Or I actually don't think Destiny did that much that was wrong, but I know my audience wants me to fucking eat him alive, so I'm just gonna go on and perform like, yeah, he's the worst. That's an audience capture that I think's unethical, right? So
I think fortunately most people just want to make fun of Destiny.
Well, that's
because he is unironically a lol cow.
Yeah. So, Destiny's problem, it's not audience capture. And I agree with you. I think that he's, and for all the criticisms of Trump and like Trump sycophants, ironically, I think that's a lot of Destiny's community that he can do no wrong. If he decides we're going to do, we're going to criticize people like Andrew Tate for treating women like shit, his audience will be on board. And then if 2 days later he's streaming with a woman and he wants to be like, fuck you, you blah, 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 they're going to be like, yeah, great. They'll be all in. I think that's how Destiny felt. For me, though,
excuse me, what is Destiny's criticism of Andrew Tate, that he didn't sample the cum of the guys that he lets fuck the girls?
See, I didn't tune in any of that shit. Normally, that sort of drama shit, I just don't care. And I feel that I've been pretty good on this. When the initial leaks came out, I said, I feel bad for Destiny and everyone else who had private videos released. Would it have been easy? Particularly someone who his community comes after me so often, would it have been easy for me to be like, do you see this dude sucking a dude off? Ha ha ha. Yeah, but I didn't, because I legitimately feel bad that sucks. If shit like that gets released, then once it became evident that like, oh, well, he's not so innocent, even though it sucks for him that this got leaked publicly, he apparently gave videos without consent to a third party who then allegedly leaked or got hacked. Right?
So I hear. Listen, the more I hear about the situation, the more I just want to default to the Norm Macdonald position of, I know this may come off as harsh, but I just hope that both sides of this would let's not run afoul of TOS.
Maybe, and I just don't give a shit. Right, and so
it's funny. It's funny to point and laugh, which I will proceed to do, which I think is the most constructive way of engaging with this.
Well, and
you're a brave man for following this on Twitter. My Twitter is is filled with nothing but Dojin announcements, specifically to just insulate me from all of that shit.
So I waded in just because I talked about it initially, and then, I'll be honest, because I've interacted with Destiny, and here's the thing, right? There's so much to the story that's interesting to me because I'm fucking naive. So what I was saying about like people that get involved that want communities, that's not me. I'm a fucking old man. I'm 40. I do this as a hobby. Like, I basically have all the friends I need in life. I don't need new friends. I have never, to my knowledge, met up with anyone in person that I've streamed with, other than people that I had met previous to streaming. So I've streamed with like friends of mine that I had in college that clearly I've met up with. But like Andrew Wilson, never met in person. Like Aircraft Sparky, Aftershock, my editor Black Elk even. I never met it. John Burke when I was dealing with them. I never met any of these people in person. And that's not saying if you meet someone in person, it's weird or shit. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying for me, my goal coming on here wasn't, I hope I make friends. I hope I get a nice little community. My goal was, this is my fucking hobby. I like talking about this shit. My wife gets tired of hearing it. So go talk to your fucking, people that listen to you online. There you go.
Yeah. I can relate to that. I think that Destiny's position wasn't to find friends through streaming. I think that he found himself in a position of relative prominence. At which point, despite looking like a melted, unscented candle, he started getting positive attention from women and very knowingly leveraging that position within his community to score.
I saw this shit in the debate community in college. Like, I'm not going to name any specific names, not that anyone would know any of these people. But I remember there was this one guy, he was considered like one of the best debaters in the country. Now, I'm no fucking prize peach, but this guy was like 400 pounds disheveled. He did not smell very good. Every time you saw this dude, like at a tournament, like at the hotel or something afterwards, you would see the hottest female debaters all over him. Like, for real. And you're like, how can that fucking be? And it's because he's the big man. He's the big fish in the small pond. Who really gives a fuck? It's like, ooh, look at this dungeon master in this D&D game. It's like, objectively, from the outside, it's all a bunch of fucking nerds. But within that community, he's the big man.
He's getting all of the L-Tussie.
That's right. And so Destiny sort of, he's talented in many ways. Like, he's entertaining. He built up a big platform. He's got a lot of clout. And he's a decent debater, right? And so all of that is...
Well, here's the thing. He's a good blood sports participator. He's a shit debater because he derails into whataboutisms even more than he complains about them.
I'm not mincing words. Like, You know what I mean, though. Like, so he gets this clout, and so people, have calmed on. And one of the things that I find interesting,
he farms well.
Right.
This is what he does.
So going back to the point where, like, I'm fucking super naive, right? So I go on a panel and there's 8 people, and in my head, when I started doing that shit, it's 8 people like me, just 8 people talking because they want to, not 8 people that are carefully plotting out their next career move. How do I get more viewers? Blah blah blah. Because that's not what I was doing. So I just assumed basically everyone was kind of like me. And my first run-in with shit was like talking to Andrew Wilson, who's like, we're talking on the phone one day about setting up a panel or something. And I was like, yeah, I don't get many offers from panels anymore. And he's like, well, it's because there's a network of people and you're not in with them. And the word is out like, well, this guy's a tough debater and he doesn't have a lot of clout, so why even bring him on? And so you're not in the in group and that's that. And I was like, there's not like a network, a community. He's like, the fuck there isn't. Like, that network shit's real. And it turns out he's right.
Yeah.
And I didn't know. I was just like, when I'm setting up a panel, I just fucking like, hey, I heard that guy talk. I'll message him. You want to be on a panel? It was never, oh, who do I owe a favor? Who do I owe this? Who do I owe that?
Yeah, you're approaching this from a naturalistic position,
right?
Whereas people who have been in the space a little bit longer, they're min-maxing this shit through network. It's absolutely the same with the VTubing scene, and I find it extremely annoying because I don't want to engage in the catty network shit. I just want to yell into the void on the internet. But that's how you get numbers.
That's right. And so, like, I find myself, there are people I like talking to. Like, Aircraft Spark, he's this political guy I like talking to. Aircraft's a smaller streamer than me, but that don't matter to me. I like talking to him. Fuck it, I don't care. Right? Then there are people that are bigger. Now, I'll be honest. So then as this is going on, once I start to reach a point where it was 10 people watching me to then it's 50 and then it's 60 and it's 70, it's like, hey, maybe someday this could be something I do at least part-time as a career or maybe full-time. Or, I parlayed my show into and I ran for Congress. I parlayed that into an actual radio show for about 5-6 months in State College, Pennsylvania. So I made connections. I do a show once a year or around election time where I bring on Congress people in the state of Pennsylvania, people involved in the RNC in Pennsylvania, etc. So I've made connections that could parlay into a career.
Sure, but there's a difference between just organically progressing in the thing that you allocate time to from just trying to manipulate the situation through like known gamification. Like, for example, what the Whatever podcast does. They're basically a vehicle for people to do that.
Right, which I've been asked to do and I won't do because I don't have much to say to OnlyFan whores. So what am I going to say, So I don't really want to do it. But then here's where like it becomes a little less organic. I still think it's organic for me so now all of a sudden I got 60 people watching me and I'm debating these Destiny clones and I'm smacking them around. And then all of a sudden I debate Destiny and I go from having 60 people watching me to 12,000. And it's like, I'm not going to lie and say, hey, that's good. And I debate Destiny and I get a lot of heat. I get a lot of people, the majority of his crowd's like, fuck you. But I also then, the next time I stream, instead of having 60 people watching, I have 120. And a lot of the people
no such thing as negative exposure.
Right. A lot of the people in my chat are like, I was a Destiny fan. I think you did remarkably well. And now I have people that are regulars in my chat that used to be Destiny fans and aren't because I was debating. Now, the reason that I like debating Destiny, though, is because half these brain-dead lefties I debate can't follow a logical train of thought. So at least Destiny...
Yeah, that's true. They can't even try to... They can't even attempt to lift the heavier argumentation.
Correct.
He will, at the very least, try to make a weightlifting analogy. He'll, at the very least, try to poorly muscle fuck the weight up.
Right. Exactly. And that's why actually his one orbiter, Pisco, I actually like debating him more. I debated Pisco for hours and hours and hours. I like it. And we'll get into the weeds of something like the Mueller report. I enjoy that shit, But with Destiny, there is the added benefit. If it's me and Pisco, I get what I want, like someone that's willing to get into the weeds with some shit like that with me. But with Destiny, I get that plus 12,000 people watching. Okay. So that's my only foray into Destiny's community. He's done shit to me that's shitty, but that I consider inbounds, like misrepresenting arguments I made. That's different than like attacking my family, claiming that I did something criminal or immoral. Like, I find it totally inbounds.
Yeah, he never goes for things that can be called out as unsporting.
Yeah, yeah, well, even still, unsporting is fine. Like, there's a difference between the gamesmanship of we're debating and fuck Robbie's a bad debater. He got this bad source. He misrepresented that. Those arguments are all within bounds. I don't give a shit. That's different than, like, we're going to dox this guy. We're going to fucking insult this guy's wife. That shit, I've never had any of that from Destiny. Not to say that there aren't members of his community that might do something like that, but I don't blame Destiny for that. But it was interesting as me as someone who dabbled a little, just every once in a while debating him and people in that Progressive Victory Pack community, like to watch the weird fucking relationships that they had. Like, and I'll be honest, from an outsider's perspective, what it looked like to me was a bunch of people glomming on to Destiny for clout that probably weren't really his friends. That were like willing to bend over backwards, and he's kind of like he's the
some
big
of
man.
them bending over forwards,
Well,
quite
apparently,
literally.
yeah, and like so, like I talked shit to this guy Tom Foolery, who's like sort of he's a lefty but more centrist, and I was watching some like after this one debate I had with Destiny, Tom went on there and was talking to him, and like there's this group of like 4 people, and they're treating Tom like a fucking whipping boy. And Tom's like groveling. So I played poker with Tom, and then of course that became talking politics. But we were playing poker on stream, and I'm like, Tom, why the fuck would you leave you're an adult, man. Tell that guy to kiss your fucking ass. I don't give a shit if you want to hang around with this community for clout or not. Fuck off, man. You can treat me like a child? Fuck you. And Tom's like, well, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, okay, dude. I'll be damned, though. I'll be damned if someone talking to me like that. I would be like, yeah, go fuck yourself. I'm not putting up with this. See ya. You think I'm your little bitch or something? Like that you're going to sit here and freak out on me? No. It's one thing if you get heated in a debate, but this was more than that. And so, like, to watch all this shit go on, and then all of a sudden it's like, like, oh, well, this right-wing streamer, Lauren Southern, she banged him, and this lady banged him, and then he banged this dude. And then, like, and I'm just like, what the fuck is going on?
She's an unemployed. She's an unemployable retired content creator. She doesn't have a lot of good options.
Well, unemployed now, I guess. But, it's like the whole thing, it's just like, and I don't give a fuck. Like, it's like some degenerate weird shit, everybody banging everyone, or I guess everybody and their girlfriends banging Destiny. Whatever. I don't give a shit. I really don't care. Like, it's like, okay, whatever. I'll still come on and debate you why Biden sucks, or why I prefer Trump over Biden. Whatever it is, I don't give a shit. I don't really delve into that, right? But my interest in like this story was it's like a Jerry Springer episode, but it's your coworkers.
It is basically that. Yes. Well, millennials have reinvented Jerry Springer after ridiculing Gen X and Boomers for watching it.
Right. I'll let you in a second, Econ Boy, I promise. But that's what it's like. It's like, imagine watching the like cheesiest Jerry Springer episode, but it's like, I know that guy, I work with him. That's what it's like to me.
Yes, it has. It's Jerry Springer with parasocial pumps on it.
Right. So normally I don't wade into this shit, but I was watching, and then I think I've been reasonably charitable. Like, everybody, like, of course, a bunch of... let me be clear. If I'm a Destiny fan, I would be like, I don't give a fuck what Rob Knorr's opinion is. Fuck him. He disagrees with me politically. I don't give a shit.
Here's the thing. I can't say I've watched like a lot of Destiny stuff because he's the rare person who actually puts out like full length fucking videos. So it's convenient to listen in the background, and sometimes he has good takes, like about like maybe I don't know 2 times out of 5. He doesn't have a great batting record, but at least it's consistent. And I can't say that I'm a Destiny hater. And see, like, to any Destiny fans listening to this, I only call him a cuck because I want him to do better. Like, the boy deserves a healthier lifestyle.
Well, I mean, yeah, I haven't even called him that, and I felt bad when his marriage didn't work out. I legitimately
I'm
did.
sorry. No, sorry. I'm not even saying that as a derogatory.
Right.
Well, no, that's not entirely true. I am using that as a derogatory term, but if the shoe fucking fits, I'm sorry, I didn't do that to you.
Well, and
that seems like a self-inflicted situation.
And he does that sort of content where he's talking about relationships and stuff. So it's the same with my friend Andrew Wilson, who will go on whatever, and he talks about his marriage and stuff like that. You open yourself up to attacks based on that if you're making reciprocal arguments. If I say, oh, your marriage is fucked up, I have to expect someone's going to be like, well, let's look at your marriage, right? And so if Destiny's doing a bunch of content about relationships, obviously people are going to point to his relationship, right? And
see, I don't think that's an entirely productive way to examine that. I'm sorry, I don't have to be a cow to know what milk tastes good.
No. What I'm saying though is, It would be different if Destiny's not public about his relationship and stuff, and you're like, fuck you, I heard he's a cuck. When he's out there talking about that's a good way to live, who's to stop you or anyone else to say, look at this shit, it's fucking terrible?
See, I don't even go into like the angle of criticizing the takes that he shares, like the lifestyle that he advertises. Is that I altruistically, from a rising tide raises all boats kind of perspective, I think that society as a general would benefit if the majority of people would pursue healthy lifestyles.
I agree.
Like, I don't know, being erudite, lifting weights, and maybe not letting other men bang your wife.
She's involved in the story too. But yeah, in general, I just didn't really, I don't really talk about that shit. I'm not giving advice like that. So I did. But, I thought the irony is with this whole story, I don't think that I've been incredibly harsh with Destiny. My commentary has been like pretty balanced, and basically the question I had was for the orbiters. And so I'm going to let you go because I think Econo Boy's coming in to talk about that. So I'll let you go.
Sorry to tangent about that.
No, can you tell people where to find you?
I am in the chat right now. If you want to highlight, I guess you could see. I will sound like an ass if I suggest giving me a shout out, so I will not. I will abstain from that. But people see me in chat. If they're interested in looking at VTubers shout at the clouds, I guess you can follow.
Are you just on Twitch or are you on YouTube as well?
I am just on Twitch. I post VODs on YouTube. So like the more trimmed out videos without me spurging out, stuttering, go on YouTube whenever I'm not a lazy ass about editing it. And what the fuck else? I am sometimes on Twitter spurging out very lightly.
All right, man. Well, thanks for calling in. I appreciate it, and hopefully we'll talk soon.
Appreciate the conversation. Have a good night.
See you, man. Yep. All right.
Bye.
Jack of Trades, I can't guarantee I'll get to you. I should have been in bed like an hour ago. All right, what's up, Econo Boy? You wanted to talk about some of this Destiny stuff?
Bobby Knorr, how's it going? How's your week been?
Tiring. It's been work week was a little bit tiring, but other than that, all right. I can't complain. I'm home now, so.
Yeah, my week's been extremely long. But anyway, no, I wanted to ask. Yeah, sorry, fuck. Actually, I don't know what happened. My computer basically crashed. Okay, perfect. Okay, my questions were. I wrote down some questions. I was just curious to check your temperature. Okay, so first question: best and worst thing about the Trump admin so far, from your perspective?
Oh, so it's not about the Destiny stuff. That's fine too.
Yeah.
Worst thing,
no, I don't give a
it's
fuck.
the Trump meme coin. It's fucking. It's pathetic. That would be the worst thing. I thought that was disheartening right before he came in.
What's what's bad about it in your mind?
It's like grifty. It's like Carney Barker shit. It's beneath what a president of the United States should be doing. I'm not saying it's illegal. It's different than Hawk to it in that this is a meme. It's designed specifically as a meme, but it's still scammy, and it's fucking shit. It's like Carnival Barker shit. Best thing I would say is how forceful he's been with the executive orders, particularly with things like going after the clearances of the 51 former intel officials and following through with a lot of his promises, like pardoning people at January 6th, enforcing the border. So being unapologetic while he does it.
And you think a blatant pardon for January? You wanted that?
Not really. I would have been okay if there were specific people that engaged in acts of violence that wouldn't have been pardoned. But I also understand how that would have been a trap for Trump. Because if he starts doing that, then what the media and the Democrats are going to do is literally go through every single person and say, but this one person that was pardoned. In addition, because of the corruption that surrounded it, I think, and the obvious double standard in how people that were on the left that committed acts of violence, political violence and riots and things like that, I think that the best thing to do to move on to the country was to pardon all of the people. So I understand if it was my preference, there may have been a handful of people that engaged in extreme acts of violence that I wouldn't have pardoned. But as the situation's played out, it's probably the best thing to do.
Okay, so it's like when didn't Andrew Johnson pardon like a bunch of Confederate like war generals?
Yes.
You think of it similarly, like, hey,
Yes.
let's just move on from this, like whatever fucking political price, just
Right. If he would have been like,
Okay.
well, there's 3 I'm not pardoning, then people would have been like, but what about this 4th one? And then it just becomes a never-ending relitigation.
Relitigation.
In the public sphere, I guess, political sphere. By the way, some of that's happening. There's already reports that state judges are now charging state crimes with some of the January 6 people.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I don't know. I mean, in general, I guess I assume that I guess it does ultimately depend because I'm sure some Jan 6 people might be elevated, like maybe maybe that's already happened. I feel like a lot of Jan 6 people are kind of revered to some degree, but maybe that's probably by a small minority of people. Most people probably don't know like anybody who was involved in January 6th.
I don't know that that's true. I bet most conservatives know someone that was there, not necessarily someone that was arrested, but I don't know if that's what you mean. Do you mean most people don't
not
know
like
someone that was jailed or
like involved with like
that's probably
the
true.
riot? Yeah,
maybe 5 to 10%. Yeah, but but I know there's some streamers that you may know that were there on January 6th.
I mean, I know like Nick Fuentes, and I guess I know Baked Alaska. I know was one of the guys who was in the Capitol. And I guess.
Well, but I know
Tario.
other streamers. I'm not gonna like you've interacted with that were there.
some hooded mystery men.
They were,
but
they've announced.
Okay, so all right, so it's January 20th, 2026, 1 year into Trump's administration. What do you hope that Trump has accomplished so far?
For me, I'm a single issue voter that corruption is being outed more and more. I'm hoping that things have been. I hope that there's a January 6th committee that outs the corruption of them. I hope that there's investigations into the corruption of the FBI and DOJ under Trump or under the Biden administration. I hope that investigations into Biden and his family come forth. I hope that investigations into the corruption of media figures that went after Trump and generals that went after Trump. I hope that much of that stuff is released. It's made public to the people so they can see how corrupt the systems are. In addition to that, I hope that the border is secure, that we see border crossings remarkably low, that particularly the most violent criminals have been deported. Hopefully we have peaceful resolutions as much as possible in Israel, Palestine, and Ukraine. That would be nice. And I'd like to see people's earnings, real wage growth going up, unlike we didn't see under the Biden administration. I would like to see that. So it's not necessarily about the price of eggs dropping. It's about the price of eggs slowing down to an acceptable rate where people's wages catch up with it.
Okay, you said you're a single issue voter on the corruption. So hypothetical, if 2028 rolls around and the Republican nominee is like Nikki Haley, like an establishment type, but the Democratic nominee is like Nina Turner, like a person who's like a really far left, like I'm gonna fucking abolish the FBI, like get rid of the CIA type, like who do you vote for in that situation? Or maybe do you just not vote?
I would have to check into Nina Turner more, but if what you're saying is true, Nina Turner.
Interesting. Okay.
I would have voted for Bernie Sanders over Jeb Bush.
Right. Okay. And is there anything? I guess I already know the answer to this. So, is there anything that, if Trump fails to accomplish, you just would fully regret your vote for Trump?
I don't think I would regret if he fails. Regret. There could be things that he does that's beyond failure, but no. If he fails to do anything significant like his first term on corruption at institutions like the FBI, I still wouldn't regret voting for him over someone like Kamala Harris, who would have actively been part of an administration that would have further weaponized it. So if he failed in the extent that he decides that he's going to weaponize the FBI to go after conservatives, pro-life people, conservative parents at school board meetings, etc., I think the chances of that happening are remarkably slim to none. I don't know why he would go after his own people like that. But hypothetically, if he does that, then yeah, I would regret my vote.
Okay. And one thing that I think that what I am most concerned about from a left-wing I guess I don't even want to say I just generally speaking, there's probably a lot of people that are concerned about this, but I'm just really worried about 2028. And here's what I'm worried about, okay? Here's what I'm worried about. Mm-hmm. I fully personally believe that if Trump does what he says he's going to do, that he will be extremely deeply unpopular, and the whole Republican Party will be very unpopular, right? So, my assumption would be that if by the time 2028 rolls around and, we've already deported, 7 of the 11, 15, however many undocumented immigrants, million undocumented immigrants in the country, and we've done near universal tariffs on almost everything, 10, 20%, whatever. I think that things will just be bad enough that people will be really eager to vote for a Democrat. But let's just assume that happens. What I'm scared of is J.D. Vance or Don Jr. is the nominee in 2028. And then we see
Go ahead.
So what'd you say?
Yeah, no, that's good. I'm just thinking through the dates. Go ahead. The next presidential election.
Right.
Yeah, gotcha.
And so what I'm worried about is that the Democratic nominee, whoever that ends up being, ends up winning by, whatever, like a relative. It's just like, the Democrat won basically, right? And I'm worried that Trump, he does basically exactly what he did 8 years previous in 2020. It was totally fraudulent. It was totally fake. The election's fake. We're taking it to the courts. We're doing the alternative electors again. And J.D. Vance has already committed that he absolutely would have, just thrown out the electors and allowed the House to elect the president. And so what I'm worried about is that plan gets one step further and the House just like disregards the vote of the states and just elects, Vance or Don Jr., whoever the Republican nominee is. Mm-hmm. And then the court, which, could very well be 7-2, right-wing Supreme Court, basically just says, yeah, I mean, that's legal. You're allowed to do that under some interpretation.
No, I do. I'll be honest. I have a similar fear. I do. Like, I think that maybe something that you'd be like to see, and this would be fucking disaster for this country, is let's assume you're right, that it's not that popular, and then you're going into 2027. And so Trump's team decides what they're going to do is collude with a suspected Russian spy to get disinformation about his opponent being on beds that got pissed upon, then weaponize his FBI to illegally spy on his opponent, and then leak that information to the press routinely that all runs on that. That would be a disaster for this country. I don't know how we would survive that. So I'm with you. I share those concerns.
Well, yeah, I get what you're saying, obviously, but just ignore that for a second, right?
I just want to be clear.
Right?
Your wet dream here, first off, you're very optimistic that Democrats will become that popular again, as shitty as they are. I assume that
that's not really what I'm describing.
Well,
I'm not
what you're describing is that they're
going to
win. They're going to win with their strategy of, trust me, Elon did a Nazi salute. Good stuff. Right. Secondly, I don't really give a shit about...
That's not what I said at all.
Okay, but that's what the Democrats are doing right now. That's what the... Secondly,
I
don't give a shit what people like you that were completely fine with the Democrats' attempts to steal the 2016 election. I don't give a fuck about your fear-mongering. I don't care.
Well, I'm willing to talk to
right-wingers or left-wingers that called out the corruption that we saw. I'm willing to talk to them. I'm not willing to entertain your wet dream about this.
This isn't a wet dream. I'm asking you, like, if something like that happens, do you think that...
I will answer your question when you could show me your contemporaneous posting about the corruption going into the 2016 election, about the weaponization of the FBI against Trump. You show me your post, you show me your videos you did, I'll be more than happy.
Rob, is your position that...
My position is I don't give a shit about people like you that were more than happy with the weaponization to go after Trump, now saying, but wouldn't it be terrible if Trump does things that we think are anti-democratic? I don't.
Rob, I was 19 in 2016. I don't know if you were really thinking...
Did you stream the year before? Did you stream the year before that? Can you point me to any of your posts or stream when you were talking about the weaponization of Trump from the FBI?
Well, I'm trying to clarify your position. So your position is that you're not willing...
Yes.
Well, if I could just finish. So your position is that you're not willing to take a position.
Oh, no, I'll take a position.
A hypothetical.
Absolutely, I'll take a position on a hypothetical. If that hypothetical is coming from a person in good faith that cares about corruption. You are not. So I'm unwilling to entertain that.
I'm not sure with what evidence you would say that. But
are you aware of the corruption? Well, let's do it right now. Do you condemn the corruption of the FBI and their war to prevent Trump from winning the 2016 election?
It's not my understanding that there was a war to prevent Trump winning the FBI.
There you go. So there's where I'm getting my evidence. Your own words.
Rob, but there's a difference between having a genuine disagreement and just like not caring that corruption is occurring.
I do care that corruption has occurred. I have a disagreement that I think that you're bad faith, that you're okay with corruption when it's weaponized against Trump, and like every other Democrat that was okay with that. It's my opinion. Am I not allowed to be entitled to my opinion?
Well, you're allowed to say that you think I'm bad faith, but obviously I think
you are.
For instance, right? Like in 2020, what I described in the hypothetical in 2028. In 2020, this is like literally exactly what happened. Like Trump tried to get...
You could talk. You could sit here and talk. I don't give a fuck what you're saying. I don't care at all. It would be the same if you cheered for the assassination of Trump and then said, but Rob, what if Trump calls for the assassination of his opponents? I would say, I don't give a fuck that you have a question about that. I don't care. Bring someone on that's not bad faith, that cared about the FBI corruption going after Trump. I'll answer the question. I'm not going to answer for you. I don't give a fuck.
It just makes no sense to call me bad.
Like
faith on
if
this issue.
Destiny's
you don't
on
answer,
here and
that's
he's
fine.
like, Rob, what if hypothetically Trump slept with a chick and then filmed it and then released it to someone without their consent? What would you think about that? I'd say, Destiny, I'm not going to answer this question from you. See the point?
I'm not even talking about FBI corrupt. Like even if that's what
I
your
understand.
opinion is, this has nothing to do with FBI.
Yes, it has to do with
corruption at all.
corrupt institutions that were putting their thumbs on the scale of an election and affecting our democracy, which you are more than okay to cover for when it benefits
Rob,
your side.
you answered a question on corruption from Trump right off the jump,
That's
talking
right.
about the meme coin thing.
That's
I
right.
don't understand why that's.
I'm not going to enter.
I'm okay talking about corruption there, but not over
That's
here. Like,
absolutely
what's
correct.
the difference?
You asking me my opinions on what Trump's done good and what Trump's done bad is different than entertaining your hypothetical of fear mongering, which is really your intent. That you want to say, "Oh my God, what if Trump's?"
Why do you think I'm? Why do you think? I don't even. Do you think that in my view, I'm like, oh, I'm gonna convince Rob's audience to be scared of Trump by this. Like, this is probably something your audience has heard like 1,000. I'm just genuinely curious what your opinion is.
I don't. Well, I've told you what my opinion is, so you have my answer. I think that your goal, much like the goal of many of these Democrats, is to try to control the narrative and to
Why
constantly
do you think that,
fear-mongering
Rob? I'm not recording this. I'm not going to upload this for content. I know you as a person, and I'm genuinely curious what your opinion is. It has nothing to do with
content or anything. It has to do with a theme.
I'm not trying to control the narrative like that. It's not even functional that I'm able to do that within this capacity.
I'm giving you my opinion. You are following. You're right. You're probably not someone that's controlling the narrative in that you know that you're not like a big significant voice. You just follow along the example of the people that have done that, like a good little lemming. And what they've done is constantly fearmonger that Trump may do what they themselves have done and cheered for. And I'm not going to.
I'm not talking about what Trump made. Trump's already done this once, right? I think
was
it's
it your
reasonable to
entire
say,
hypothetical? I'm worried that in 2028 Trump will do blah 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 blah.
Well, if you want me to give you more evidence as to why I pretty much guarantee that he'll do this, then I could do that.
So
I mean, JD Vance explicitly said he would go along with this plot.
You could say that it's a hypothetical. First off, it contingents on Trump losing because everything's been so terrible, blah, 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 blah. It's a hypothetical. I'm not going to listen to people hypothetically talk about weaponization of our government or a destruction of democracy through tyrannical leadership that had nothing to say when there was a threat to our democracy and weaponization of our government through tyrannical leadership when it was directed at their opposition. You had nothing to say. Fuck you.
Yeah, I don't even. First of all, you don't have evidence that I didn't say that. You're just assuming that that's the case.
I asked you specifically, can you point to me, do you think that the FBI put their thumb on the scale corruptly going after Trump in the 2016 election?
We're talking about previous action, not what I said during the course of this conversation, right?
I asked you, and you said you didn't, and so we are talking about what you said in the course of this conversation.
Well, okay, well, let's just. I don't think that that's exactly right, but let's move on from there. Okay, if you don't want to answer any hypotheticals about Trump's corruption, then that's
not from you. Tell
up
someone
to
to call that's concerned about the corruption that was done against Trump, and then we'll have a discussion.
I mean, Rob, if you had any understanding of my full body of work, which I would not expect you to, I would expect you to understand that I have no problem calling out Democratic corruption when I think there's corruption. I just happen to have a honest, genuine disagreement with you as to the corruption of the FBI.
Was there corruption, any lawfare corruption against Trump?
Lawfare, no. Again, a genuine disagreement on the lawfare against Trump. For instance, an example of corruption that Biden did that I would agree with when he pre-pardoned like his entire family and Hunter Biden, I'd call that a form of corruption that I would condemn. And I said that, I tweeted it out, I have no problem.
Trump for trying to look into that.
The Democrats impeached Trump for trying to look into the pardon of Joe Biden.
No, for looking into the corruption of the Biden family that resulted in a pardon.
You're talking that wasn't what Hunter Biden got. But Hunter Biden did not get pardoned for his involvement with Burisma. He got pardoned on the gun charge and like the
right. I know that as someone that was okay with this corruption, you don't know the full story. Allow me to educate you. What happened was Hunter Biden was clearly selling access to his father, as has even been admitted in some of the court filings of the gun charge. This was swept up by the special counsel that was looking into Hunter, and they were going to give him a sweetheart plea deal because two whistleblowers from the IRS and a judge seemed to question this almost unprecedented plea deal that was getting, that would have basically given immunity, that would have only charged Hunter with crimes that were super benign. They had to go further. They decided, as I predicted, to only charge the gun charge because what they didn't want to charge was the FARA charges. Because the entire reason that they went after Trump in the first place was to cover up the fact that there was influence being sold through the president's family, or then the vice president's family. That's why the FARA violation was something that they were never going to file, because the American people would say, oh, Hunter Biden was illegally operating as lobbying for a foreign agency. Who was he lobbying to? And then all of a sudden the questions would have got hairy when it was prominent Democrats, including his father. And so they chose not to charge him with those things and give him a slap on the wrist of charges that would insulate the rest of the Biden family and the Democratic Party. Oh, it was just some drug addict with this one gun charge, which they then proceeded to pardon. They've also then proceeded to pardon 7, I believe, other members of the Biden family, further illustrating the corruption they had.
Rob,
it was Biden's DOJ
I've already
itself.
called out that corruption.
Was,
your point is that Econoboy's bad faith. He'll never call out the corruption of the Democrat.
That's
I've already called out
that's
said that is corrupt.
I understand you, like almost every other Democrat that covers up the corruption of the Democrats, will, when it no longer matters, call it out. So now that Biden's out, yeah, sure, you'll say, sure, he was corrupt there.
When would I possibly call out he pardoned his son in the lame duck? There was no other time to call that out, Rob.
Much like all these Democrats, it's not that you have an affinity for a specific politician. You hate Trump. And so you're willing to throw under the bus any specific politician as long as it means getting Trump. So what you won't do is call out the corruption against Trump. You'll say, Menendez took money from Egypt. That's corrupt. But you won't say, wow, the FBI had illegal warrants to spy on the Trump team. That's absurd. My God, what a huge scandal. While they were doing that, they had one of the lead agents talking about an insurance policy to prevent Trump from winning. Oh my God, that's terrible. These lawfare cases like the Bragg case against Trump, the 37 felonies, what a load of bullshit. You'll say, nope, all of those were legitimate. I don't see evidence of political corruption against Trump, even when we have a confirmation that the FISA warrants against his team, at least 2 of them were illegal. You'll say, I don't take a stance on that. But I will call out Joe Biden's corruption on unrelated things.
Because I do watch your content. Earlier in the stream, you talked about how Andrew Wilson had the genuine view that it is not possible to rape your wife.
Correct.
And you said, that is an abhorrent opinion. I totally disagree with it. But I don't think just because Andrew has that opinion that he's a terrible guy. Now, I kind of disagree with you on this, but I don't think Andrew's a terrible guy just because he has that completely abhorrent, completely dogshit, insane opinion.
Correct.
So what I'm saying is, okay, analog here, just one last sentence is, I have a genuine and deep and you might say insane disagreement with you, but I just think that's insane to be like, oh, well, you're just automatically bad faith, so I'm segregating the conversation I'm willing to have with you because I'm assuming that you have bad faith. When, I mean, Rob, honestly, I've never shied away from a question you've asked or been able to, I've always answered questions as honestly as I can on this stream. Like,
okay,
cool. I don't think you have much reason to say that.
Let's put a pin in this for a second. What percentage of Trump supporters are garbage?
Well, I've already said, I think probably about half of them have malicious reasons for voting for Trump.
Fuck you. You think half of the 80 million people? So you think 40 million people are garbage that voted for Trump?
I would say that probably 10% of this country, which equates to about half of the people who voted for Trump, they probably have what I would call immoral, malicious, malevolent reasons for voting for Trump.
What percentage of Kamala Harris's supporters were garbage?
The percentage of Kamala Harris supporters who have what I would call malicious, malevolent reasons for voting for her, I don't know. I mean, I would say less, obviously, I don't even okay. Give me an example. What would be a malevolent, malicious reason to vote for Kamala?
Want corruption to go after a disinformation council to censor people that disagree with her online?
Okay, so what percent of people? And I honestly don't know the answer. What percent of people who voted for Kamala do you think said, "I'm voting for Kamala because I want her to weaponize social media and the DOJ to go after political opponents"?
I'm not the one that said 50% of her supporters are garbage. That's you.
And here's the thing. My sense of things within the, I operate in a lot of Kamala crowds. I operate in a lot of Trump crowds between my political advocacy and my family personally, respectively. I don't really know many Democrats that are like, oh, I want the FBI to just start throwing my political opponents in prison and doing corrupt acts.
25% of Democrats polled said they wish that Trump would have been assassinated. 1/3 of Democrats in a YouGov poll said that one third of Democrats in a YouGov poll said that if parents didn't get the vaccine, that their children should be taken away from them.
So now that you've given me evidence, and I'll just take it to be true, Rob. I'll just take it to be true. a quarter of Kamala voters said I would be okay with Trump, or I actively want Trump to be assassinated, I'd say those are garbage people. There you go. Lock me in for a quarter of Kamala voters.
Why did you
I just have no
openly,
problem saying
Why
that.
did you speak openly about Trump supporters being garbage when it was in the news, but you never said anything about Kabbalah supporters being garbage? Never sought to investigate it.
The context of the conversation I was having was about Trump support. I have no problem saying that people on my side of the political aisle are bad or garbage.
But if you're saying that,
Rob, obviously
particularly when
that's
there's
the
being some amount of pushback, like, whoa, I'd hesitate to call them garbage, like someone like Pisco was saying when you said this on a stream, don't you think you would have said, oh, but of course there's Kamala supporters that are garbage too? But some of that slips your mind.
I mean, I have an incredibly terrible memory. I find it difficult to believe that I just didn't say anything with nuance in that regard. Like, I think oftentimes when I have that kind of conversation, what I say is, hey, to be fair, and I've said this to you, and I said this to you, I think even before the stream you're referencing, I have a view about morality that is able to be disagreed with, right? You know, for instance, I would say, hey, anybody who says I want to deport people because they're brown and I'm racist, right? Mm-hmm. It's like there's some percentage of people who say that, right? I would say that's really bad, but there's going to be some people out there that say, no, like that's not bad, or I actively agree with it. People can disagree about things, right? I mean, that's understandable.
Well, if you have a
it's
terrible
not like
memory,
I'm necessarily correct.
You have a terrible memory.
Right.
I already answered your question, and I don't give a fuck how much you're trying to no, trust me, I'm a trustful guy. Fuck you.
Well,
you're for the corruption.
Rob, you keep trying to corner me into like hypocrisy, and it's totally impossible to do.
You're full of shit. You were okay with the corruption against Trump. Fuck you. I owe you nothing.
I didn't say you owe me anything, Rob.
I don't owe you an answer. I've told you how much clearer could I be.
I didn't say you owe me an answer,
If you have
Rob.
a legitimate question about this that you would like answered, send me someone that you know that was concerned about the corruption against Trump and have them ask me this question in a genuine way. I'd be more than happy to answer. Not from pieces of shit like you that were okay with the corruption against Trump.
Rob, why do you think I'm a piece of shit? Like,
because
you do this
okay
every time we talk, and it makes no sense, Rob.
Then stop calling in. I don't know what to say.
It is completely insane to have this kind of attitude.
Maybe I'm garbage,
at the same
50% of the rest of the Trump supporters.
Well, I happen to think you're not one of the half that are garbage, right? But obviously you don't mind that. But
I don't mind.
Look, I just don't. Again, for the people who say that the Democrats demonize their opponents, I don't think. I deeply disagree with your voting decisions, your political ideology, all these things. I don't think I've ever said Rob is personally a piece of shit, bad faith, garbage person. But you have no problem saying that about your political opponent.
You said it about 50% of the people that vote for the person you don't agree with. And
Rob,
secondly, I'm not saying that you're a
Kamala voters are all perfectly moral people.
Secondly, it's not that I'm saying that I'm unwilling to talk
that's
to you
another one
or
of those
wish you ill or
hypotheticals I'm
anything
not
like
allowed
that.
an answer for.
I'm saying to you that you are okay with this weaponization, and therefore, much like almost every other Democrat I deal with that was perfectly fine with the weaponization against Trump and his supporters, you're now saying, but what if Trump, you are fine in the nature of, I think that the weaponization is evident, and you're saying that it didn't exist in your opinion, which means that you were okay. Were you okay with the lawfare against Trump? Were you okay with the Alvin Bragg case against Trump? Yes or no? You'll answer any question, right? That's what you said. Yes or no?
Give me the I'm not familiar with all these names. What's the
Alvin Bragg, the
case?
37 felonies case in New York.
Oh, the business documents case.
Yes.
I mean, from my reading of that case, I didn't have a big problem with the charges.
Cool.
Now, in terms of the 37 different, I don't know if it had to be 37, or if you could have compiled them, or maybe there's a misdemeanor versus a. I don't know, Rob. I didn't think that was the biggest issue.
Were you okay with the FISA warrants against Trump's team?
Again, you've read about this more than I have. I don't know. You have to give me.
So you didn't care to look into that obvious corruption. It didn't that actual corruption that happened that affected the 2016 and 2020 election. You didn't care to look into that, but you're very concerned about what might happen in 2028.
Rob, is your expectation that someone has a perfect knowledge of all issues? I mean, I'm sure that there's examples of pocketed corruption or things that you don't care. I mean, I could say, oh my goodness, look at this example and that example of this policy, that policy. You don't know anything. Isn't this an important issue? But I've never done that, nor have I ever said Rob's a piece of shit because he hasn't looked into this or that.
50% of voters are garbage. Got it.
Did I call you garbage, Rob? Did I call you garbage, Rob?
That you were a piece of shit on this issue of corruption. I don't give a fuck. You can sit here and wax and whine. I don't give a shit. I can't be more clear. Are you gonna cry? You gonna cry about it?
Rob, I'm not going to cry about
Okay,
it. You
ready to
seem
move
to have
on?
an inability
Ready
to
to
have a
move on?
conversation.
There is an
Now,
ability
Rob,
to have a conversation.
Rob, do you
My
think that-
belief is
Rob,
the evidence against corruption of lawfare and corruption against Trump is so evident that people that refuse to acknowledge it, but then say, but, what if Trump did something? I refuse to answer them. That's it.
Rob, do you think that 100% of Kamala voters are perfectly moral, perfectly righteous people?
No.
You don't think there's any... Okay, so what percent do you think are just like not morally good? They're garbage, you might say.
I didn't go on a stream defending the president
Rob,
of the
is
United
that a
States.
question you're refusing to answer as well? You
Was
can
I
just say that if you
was I
just don't want to answer.
Was I just answering and you interrupted me? Is that what happened?
You said
Is
you
that
don't
are you
know.
a victim now? Are you a victim now where you have to prevent someone from giving an answer because you don't like the answer and say, but you're not
No,
answering?
you're right, Rob. I'm
Okay,
the one
so
that's
you're gonna let me-
interrupting in this conversation.
You're
Please
gonna let me
answer.
get-
Go for it. I'll be
okay.
quiet.
I'm not the one who went on a stream trying to make excuses for the sitting president of the United States calling the opposition's voters garbage, who then said that roughly 50% of them would be garbage. So although I think that it is a genuine truth that any political party would have people within that voting base that might not be good people, I've not called large swaths of the voting base of any political candidate garbage.
Okay, so what percent of Kamala voters would you say are morally wrong?
I don't know.
morally
I
bad
haven't
people,
called them garbage.
Garbage people.
I don't know.
So
I don't have an
your
interest
position
like
is
you.
So you said 25% of Democrats said they support the assassination of Donald Trump. You don't think those are garbage people? You don't think that's morally wrong
I'm not
to say
going
that?
out of my way to call them garbage. Let's use an analogy of what this would be. What percentage of black people do you think are grotesquely immoral?
You'd have to give me some. How many
Just
black people
in
have
general.
committed
Tell
heinous
me,
crimes?
what percentage of black people are grotesquely immoral?
Well, again, you started by
Just
giving
say,
me some
yeah, in
statistics
fact,
about Democrats.
for the clip,
so you'd have to
for
give
the
me
clip,
some evidence
for the clip's
about black
sake,
people.
can you just start your saying, I, a Boy, think that blank percentage of the black community is grotesquely immoral. Go ahead.
Rob, I don't have any evidence to say one way or the other, right?
So
now,
you don't
Rob,
think
if you wanted to
so
say
you're
you
saying
don't have evidence
no
to
black
make that
people are-
moral judgment
you are
about
saying-
Kamala, that'd be one thing.
You're saying that no black people are grotesquely immoral? That's what you're saying?
Rob, you presented evidence that Kamala has
I presented
25% of her
evidence of
supporters
things that
who
Democrats have
supported
done.
Donald Trump being assassinated.
I presented a poll suggesting that things are said. The point is, I didn't go out of my way to, without any sort of provocation whatsoever, say certain percentages of groups of people are garbage. You did, right?
I made a proactive statement. What's wrong with that?
That's what I'm criticizing. So, for example,
Okay,
I
agree. Criticized
if you just came out, like you would acknowledge that at least some percentage of black people are garbage, correct?
Obviously, there's some black people who do things that I would say are morally reprehensible. Sure.
And so you would call them garbage. You would say there is a percent. Say I accountable say a certain some sort of percentage of black people are garbage. Go ahead.
There you go. I agree.
Okay, so then it'd be one thing if you're like, okay, if you're pressing me on that, that's one thing. It's another thing for you to just gleefully come out and say, hey, what's up, Pisco? So yeah, I think 25% of black people are garbage. Do you think that people would look at that and say, wait, what? What's this guy? And you'd say, well, isn't it true? Or isn't there a certain percentage of black people that are garbage? Isn't that true? People would be like, well, I suppose, but what the fuck are you doing?
Well, I could look up the evidence that I'm familiar with and send it to you, but I have reason to believe that percentage is reasonable, right? And so when you said, 25% of Kamala voters supported, they actively said, I want Trump to be assassinated, I'd say, yeah, those are probably garbage people. I don't have a problem saying that. That's evidence. I agree with it.
Your words, great.
So if somebody advocates for the assassination of Trump, you're not willing to say that is a morally reprehensible garbage person.
I'm saying that if Trump came out and called Democrats garbage, and I went on and said, yeah, 50% of Democrats are garbage, I could understand people saying like, wow, sounds like you're really digging in on that and adding fuel to the fire. And then me saying, but wait, you're saying that you wouldn't say that certain percentage of people are garbage? It's bullshit. Now, seeing as how we've hit a roadblock here, but you are willing to answer
I don't think we have.
Yeah, I'm not gonna. We have hit a roadblock. You're willing to answer anything, though, right?
I'm sure there's certain personal things I wouldn't want to answer on a public stream, but
not gonna be that. So, you're an orbiter of destiny.
Some people say so. Yeah.
What do you think of those allegations? You still going to work with them?
No, I don't plan on working with Destiny until some serious recompense has happened.
What about people that do work with Destiny?
Like, how would I work with someone who worked with Destiny?
That's in a business relationship with them and knows of these facts, believes them, but still going to work with them.
I probably would not work with someone like that. No.
So
I don't know what you mean necessarily by work with them, but I
would
don't.
you do a weekly show? Live and learn.
Well, are you under the impression that there are active business relationships between hosts of Live and Learn and Destiny?
Yes.
Okay, why are you under that impression? I don't understand.
It seems to me like Pisco is a co-host of a show where they have in person.
Pisco, and it's okay if you don't know this because he literally started his stream in the midst of your stream, but he announced literally tonight that he has no business relationship with Destiny going forward on account of these allegations.
But he did in the past.
Well, I mean, I've gone on Destiny. I haven't had a business relationship.
Okay, but you just made it sound like, well, Pisco never had a business with it. I was under the impression.
No, I'm not trying to make it sound like he has had. My understanding is he and Erudite and other people have had business relationships with Destiny. I don't know about Erudite. I don't know about Dan, but I know Pisco today said that his business relationship. The shows.
Right, I'm not accusing Erudite, Dan, Pisco, or anything. I'm just saying. I'm just asking questions about if. To me, it's one thing like. If Piers Morgan's like, hey, Rob, you want to do a panel on this? And I go on and Destiny's there. That's different than if I'm like, hey, let's do a Bridges podcast together every week. You understand those two things? I think it'd be unfair to blame person in scenario one, right? Because it's like, well, fuck, I didn't even know I agreed to do this thing and this person's there. That's one thing.
Well, I mean, I don't know to what degree that I can regulate people's behavior, but I can just tell you that, look, I don't have any business relationship. I don't plan on interacting with Destiny until I see serious recompense on account of all these allegations. I mean, I think that they're bad enough, not that you could never come back from such a thing, but I think that certainly there needs to be many proactive steps on the part of Destiny before I would be willing to, work with Destiny in the future.
Did you hear?
And I mean, that's a reasonable opinion.
So you've worked with Progressive Victory, right? Did you do the canvassing events?
I have never worked with Progressive Victory.
Oh,
no.
Okay. Did you do any of those canvassing events though?
I have never done a canvassing event with Destiny or Progressive Victory.
Okay.
Frankly, I'm too. It's not that I necessarily wouldn't have. Just to be clear, I just have never had the time. It's never been convenient to do so.
Okay. Did you? I only ask because I have no connection. Because those people. Did you ever hear rumors like this in the past? Is the only reason I bring that up.
No.
Okay.
I've never heard anything like this. I mean, the only thing I've ever, I guess I've known what everyone else has known about Destiny's personal life, the stuff he said publicly, but I didn't know anything like this. I don't want to say I'm a grass toucher, right? But, I work full time. I'm not exactly I make substantially less content than even you make. The best I can do now is write maybe an article a week on my Substack. So I've never been particularly involved with the interpersonal drama of, Progressive Victory or any of these guys.
Like, this is the thing. Like, there are certain allegations that are worse than others. I'm not even saying, like, I think there is an argument to be had, if only the Pixie allegations are true, that you could say, I'm still going to stick it out with Destiny. And that doesn't necessarily make you the world's worst person, because you might say, I think he's really remorseful. Right. I think this is a heinous action, but it doesn't rise to the level of completely canceling. I think that if I continue to work with him, he has a better chance of not relapsing into behavior like this. I think any of those are defensible. The question I had is for people, and this is something that I hope to get to ask Pisco at some point, people that were aware of the allegations and believe them, and that part's important. Because if you just hear a rumor about someone, especially if it's someone that you're interacting with, you have a tendency to paint it in the best possible light.
I'm sure there's a lot of rumors about Destiny going on at any given time.
Right.
Sure.
So, like, despite you being a piece of shit on the corruption stuff,
Right.
I would, if someone said, hey, did you hear this rumor about a convoy doing this really shitty, like, a sexual deviant thing, I'd be like, yeah, I tend to not believe that. That seems out of character for what I know. Now, I'm biased because I've interacted with you, It could be that you're a monster and I just don't know it. But I don't blame people if you just hear a rumor and you're like, because that's hardly actionable. And fuck, a public figure like Destiny, you're going to hear tons of rumors, right? That's one thing. What troubled me was hearing people talking about this like, well, we've known this to be true for 2 months. Mm-hmm. That's different because that's not just a rumor. That's like, oh, we knew this Pixie girl was an associate of of Destiny's, and she was threatening to kill herself, and we believe that Destiny did release these vids without her consent. So if that's you, which it's not you, but those people that knew of this, but continued to work with Destiny, that are now saying, I'm not going to work with him. That's what I question. And do you understand why?
You, of course, I think would have reason to question that. Yeah.
But why? What would be the reason?
Because you might think that someone does not have a genuine principle with regards to Destiny's conduct, and rather they're just trying to save face.
Correct. Because now that it's public and there's a public backlash,
right?
That it's like, if it's just a moral stance. Now I think it's weird because people are like attacking me like in Destiny's community because I made comments like this. They're like, oh, you fucking trying to cancel Destiny. That's not even what I'm saying. In fact, I would have to think long and hard. I'm not anytime soon going to do a video with Destiny, but I'm going to tell people right now, it's bad. It's fucking horrible. It is. And if the allegations Cherry's making's true, that's even worse. If he recorded people without their consent and then gave the video without consent, that's worse, right? So don't get me wrong, but I'm not guaranteeing 100% I would say that this is completely irredeemable, that I would never talk with Destiny again. You know, I don't think that he should be banned from YouTube or anything like that. You know,
I mean, I think you'd have reason to question that. I mean, obviously there could be a rational explanation for why that might be happening. Like, obviously, so just to be clear, I don't know. Obviously, we don't have complete information. I certainly haven't watched or read like everything there is to read about this. Because again, you know, both you and I are both grass touchers. We probably don't have the time.
Right.
But anyway, my understanding, like take Erudite as an example. She was kind of working in the background, like between Pixie and Destiny, and you know, she was kind of trying to mediate. And I think that, well, if you're genuinely trying to come to a resolution and keep things private, which seems to have been a goal of Erudite and Pixie for a certain period of time, I don't know that that's a big deal to continue that business relationship essentially in the interim while you're trying to figure things out.
There's a lot of points that you made there. Like, so first, there's the idea of the people that knew and believed these allegations but didn't go public. I don't have a problem with that at all. If the victim in any of these situations doesn't want things to go public, for two reasons you shouldn't go public. One, you should prioritize their wishes. But second, if you do, let's say this hypothetically happened. Let's say like Pisco or Erudite or Turkey Tom, whoever, right? They're like, oh, these allegations is terrible. Listen to what Destiny did. Then let's say Pixie talks to Destiny and they come to some sort of arrangement. Look, I'll pay you money to not talk, or he apologizes, she accepts, right? Then all of a sudden she comes out publicly, is like, no, this is bullshit. You know, Turkey Tom's video is bullshit. I consented, or it wasn't a big issue. Now that person that went public looks like a total fucking asshole, right? That's why you keep your mouth shut when it comes to public unless the victim wants to go public. I even think that President Sunday, who released the first video, he painted Pixie in a very bad light, like basically implied she's faking suicide and shit for money. That's fucked up. I mean, I'm not saying that's beyond the realm of possibility. It could be true, but come on, that's going to be your takeaway? You're going to say that? That's fucking crazy. So I don't have a problem with someone like Erudite, presumably, if I take her face value, just like, look, I'm talking to Pixie, and Pixie's like, I don't want this shit to go public. I don't think that's a problem at all. You might say, well, you don't go public, but maybe you contact law enforcement or something like that. But I don't have a problem with the not going public. So that's step one. So I'm not accusing, anybody that's like, well, if you knew about this, you had to say something publicly. My issue is the people that knew it, but then continue to act with that.
You might have information I don't have. A question for you: is there evidence that there are people who, they knew and genuinely believed this, and they had the consent to be public about this, and they just chose? There's not even that many people who have
because
business
no one had a consent to go public, because the only victim that people knew about that was public, that was basically saying that they were a victim, was Pixie, and she didn't go public until President Sunday released the video. And she asked people not to go public. So my understanding is, at the time that this became public, everybody that knew it was true was basically under the impression we're not supposed to talk about this publicly, not because of Destiny, but because Pixie, the victim, which I find to be the moral thing to do. So I'm not accusing Erudite of that. Right. And I'm not accusing Erudite of anything. I just have questions.
Well, she's just an example.
Right.
I mean,
the DM showed that she's facilitating this back and forth between them. And it looks bad because it looks like she's going to Pixie and she's like, hey, what if Destiny gave you this money and you just didn't go public with this shit? But Erudite's explanation I'm willing to entertain, and it sounds reasonable, which is, but that's because Pixie started off with she was talking about self-harm and said the last thing she wanted was for it to go public. So Erudite's entire position was, everything I say is going to be under that auspices of what can we do to achieve your goal of this not being as public as possible, because and this makes sense, by the way.
Well, and also, but there's one thing I think, and my sense of things could be wrong here. You might have access to more information than I do, or not access, but you might have reviewed more information than I have. My understanding is that Pixie also didn't want people to cancel that. I don't even know that Pixie wants people to sever their relationships with.
Well,
Destiny.
that's irrelevant to me, but maybe so. She said that she.
Okay, well, that's not. I'll just say that is not necessarily irrelevant to me. Now, I'll say that even though my understanding is that Pixie doesn't necessarily want people to cut Destiny out of their lives, I have chosen that I'm just going to take a break at the very least, and I need to see some serious steps forward before I'm willing to interact with Destiny in the future. But that's my personal decision, and I don't think that I'm putting Pixie in an awkward position by doing. I'm not even involved in this.
If you're friends with Pixie, it's one thing. If she says, I don't want you hanging out with Destiny, I guess that's one thing. As someone who's just making a decision, as someone who's an acquaintance of Destiny, who, and I've never met Pixie, and I'm sure there's a lot of people like that have worked with Destiny that have never met Pixie. I don't think that her saying, I would prefer you don't interact with Destiny would influence me any shape or form. If I thought...
Well, I'm talking about really the opposite. If she says, if she were to, okay, for instance, right, if she were to say, I don't even know the example. If she were to say, hey... Erudite, and I haven't read every text. If she were to say hey, Erudite, it's not a big deal. Continue being Destiny's assistant, or I don't even really know what Erudite does for Destiny exactly.
That shouldn't influence Erudite's opinion. The other way I could see, if Erudite theoretically would come to the conclusion, which she did, was, wow, this is bad. I believe it, but I'm still willing to continue a business relationship with Destiny. If she's made that evaluation in her head that morally she thought he was redeemable and he was contrite and blah, blah, blah. I don't think if Pixie would have said, but don't, or let's say the opposite, right? Or if Pixie says, but I don't want you to do a business relationship with Destiny anymore. I can see maybe because Erudite's an acquaintance of Pixie's, that might affect it. But if it's the opposite, if Erudite says, these allegations are so disgusting, I'm not going to work with Destiny anymore, and Pixie says, no, go ahead and do it, I think Erudite would have to be like, no, I'm sorry. Even though you have no desire for me to cancel this business relationship, I find this so repugnant, I can't do it. So I don't think in the way you're saying it would influence. But nonetheless, then getting back to what my questions with Erudite is, if she came to the conclusion, I think Destiny is contrite, and I think that he's trying to make amends, and he's going to be a better person, and he's a good person other than this, but, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so that's why she decided to keep her business relationship. And she knew about this in December, and she's done Bridges podcast several times with Destiny since, right? Okay, I can understand being pissed about that, people being pissed about it, right? But whatever. But to me, the problem becomes once she says, but now I'm putting our business relationship on hold, now that it's been made public. So what's the explanation? And she hasn't answered. She responded to me and said, yes, I agree these questions need answered, but I've had bad internet reception, and I'm busy. Which seems, I don't know. Come on, that doesn't seem like
she
the
did.
best.
She did. I don't know that she can talk to. She did a whole rundown with Turkey Tom that was hours long, and she answered all of his questions.
But she did. But he didn't ask these specific questions, and that was actually before her statement came out. Her interview with Turkey Tom.
I didn't watch the whole thing. So you're saying he didn't ask anything to the effect of why did you continue your relationship?
No, he did. He asked that, but that interview, even though it was released after Erudite's statement, was filmed before Erudite's public statement, right? So she says basically like she says in her public statement, I thought Destiny felt bad and he wanted to make amends, blah, blah, blah. All right, I can accept that. What's changed now? Right? Well, there's two possible things. What she's going to say has changed is the allegations of Cherry, because those are more significant. Which, okay, fair enough. But would she have put the business relationship on hiatus had Cherry not made these allegations? And then, if her explanation is, I thought the reason I stuck it out with Destiny was I felt that he was remorseful, that wouldn't there be more questions you would ask? Like, just you. If you're like, wow, this is a really fucked up thing, I'm going to confront my business associate here. And you confront them and you say, this fucked up thing happened. What do you have to say for that? And he said, man, I'm really sorry, and blah, 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 blah. In this particular situation, there would have been more questions that immediately came to my mind. Like, what's a question you could think of that you would ask?
Like if one of my good friends got in some shit like this, I guess I don't know.
Like the first thing I would ask is, did you do this to anyone else? Right?
Oh, is this like a one-off? Yeah, I mean, maybe that would come to mind.
Is this like a pattern? Is this because? And here's why that question's very important. There's like 4 people in the actual public leaked videos now, right?
I don't know the number. I know about Cherry.
There's
and Pixie.
more than
Those
Pixie.
are...
I mean, there's at least a guy that was involved with Destiny that was released. You know, probably shouldn't laugh about it, but you know what I'm saying.
It sounds like you know more than me. I'm just.
All I'm saying is you acknowledge that there were more people than just Pixie that were partners of Destiny in these tapes that were released.
You
didn't know there's a video of Destiny blowing a guy?
I mean, again, it's like I heard it, but I don't know that that's the case, right?
Well,
again,
nonetheless,
I'm not
Erudite would be aware that there were more people, right? Erudite would be aware, and so it would stand.
Well, it's a question of timeline. To your point, it's a question of like when was she made aware?
Well,
and like I don't know.
I assume, being a business associate of Destiny, she probably, as soon as these videos leaked publicly, had some sort of conversation. Then once she talked to Pixie, and then she talked to Dan. All I'm saying is it would have been immediately aware to anyone in the know that there were multiple partners that were released in these videos. And so now once you realize that at least one of them, that Destiny's explanation is going to be like, well, I didn't leak them publicly. What happened was I gave them to a third party, and then that third party got hacked, and it got released publicly. And now you find out, but at least one of those partners in Pixie didn't give consent. The very next question I would have is, the other people that are in that film with you, did you have their consent to send that video to a random chick?
So what's your point? I don't.
Okay.
What point are you getting at?
The point is, if you're erudite and your explanation for the reason that you were going to maintain a business relationship with him is you think that he's apologetic and he's going to make amends, wouldn't you have done your due diligence to make sure of that by saying, like, were there other people? You would have asked follow-up questions. You wouldn't just say, if I find out that if me and you work at a company, you know, we work at a fucking restaurant, and I see you reach in and grab $20 out of the till, right? And I confront you and I say, this is something grotesquely immoral. I can't deal with you anymore. But then I say, well, I'm willing to hear you out. And you say, I took that $20. I immediately, before I made a decision of whether or not that you were going to be a changed person, would say, did you ever do it again? Or do it in any other situation?
Had you done it before?
Right. Have you done it before?
I'm not saying it's unreasonable for you to have that instinct. I mean, I'm, my one big emotional stream I was talking about how difficult a lot of social situations are for me now. Obviously, I've never had a situation like this. I only say that to mention that I truly have no idea how I would react. I know for a fact that I would say, look, well, actually, I did actually go through something not entirely similar, but something somewhat similar when I was a teenager. Not involving me. This was like kind of analogous, actually, now that I think of it, where a friend had done something completely heinous, and I just immediately cut him off immediately. And anybody who was friends with that guy, I was like, look, you can be friends with him if you want. I will never be in the same room with this guy for the rest of my life. So that's how I reacted. But to predict like how I would question I don't know if I would. I mean, I didn't question that person I didn't ask had you done this to other people or anything. I said, that's all I need to know. You're done.
Again, but you were involved in a hefty financial adventure with these people, right?
We were
and
right.
You're
we were
not
teenagers.
Someone like the other thing. There's other things going for and against Erudite. I don't know which way you'd look at it. It's just added context. Like Erudite is someone who I believe, according to some of the things she's saying, is like she's some sort of counselor, or she's counseled people in the past that are suicidal, and she's worked with victims of things like this, right? So this isn't just like you, some guy and your friend in high school did something shitty and you're like, oh, this is your friend Pixie, who's told you that they're going to kill themselves, and your friend Destiny, you're entangled in a business relationship with, and you know that there's going to be public scrutiny when this comes forward, and you know that, like, this is something. How are you going to look this guy in the face and have a business relationship with him if you think that what he done is heinous? And I'm going to take Erudite at her word that she does think it was heinous, but you're willing to give him a chance. Like, at that point, you would ask the obvious questions, right?
I don't know, but I don't know that I would. I'm just not sure how I'd react in such a situation.
You would at least answer why you didn't ask those questions.
Yeah, I'd want to think about. I'd want to answer that question. I don't know if Erudite's answered that question or anything. Again, I truthfully just haven't been catching up.
I understand that, but I'm just giving you where I'm coming from, right? And then the other thing is, like, actually, I'm going to keep this one in my back pocket. There's another question I have regarding what are, but I if I announce and it's made public, then it'll make an answer. If there is duplicity, that would make an answer easier. But that's it. If Erudite's explanation is, I was willing to stick with Destiny, and then I heard the cherry shit, and that's a bridge too far. And now I'm going to put shit on hiatus until we get to the bottom of shit.
I mean, look, what I'll say is,
I don't think that's monstrous necessarily. Now, people can make their own conclusions, and it looks bad. And here's the problem. And this is not fair, but I understand this. When you're talking about, like, it's anything, right? Like, if there is a person, that there's a power dynamic. And in this case, the power dynamic is Erudite. I'm not trying to make any criticism of her streaming career or anything like that, but let's be honest, the majority of those viewers are coming from Destiny. The majority of the money that's going to come is going to come as a result of Destiny being involved. And fairly or unfairly, when that's the case, and you stand behind someone, people are going to go for money because it benefits you. That's why you're doing it. And if let's assume Erudite did nothing incorrect, sucks for her that people are going to assume that. But she's smart enough to know that people are going to assume that. And so, I think that she should do a better job of, like, getting ahead of some of these answers, because it seems like it's just like, well, people, her explanation of, like, people are just assuming the worst about me, but here's some, Pixie's the one who didn't want it to go public, blah, blah, blah. Like, that's all well and good. But I think that, like, there are more significant questions that people need to ask instead of just being like, she's guilty, she's shitty, or nope, that's good enough for me. Like, okay, you've given an explanation. Now let's ask some details.
Well, I'm open to look. Here's what I'll say. I'm not particularly close with Erudite. We've only had positive interactions, though. I've only had good experiences with Erudite, both just interpersonally and from what I've seen of the stuff that she's done, creating content and whatnot. I mean, of course, there's things that we probably disagree on, but
sorry.
I'm open to the possibility that Kyla did something wrong, or that something that I would say is wrong, or that she should have done this or that, or something that might have been better to do. But I don't have enough information to say one way or the other, and I haven't followed this closely. I followed it closely enough. I followed it closely enough to know that what Destiny did was completely terrible and inexcusable. And until I'll just be repeating myself, but how bad is it? Like, what do you mean? Like, on a scale of 1 to Hitler?
Yeah, well, I mean, like, it's uncomfortable to talk about, but I mean, I think that there's, like, it is interesting to think about, like, clearly from the perspective of someone that you trust. It's worse because it's someone that was friends with him, that trusted. My God, this wasn't germane to it at the time, but his associate loaner box, it's now his girlfriend. Oof. Talk about fucking awkward, right? That's brutal.
Well,
that's
you're
fucking
asking.
Brutal.
I just don't understand that. You're asking, like,
just
literally on a scale of 1 to 10, how bad is it?
It's not necessarily that, but I'm just saying, like, for example, like, it doesn't rise to the level of sexually assaulting someone. It's not that bad, right? I think you would agree with that.
Okay. I mean, sure. Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that's, like, I think that at some point, obviously, I think that the people that are victims, their well-being comes first. I think that's clear. But I do think that it's worth at some point down the road of being like, is this irredeemable? Is this something that's so bad that it's like, my goodness, this guy's a monster that could never, or is this something that like you could blame on an addiction of some sort and say, maybe if this guy gets help, things could turn around? Or is this something that you're like, look, man, let's...
Well, what do you think? I mean, do you think this is something like completely irredeemable, could never come back from it?
No.
I mean, I don't,
if I'm honest.
okay.
There are factors that make it much worse. But,
Sure.
and
I mean,
and
yeah.
this is going to make me sound bad, so I'm not doing myself any favors here. But I'm just going to be brutally honest with people. There has been at least one time in my life where I've been at a party and someone I knew showed me pictures of a woman's breast and was like, this is a chick I hooked up with last night.
Sure.
Now, that's not the same level for several factors. This wasn't necessarily an acquaintance of mine as it wasn't as someone I knew. Right.
You didn't really consent to that, and they just
That's
showed
right.
it to
Well,
you.
yeah, I don't think I did anything more. I was like, what the fuck is this? Right. A video is worse than a picture. It is. It just is. Right. Like a video performance.
There's something about a video that's worse than a picture, I would say. Yeah.
Unfortunately, it got released to the public. So it'd be the equivalent if that guy showed me that picture and then I took a picture of it and then went to my X feed and said, check out this, right? That would make it worse. Even though that guy's moral culpability is probably the same, it becomes more tragic and more victims because it got made public. So there's a bunch of factors, and Destiny being older, he's not like a teenager, and
he should know better.
There's a power dynamic, right, where these are young girls that he's with that are orbiters of his that maybe they think for whatever reason, the clout, or maybe just they're swooned by him because he's popular or whatever. I don't fucking know. But all of it seems to make it worse. But the central theme of that is how many guys or women have seen nude photos of a friend's hookup? I bet it's more than we care to admit. And
I'm sure there's probably a lot of people out there who have shared, sexually explicit imagery that they've received in confidence, but they've shared that without those people consent.
That's right. I'll bet there's women that do it too. I bet there's women that be like, hey, look at this guy, that I hooked up with. I don't know. But all I'm saying is, like, it's easy, especially for someone like me. I mean, I'll straight up tell you, fuck Destiny. Well, I care. We disagree politically. I think the shit he said about Trump's assassination was fucking heinous, Right. So I'm not fucking carrying water for fuck, he's blacklisted me, so I don't have to carry water for the dude. So it's easy for me to just be like, fuck this guy, bury him, forever. But I'm just trying to be as honest as possible. Like, where does this fall? I mean, for me, I think it's pretty fucking bad. The accusations that Cherry made, that may be straight up irredeemable. If he is not only giving videos away without consent, but filming people without their consent, that's fucking brutal and arguably a felony. That's really bad.
Now, I don't know. What I don't. This is I genuinely don't know. Obviously, your chat's like, it kind of always feels like he doesn't know anything. I just look. I have a limited amount of
thought you were
space
calling
in my
in to
brain.
talk about this, and I also thought that you, as someone who's closer to the community, maybe had heard shit about this. So that's the only reason
No.
I even
Look,
brought it up.
Yeah.
And I was
mean,
fucking with
don't.
you because you said you would answer anything. So I was like, okay.
No. I mean, I don't mind talking about this. Obviously, it's a public issue, and people have been asking me about it. But I'm just generally speaking very anti-drama. Like I found, like in my survey of Destiny's online career, there's just like so much interpersonal orbiter drama. And now just to be clear, I do not think this is petty drama. Right. This is clearly very serious.
Right.
But for the most part, like it's like, man, these people are just very immature, and I just have no interest in like the bullshit drama that they're going through, right? And so I just don't really find myself getting personally involved or like I'm not like reaching out to Pisco and being like, what's going on here? Like I'm just I just like don't
full disclosure. And I'd still by the way, just to give you a little taste of this, I don't know if you knew this. When the worst thing Destiny said about the assassination attempt wasn't making fun of Corey Competore. Now to some people that's gonna be the worst. If you're Corey Competore's family, then yeah, that's obviously the worst thing, right? You're your family member died and this fuckhead streamer's making fun of him. That's terrible. But I do think that there's an argument to be had that that was a joke. And even though it was worse than the jokes Destiny was criticizing, he has a point that there were people on the right that were gleeful about Paul Pelosi being attacked or that made jokes about George Floyd, etc. Now, what Destiny did was worse. But joke's a joke. I could write that off as a joke. The worst thing he said was when Pisco went on and asked Destiny, listen, you could tell me, man, you didn't want that bullet to kill Trump, did you? And Destiny's response is, well, I don't know if I could say because of terms of service, but I will say the worst thing that could happen was him shooting and missing. And to Pisco's credit, he was like, oh, no. And like kind of went at Destiny a little for this. Now, I talked to Pisco about this, and I said, look, there's a difference when Piers Morgan asked Destiny, will you call this out? Will you condemn it? And Destiny's response, and people were pissed about this, and it optically looked bad for Destiny, where he was like, nah, basically, fuck you. I don't owe you anything. And I told Pisco, I said, I actually understand that mentality because that's how I feel about Pisco. If Pisco says to me, Rob, will you condemn Trump trying
That's how you feel about me.
Right. That's exactly what I'm
Right.
saying. So when Pisco would say to me, Rob, will you condemn Trump getting illegal FISA warrants to spy on his opponents? And my answer to Pisco is, fuck you. And then Pisco went and told everyone, Rob won't condemn it. Now, I would condemn it, but I ain't going to condemn it to Pisco. Fuck him. Who said of the illegal fines and warrants against Trump, well, it's regrettable. So fuck him. He didn't think it was a big deal. I don't give a shit. I don't want to hear him wail and gnash his teeth over a hypothetical that the other side do what his side did and he didn't think it was that big of a deal. So fuck him. That's how I feel about it. That's how I feel, fairly or unfairly to you. I don't give a fuck to anyone that's a Democrat that I've debated that hasn't spoke up against corruption of Trump that now wants to talk about, but what if Trump's corrupt? I don't care. I don't care what they say about it. That's how I feel. So I get that. I understand that about Destiny, like having that same feeling with Piers Morgan. But he had no excuse to have that feeling about Pisco. And so that was where, and you know, I actually, that troubles me. I tried to give Destiny the benefit of the doubt of that. And I thought recent comments he's made about, he was on the right side of the Luigi guy that assassinated. But then when asked, well, wait a minute. Your tone seemed to be different with Trump, and he starts talking about Trump being objectively evil. It starts to make me not want to give Destiny the benefit of the doubt on that assassination comment of Trump. Not the jokes, but the question of whether or not he wanted Trump really dead. And I don't want to associate with someone that I'm debating that may or may not want me or the person I'm voting for assassinated. I don't want to talk to them. To me, there needs to be a mutual agreement that we're not going to cheer for violence against each other and each other's parties before we can have any sort of discussion. And if I'm not comfortable that that's not part of the discussion, then I don't want to participate. So that's where I've been with Destiny. And so for all this shit to come up, you know, that my interest in it was less about Destiny because I don't really talk about him and more about someone like Pisco or someone like J-Stock that I've talked to or someone like Erudite I've only talked to once or twice. But it was like, what's their position in this? Because I may very well end up on a panel with those people, or you know, I might talk to Pisco again. I don't know. I would say the chances of me talking to Pisco have gone up if he's disassociated with Destiny, because I think one of the reasons he didn't want to talk to me is because Destiny dissuaded him from doing so. And I think Pisco's weighing his options of understanding being Destiny's sidekick's more beneficial than other sort of ventures, and so. But you know, that's it. And I just think it's funny that, you know, a reaction I'm getting from a lot of the Destiny community is like, well, fuck you, you voted for Trump, he's a rapist. It's like, okay, whatever. You know, and then that's just like, Rob's trying to cancel Destiny. Does it sound like I am? I was just asking questions that I thought, and Erudite don't owe me shit. Erudite might as well come out and tell me, like, go fuck yourself, man. I don't owe you anything. But
I don't get the sense that you're, I don't get the sense that you're trying. I mean, there are certainly some people that are taking a victory lap,
right?
You know, like, oh, great, you know.
But here's the thing, right? There are people publicly on my X account that are like, oh, of course you would be doing this. And I even said, I was like, I don't think Erudite owes me shit, but I think the questions I'm asking, her audience would be interested in, and maybe Destiny's audience, and maybe Pixie's audience. That's all I'm saying. I'm not even trying. There is a little bit of a gotcha, one little gotcha, not much. But I just would be interested to hear what you said, so I'm not going to disclose that. But basically just like, okay, I'm trying to be as objective as possible. I'm trying to not be like, haha, fuck all these lefties, let them bury each other. And so just as
Yeah,
like,
I don't know. I mean, I think the hypothetical, I mean, like if, obviously, look, if you have knowledge, if somebody has knowledge or like credible reason to believe that this is like a widespread, long-standing issue that Destiny's had, and they just basically said like, well, I don't give a shit about that. All I care about is the DGG paycheck, getting cashed. I mean, obviously that's pretty fucked up. And then with regards to,
but you understand that's not how it works. People find reasons to make
they might rationalize it,
right.
But whatever. Like reducing it down, like it's clearly not okay. And then, but I think that then there's a second scenario where it's like, okay, well, you were saying like, oh, Erudite knew about the Pixie thing, but then she didn't do like proper due diligence with regard to like questioning Destiny. In that regard, I don't, even if that is true, like I don't know that that's like a moral failing. I don't know that is
what it is on its own not. Like, let's say I'm clairvoyant and I could see inside Erudite's head, and she just dropped the ball, and she really is staying with Destiny in this business relationship and continue to do shows with them, knowing this, not saying anything public, which I understand already said why she didn't say anything public. But now she's taking a step back, and you can see in her mind, and it's literally all legitimate. It's like it had nothing to do with the business relationship. Still, I think that she needs, for her own reputation, to answer that, right? Because it to me, it's a glare. Not many people are looking at it. And like maybe because the way I'm used to debating with politics and stuff, maybe I look at things a little differently. But right out of the gate, if she's like, I hear this terrible thing about this person I'm in a business relationship with, and I stand to lose a lot of money if that business relationship fails, but I'm going to continue to proceed with this business relationship because I really believe that he's contrite, even though I think it's really heinous. I think that it's pretty obvious that I don't think Erudite's dumb. I think that she would be like, well, what more? Or is this it? Is there anything more? Right? And that's, before you forgive someone, you need them to be totally honest with you. And if you're willing to work someone out because you think that they're being transparent, then I think you would ask those questions. No, maybe she did. I don't know. But that's why I just asked questions and everyone assumed like, oh, Rob's trying to cancel Erudite. Not really. I was honest, was like, it looks fucking bad. It looks like someone who's standing behind a guy because she's making a lot of money. That's what it looks like. But it's not necessarily the case. There could be an explanation. That's it. And I just think it's funny that it's like, people are like, well, you're trying to cancel Destiny. You're trying to cancel. It's like, I don't think so. If anything, it should be fucking canceled for that assassination shit,
I don't know if I don't know if your effort or anyone's particular effort is going to like push Destiny over the edge of cancel. I mean, I think it's like,
of course.
It just kind of speaks for itself
right.
at this point, right? I mean, but obviously, I don't think you're on like. I mean, I think there's like Mike from PA who's like ultimate like literally his title on his stream was like, I just saw it today in my Twitch recommended. It was like, fuck, I have it in a DM. Let me, because I sent it to somebody and I was like, this is just the most ridiculous stream title. It was, more women accuse Destiny than how fascism comes to America. So, in Mike's mind, it's like,
coming up,
Destiny got canceled, then we'll talk about fascism. Like, it's like, what are your priorities here, brother?
There are people taking victory
I don't know.
But listen, I mean,
but I don't know that that's you.
Destiny,
but
Destiny and his community would have, you'd think for a second if fucking some crazy story about Hassan came out that they wouldn't be like, oh,
Yeah, I'm sure.
That's the game.
Yeah,
listen, I've tried to stay out of that game. I mean, listen, I'm a fucking assertive, aggressive prick. I get that. But with two exceptions, I don't think I've ever made shit like into the personal. It's like, I'll be like, fuck your take. I think your dog should take. I think this is bullshit. But that's it. I'm not like, I heard Econoboy and his girlfriend broke up. I wonder what happened there. Like, I don't give a fuck. Like, I just don't. Or, Econoboy's job. I wonder what, like, I don't give a fuck about any of that. It's like, to me, we're keeping it into the realm of the discussion, and I might say, fuck you, you're a piece of shit, but that's different than personally attacking. I can't tell you how many times I've interacted with Destiny, even before him and his wife broke up, and people were like, call him a cuck, say this, that, and I'm like, I don't fucking care. And then once his marriage broke up, people were like taking victory laps. And I was like, I kind of feel bad for both him and his wife because divorce probably sucks a lot. So I'm not going to fucking do victory laps over that. I think there's a sort of expectation that if you're the type of person that gets involved in that, then you know, turnabout's fair play. If you're willing to roll in the mud, when you fall in the mud, people are going to make fun of you, you know? So I think that Destiny, because of all of the different drama he's been involved with, that's more than just Rob's a piece of shit with his political takes, but it's like relationship stuff and stuff like that. Then you have to expect that it's going to come back if something bad happens with you. And, you know, I really, sure. And it's what I tell Andrew Wilson, you know. Andrew, a lot of what he does is talking about not liking other people's relationships, open relationships or whatever.
Right.
So you have to understand that people are then going to attack your relationship, right?
Yeah.
Whereas, like,
you get what you give.
Right. Like someone like me and you that, to my knowledge, has never done that. I think it'd be absurd if, like, all of a sudden me and you're debating and I'm like, you're a piece of shit on this corruption stuff. And you're like, yeah, well, your fucking wife sucks. And it would be like, whoa, what the fuck is that? Like, that seems... Now, the only two times... Well, I guess it's only one time. I thought it was crazy that Pisco thought when I put lawyer in quotation marks that somehow he identified that as a personal attack on, you know, trying to dissuade people from using his... I don't know, fucking prank. I didn't mean it that way. I meant that I thought I beat him in an argument and I thought it was funny. Whatever. So I haven't done that. What I have did, and I know it pissed him off, was I alluded to it, but I didn't do it. I promised him I wouldn't do it anymore. I said, I haven't seen you this pissed off since someone put your job title in quotation mark. That pissed him off again. I was like, Jesus, I can't even pick on it in that sense. But that's it. That's the only time I can think of. I guess there was a time I brought up a shitty relationship with another streamer. That became public.
I mean, I get your point. I don't know. You know, I get your point. I mean, I think, you know, with regards to like erudite and like what questions she needs to be answering, you know, all I'll say is that, you know, I obviously in some sense, like it would be nice if I could just like create content full time and like I wouldn't have to do a regular job and like that'd be really stress free, or like it would be. I mean, maybe it would be preferable. I don't really know honestly, but I want to create content full time, but. You know, it's kind of nice being kind of a small content creator because I've got my like, you know, my couple thousand people that'll watch the videos I upload and a few hundred people that'll watch the articles I write or they'll read the articles that I write. But I don't have like tens of thousands of people fucking DMing me a bunch of random shit and trying to dox me and all this kind of stuff all the time. And like when something like this happens, I'm sure that Erudite's probably got like her phone probably has like thousands of notifications on it and it's like very overwhelming. And so, you know, to the extent that like she hasn't answered a specific question here or there, like I don't know how malicious it is.
I mean, I agree with that. I'm not saying like, oh, she's avoiding the answer. I'm not saying that. I'm saying listen, I'll be honest with you. I'm not going to say that I'm white knighting like, I hope Erudite answers these questions good. I'm trying to help her. That's not the case at all. I just have fucking questions. If I was in the audience of a Maury Povich show or a Jerry Springer show, and I had an opportunity to ask the people on the show some shit about their fucked up relationship, I may do it. It's not that I'm like, you know, I'm being forthright. Looks bad for Erudite, but could be an explanation. That's it. I just throwing that question out there. She don't owe me shit. She don't have to answer. I just think she should answer questions like that. She should, you know. But let me give you an example of why it matters. I mean, I'm biased. I like Pisco. I know him more. You know, apparently Pisco did a stream where he talked about this. Well, here's Mr. Girl's post on X right now. You ready? I watched your statement on Destiny, Pisco. Your sadness and sense of betrayal are palpable, and it's admirable that you're cutting ties and being vulnerable. However, you knew better. Destiny's recently revealed behavior is utterly unsurprising, and for the most part, not even new. It fits neatly into a long-established pattern of behavior that you are already aware of, including leaking nudes, threatening to leak nudes, secretly recording people, non-consensual groping while on stream, blackmail, manipulation, telling suicidal people to kill themselves, and more. I understand that you may have been genuinely blindsided here, but you need to own the fact that this is not because you weren't informed. You were informed. You knew. But consciously or unconsciously, you ignored what you knew. And this is the key part. In fact, we all knew about this in November, didn't we? If Pixie hadn't come forward, would you be cutting ties now? Or would she just be another forgotten body? That's the point. And that's what those people that are in business relationship with Destiny are going to have to answer. The ones that are distancing themselves. When did you know? When did you believe the allegations? And why didn't you distance yourself then? But you are now. And that's what they're going to have to answer. Now, it could entirely be Pisco like, I didn't fucking hear this shit. No one told me, which I think's a reasonable defense, right? But if Pisco knew when Erudite knew, and when Dan apparently knew, in November or December, and still decided to do shows with Destiny, what's changed? Why is he unwilling to do them now? And I'm just saying, as someone that would consider myself, at one point at least, on friendly terms with Pisco, you got to have an answer to that. Because people are going to jump to the conclusion, look, if this would have never came out, you would have continued to work with Destiny because you wanted the money. That's going to be what people think, whether that's fair or not. That's why I was asking these questions. I considered DMing Pisco and being like, look, before I typed this, but I thought it would be inappropriate. Hell, I didn't even know. I thought maybe Pisco was involved as some sort of legal counsel for some of the parties involved, in which case he probably can't say shit. So I didn't know. So I just figured, well, I'll just be vague and say I have questions about orbiters, and it wasn't directed at anyone specifically. But the only person I really give a fuck about the whole situation is Pisco, if I'm honest. That's not to say I don't care about Pixie. I just don't know her. You know, it sounds like a terrible victim. But the only person that I would consider, I always thought that Pisco was sort of better than Destiny in a lot of the debate type shit, and that maybe someday he would have a break and he would end up getting a bit. That's what I thought about Pisco. I've told Pisco that. I've said that publicly. And so it would be a shame, you know, if this is something that hangs as an albatross around his neck. And, you know, Erudite, I think, is a little more involved publicly than someone like Pisco because of the DMs that were released and what have. And so when she was the first person I saw make a statement, that was the question I had. Had I seen Pisco's statements tonight, maybe my question to him would have been similar to to Erudite's. Like, well, when did you know? Maybe he answered that in stream. I don't fucking know. I'm just saying Mr. Girl's post is indicative of what people are going to default think about Pisco. They're going to say, oh, you wouldn't have said shit until now it's public. Now you're going to cut ties. But if you knew this was true and it was private, you would have kept working with Destiny. That's what people are going to say. And I hope that's not the case, first and foremost. And if it's not, I hope that he's able to convince people that that's not the case. And so, I don't know. Maybe you're friends with him and maybe you could just let him know that you know, you might say, well, fuck Mr. Girl. He's going to be out to get Destiny and all of his orders. Maybe. I don't know shit about Mr. Girl. I'll be honest. I don't know. So maybe he just has an axe to grind and this is all performative, or maybe not. I don't know. But that is the impression people are going to have. And I'll guarantee people on my channel right now are like, yep, that's exactly what Pisco did. And so I'm not jumping to a conclusion.
Maybe. I don't know that, I'm not saying you're, I mean, obviously, if you're speaking descriptively, obviously there's going to be, you know, there's going to be like some portion of people that just like assume bad intent or whatever.
Yes.
You know, I don't know that.
Let's be honest. Fuck my audience, right? In that sense. Yes. Just like there would be people in Destiny's audience, if the exact situation was reversed and it was me, that would be like, haha, fuck Rob, right? Like, it's not for them. There's going to be a lot of people in Destiny's community that are really devastated by this. And I think those are people that Pisco would care about. And if they may be under the impression, why did Pisco keep working with Destiny? When did he know? These may be questions that they want answered. And that's all I'm saying. And let's say I give Pisco the benefit of the doubt. I have no reason to not, but let's say I do, you know, just for the sake. And I would say to him in friendly advice, like, be as transparent as possible, obviously be truthful. But this is why people are going to be skeptical. I'm just telling you. They're going to be skeptical because it seems that a lot of other people in Destiny's employ knew about this and were certain that it was true way back in November or December. Are you one of them? And did you keep working with Destiny? And what has changed? And, you know, I hope that he thinks through that, because sometimes what happens is you're emotional and you do a public video and maybe you don't say things as clearly as you wanted, and then people get the wrong impression and then you have to try to correct it and now it looks even worse. So I just hope he understands that's where a lot of the skepticism is going to come from. And the same is true of Dan and Erudite. You know, that's it. All these.
I mean, I guess so. I really don't know. I guess I'm pretty skeptical of the idea that this scandal really sticks to anybody for any reason besides Destiny. I mean, just because obviously and I'm not saying this is right or wrong. I'm just saying, like, I think, like, if 5 years goes by, I don't think that people are going to look back and be like, you remember that Destiny scandal? The thing about that scandal, people don't realize this erudite lady. Like, I don't, I think people are going to kind of like forget
that's not
pretty much anyone else's involvement besides Destiny, no matter what they do.
Yes and no. There will be there. Yes, clearly as time goes on, some will dissipate, but that's not necessarily even the most important thing. One, if there's any sort of scandal like this whatsoever, and you're a legitimate politician, you might say, hands off all this crowd. I don't want to get involved, right? That's number one. And number two is, in the interim, while it's still fresh on people's minds, I mean, does it affect people? And you might say, well, who gives a fuck?
I agree. I agree that if you plan to be if you're erudite or Pisco or whoever, like, one of these people who is clearly closer to Destiny in one way or another, either personally or professionally, and you plan to be like a politically public facing person going forward, obviously, it would behoove you to
if Pisco runs for Congress, you don't think this is getting brought up?
No, that's exactly what I'm saying, is that if you plan to do anything like that, then obviously it would behoove you to really try to like cover all your bases and just like, fully understand kind of the like what your like implied involvement is going to be. But I guess that's true with a lot of issues. Obviously, I don't know how you can. I think one of the things that I have found in life, and you went to college, you probably met people like this. To some degree, I was probably like this when I was younger. I've met people who they try to live their lives with the idea that they're gonna like run for office. Like, oh, I'm gonna try and be like totally squeaky clean, and I can't do this, and I gotta say this, and I gotta structure my social media this way or that way. And what I find, at least me, maybe it's just my personality, I find that to be a very unsustainable way to live.
I agree.
That it's like very difficult to actually live that way.
You just saw this shit. Like, I talked to a couple friends when I ran for Congress. One of the things they did was like, have you checked out your Facebook page? And I was like, why? And they're like, oh man, you don't want any incriminating photos.
Right.
So there was something. I was never a huge like weed head or anything, but there's a couple photos of bongs and this and that. But the shit that I didn't even fucking like, there was a picture of me one Halloween dressed up like an Indian with face paint on and shit. They're like, oh fuck, get that shit off. I was like, why? They're like, oh, that's not PC. I was like, oh fuck, I didn't even realize. If you tried to live your life squeaky clean, I agree. And I'm not suggesting that Pisco go out and like prostrate himself and like, flagellate or anything like that. I'm just saying, like, these are, if I'm running for office, right, or I'm let's say I'm preparing for a big debate on, Tim Pool's show or Lex Friedman's show, right, and I'm going to debate, Cenk or I don't know, any big left-wing figure, And I call you, Econoboy, and say, will you do like a sort of practice debate with me? Because I trust you as a debater, and I think that it will help me prepare for good arguments. I want you to give the best arguments possible, right? So that I'm more prepared when I walk into the debate. That's kind of what I'm doing, in that I'm just telling you, and maybe Pisco will hear it, maybe not, maybe Erudite will hear it, maybe not. I am being honest about my questions. These are serious questions I have, but these are the best questions. These are the questions that eventually will be the most difficult to answer. And if I was Pisco and I wanted to clear my name as much as possible, I would be interested in answering those sorts of questions. When did you know? Why did you keep working with Destiny? Why has that changed now? I'm not saying that there's not plausible answers to this. There absolutely could be. I'm just saying that he probably wants to get out ahead of that. And my advice would be the same to anyone involved that's not a piece of shit. Now, if the real answer, if Pisco's real answer is, because I didn't think anyone would hear about it and I wanted the fucking money, well then fuck him. But I have no evidence that that's the case.
Right.
Know what I'm saying? So I'm not trying to like, I secretly believe Pisco's like a rat piece of shit that was willing to sell this pixie girl out for money and I'm trying to help him. Like, that's not what I'm doing. I'm just saying, taking at face value, if these are questions that people have, and I would be interested in the answers. And I know that maybe screw me because I'm not the target audience, but I'll bet there's a lot of people that are interested in those answers. And these are the questions that will be brought up in the future. Erudite's position, I believe I heard her say on a video that she wants to open like some sort of center to help children. Well, this is the type of thing that could haunt you. You know, let's say she has a big heart and that's really her career aspirations. That sounds very noble, right? Do you want, when you're applying for grants and shit, that like, wait a minute, what about this allegation? You know, this thing you were involved with, you know? So I think clarity and honesty and trying to answer as good faith questions as much as possible. Now, of course, there comes a point where you're like, okay, enough's enough. I can't talk about this every day. And of course, there's people that are just intentionally trying to bury you. But, you know, that's it. That's the only reason that I weighed in on this. Well, the first reason I weighed in was because when the videos got initially released, everyone was like, Rob, did you see these pics? And I was like, unfortunately, I did see like 2 seconds of a video as I was scrolling X, which I was not impressed with, having to see someone that I debated like Destiny in a sex act. That wasn't cool. You know, just in public, I'm scrolling X. It's like, oh, that's great. You know, and so I just gave the comment like, I'm not here to pay, because everyone in my position, you know what it was. Oh, Destiny was blowing a dude. Ha ha ha. And I was like, yeah, I kind of feel bad for him. I feel like that would fucking suck to have that released. And that was it. So then I wasn't even going to comment on the Pixie situation until I had people like, well, when you thought Destiny was a victim, you spoke up about it, but now you're not going to say anything once it turns out that maybe he's culpable. So then I was like, well, fuck. I guess I have to say something or it does make me look like a hypocrite. You know, so I mentioned something. Then Cherry came out. And so I was like, well, fuck it. Why beat around the bush? I'll just fucking dive right in head first at this point. You know, and then...
Well, I don't think, especially at the point of other people making it public, I don't know that it's like wrong to comment on or if it's unreasonable to. I mean, you know, obviously, if some people, like me, like if I didn't do Live and Learn, I mean, I don't think I would have said anything about this. Not because I'm like trying to protect my relationship with Destiny, but because it's like, I don't know, like this just doesn't involve me, and I've never gotten involved in drama before, and like I just don't really, I don't know are people looking for a Kana Boy's opinion on this? Like I'm not that big of a creator anyway.
Right.
Like,
the only reason you just happen to be the closest person that I talked to about it, and I honestly thought that's why you were calling in because I was talking about it when they were like, "Oh, Kana Boy's jumping in," but yeah, like it's the same with me. I don't think anyone's fucking like, I wonder what Rob Noah's opinion. Like, fuck me, I get it, right? And again, I totally get it. If I was a DGG person, I would be like, fuck this motherfucker. You know, I get that. That's fine. But it is, you know, the other thing is, and I don't know how much you'd agree with me on this, so much of the online sort of debate or politics sphere runs through Destiny. It does. Like, you could draw a direct line to probably a good portion of your audience on Live and Learn that one way or another got there through being Destiny fans.
Yeah.
A good portion.
Yeah, this is quite a, you know, this is like the fall of Saddam. This is quite a destabilizing event for the online politics.
Even as a right-winger, right? So think about me. Certainly there are people just for me debating Destiny, I'll get a fraction of people that come watch me. But even more than that, the only reason I got on Tim Pool's show was because they saw me debating Destiny. So if I go on Tim Pool's show, let's say I end up making it bigger. Let's say I take that real... Oh, by the way, I could ask my audience this before I leave tonight. Let's say then I get on another show. I get on Piers Morgan's show because someone sends the video of me on Tim Pool. Through a series of factors, that's all because I debated Destiny. So many of the people that are online streamers, particularly on the left, are just basically Destiny clones, if you're really honest about it. And so it's like, it's weird.
I mean, look at Hassan Bosch, like so many people's career. I mean, I understand what you're saying. Obviously, he's a very pivotal figure in the online politics community.
This is what blew my mind about like the right wing, Destiny's moral failings aside, right? Like, you know, whatever his personal life. I don't give a fuck about that for this point. I didn't understand people cheering for the downfall of Destiny for personal reasons, right? Destiny did something. He sort of broke through to the mainstream. So all of a sudden he's talking to Ben Shapiro. He's talking to Jordan Peterson. He's on Piers Morgan, right? And it's like, if I'm someone who wants those opportunities and I debate Destiny and now he's doing that, doesn't that increase my chance? So if you're a right winger, I'm like cheering Destiny. I'm like, yeah, fuck yeah, man. Go. Like, that's good for me. Hopefully I get an opportunity to be on those shows. Now, I'm not saying that that's an excuse to overlook his moral failings or anything.
Like, I hate Amazon, but I own an index fund that includes Amazon.
Yes, so right. And it's not, I'm just saying in general. So, like, all these people, like, you know, like, or I saw these people when he debated that Finkelstein guy was like, you know, oh, Destiny, this guy's a scholar and Destiny's just a Wikipedia guy. And it's like, yeah, but most of us are just basically Wikipedia guys. Wouldn't you be interested in having these debates? I would, And so for me, it's like I had no desire to see Destiny fail or anything like that, nor most of the people that surrounded himself with, despite serious disagreements I have with people like you or Pisco or something. I don't wish any of you ill. And so I don't want to see people like Pisco that put time into a business relationship that's like, fuck, now you got to deal with this crazy bullshit. And so it is just as a human interest story. It's interesting. It's terrible. You wish it would have never happened. But I mean, my goodness, it has everything. Boisterous personalities and like Destiny, video of him literally blowing a dude and a bunch of other sex tapes released publicly. Then allegations of, my God, it's Loner Bucks, his girlfriend, it's this and that. It's like, holy shit. And it's just, and here's the other thing. Like, I assume Destiny's never going to hear this, but whether rightly or wrongly, there's going to be allegations that come out of the woodwork now. Right? Because it seems evident that multiple people were getting these sorts of tapes. And so now, Cherry's accusation is once Pixie's allegations made public, all of a sudden other girls that have received tapes from Destiny started contacting people that were on those tapes saying like, oh my God, I just assumed this was consensual. That's how Cherry claims she found out. And so you're going to have people talking. And unfortunately, that will also mean if people have an Instagram with Destiny, maybe they make shit up. Now'd be the key time, wouldn't it? And so it's like, holy shit, this is just going to get worse. And despite the fact that I might not be a big fan of Destiny and I don't know Pixie and Cherry, I've liked my interactions with her. I don't want any of them to have, consequences beyond what are deserved. I don't think this is a death sentence or anything like that. And so when you hear people talk about like potential suicide, it's fucking bummer. That's shit. And, I'm just some fucking country bumpkin that wants to come on here and call people dickheads and assholes because of their political takes. And now all of a sudden it's like, damn, like this shit's, there's something going on. It's like some fucking, Hollywood shit where it's like everybody's hooking up with everyone and there's accusations of non-consent. And, it's like, Jesus, what is happening here? Like what is, I've never even met in person one person that I've streamed with. And now here it is. It's like you're involved in this, tangentially, albeit, but the community at large that you're involved with is fucking. That seems like a mess. So that's where my interest is in it, and I hope that the people that didn't do anything wrong successfully come out of it without serious consequences. And if that's Pisco, and if that's Dan, and if that's Erudite, then that's what I wish. But I won't know the truth, and I'm just being honest, making what I think is the most likely scenarios, and I'm biased and I'm, flawed and all that shit. And I'm just being honest about how it looks with certain things, and so that's.
Yeah. I mean, I get your point. I mean, I think, I think we'll see how people respond as things materialize. I mean, I said on Live and Learn that I think this is one of those things that, for better or worse, I think it's just going to take like a really long time for all the information of this to come out. Obviously, my understanding is that pretty much lawsuits are public, like they're public, right? And court. I mean, I know Cherry says she's going to file like actual charges, and so, my understanding is that, eventually you'll be able to just like look up and just like find the court records and understand kind of mostly everything that's going on here. But it's just going to take a really long time. It'll take like a year or more, and maybe things get settled and like it's still kind of vague. But I don't know. All I can do is just tell you what how I would react, and I've already.
The other thing is, and I know this is going to sound very disingenuous from me, and fuck a lot of the DGG crowd. That like, yeah. I'm not saying that I've had the worst outcomes, but there's certainly been people from that crowd that have said shitty things to me. Just regular audience people, right? But I have to be honest. I feel bad for some of those people. Because I think a lot of people, I could be wrong. This is my bias. I think a lot of those people are probably young and impressionable that are really into Destiny. And that community probably means a lot to them. And I assume many of them are having a difficult time with Trump. And so, talk about a double whammy, I don't know.
Yeah.
And
I was talking to a friend and I said,
I think those people are shitty, like their politics wrong and all that, but I don't want them to have a fucking emotional break.
Yeah. Yeah, I was talking to a friend, and I had a similar conversation where I was like, we're both like long term watchers of Destiny, and I was like, man, like this just among other reasons, just personal life stuff, but like among other reasons, I was like, man, like this month like just sucked, man. Like fuck, obviously from my perspective, it's like Trump became president. He's doing a lot of shit that I think is terrible. Like literally on the day that he gets inaugurated, like Destiny gets like completely canceled. I'm like, man, like this is just things are looking bleak,
Yeah, I mean, imagine that like you're getting fired from work or you're going through a divorce, so there's personal shit in your life that's going very poorly, and then the thing that's getting you through, it's like, well, I'm a huge Grateful Dead fan. And then all of a sudden it turns out that like they get busted for some really heinous
yeah.
You're just like, fuck, really? Right now at this point, like so
I mean that's all we've all been like, oh, one of our like a favorite comedian gets canceled or something, and it's like, man, I like that guy, like fuck,
well,
I mean
that was my
obviously that sucks.
Best faith interpretation of Destiny's shitty takes on the assassination, which was, he did have a divorce he was going through, and let's be honest, Trump surviving that assassination in the way that he did probably, it appeared at the time, significantly increased his chances of winning, and because he's going to have sympathy, and he got up like a boss, and all that stuff. And so my interpretation was, well, Destiny's going to spiral a little, okay, but then he's also, his personality and his public image is one that he can't be like, you know what, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that about Trump. So when people push him, he's just going to go further. Yeah, if my parents were there, they deserve to get killed too. And fuck around and find out. How's that fight? Right? And it just keeps digging and digging. And you're like, oof. And that's why I reached out. I mean, I don't know if I should say this. I reached out to Pisco and was like, you should, if you're friends with this dude, maybe you should talk to him. Because I don't, as a human being, you don't want to see someone say something they'll regret that affects their life the rest of their life, or that inspires someone else to do something really shitty. And so if it was my friend, if it was someone in like the community I associate more with, like if it was Andrew Wilson or it was Aircraft Sparky or someone like that, I would be reaching out to him like, hey man, put the microphone down. What are you doing? Like you're fucking up here, man. And it just seemed to keep going on. And in a weird fucking perverse way, maybe it benefited him, because then all of a sudden controversial takes on Piers Morgan, and it's like, I just kind of roll my eyes, because it's like, I like debating Destiny and we could massively disagree, but I don't want this sort of rhetoric to be the norm now, where it's like, oh, you get rewarded for these fucked up comments about assassinations. And
well, I think anybody, I'm sure you have some sympathy for this, but Destiny, anybody who streams like 50 hours a week who has done that for 10 years, there's just gonna be some really crazy shit.
You're gonna see say fucking heinous shit, offensive shit. Yes, and certainly if you're a provocative, it'd be one thing if you're streaming 50 hours a week and you're doing drywall, right? Maybe, but when you're and let's be honest, there is an incentive as a streamer to have more provocative language and takes. There just is. The more milquetoast you are, even if you're very well researched, if you don't have a boisterous personality, it's difficult to get eyeballs on you. But if you're someone jumping in the fight and you're saying like, yeah, fuck all Republicans, blah, 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 it makes it more likely that, you get traction. And so, I don't know, the whole thing, like, it just, to me, you wonder when it's a public figure, I always heard this about celebrities. Like, you wonder if there's anyone around them that actually gives a shit, or if everyone's just around because they're a celebrity. And I get a personal benefit from being around. So when their life starts spiraling and maybe they get addicted to drugs, or maybe they're, hookers all the time, whatever the case may be, is there anyone there that really cares about them? Or is everyone that's talking to them just like, how can I benefit from this situation? And so was my concern with Destiny back then, was like, I'm not his fucking friend. I don't give a shit. If he really thinks that Trump should have been assassinated, fuck him. But on the off shot, if I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt, maybe one of his friends needs to intervene. Does he have any? I don't know. And it's you could even say that here. I'm sympathetic to Erudite's claim. Like, if I believe that he's contrite and that he's trying to make amends, maybe it wouldn't be best for everyone to completely bury this guy if there's good in him. I understand her position on that. That's not my position necessarily. That might not be your position. I don't think anyone's obligated to say, I got to stick it out with this guy for his mental well-being. I'm not saying that. Fuck that. At this point, who's concerned about that? But if you're his friend, I could see that. So I don't know. The whole thing, it's fucking shitty, and I do feel bad, and I'm just afraid. I think Mr. Girl is right. Accusations tangential to this have been flying around Destiny and his community for a long time, and I just feel like it feels fucking gross. It makes me feel good to be a country bumpkin that's like married, and it's like I don't know. I'm not involved in meeting people and having canvassing. The reason I asked you about the canvassing event, one of the accusations is that there was apparently several women at the canvassing event that felt that they were sexually harassed. And to me, it's ironic, and I could be spiking the football more, where it's like, these are supposedly left-wing groups that are feminist, and look what happens. But I haven't really taken that tact yet. Maybe I will eventually. But
yeah, I mean, I'm sure you had the experience when you ran for Congress. Obviously when I was, I don't want to say growing up, but when I was in college and kind of like introducing myself to like that kind of gray area between childhood and adulthood, and you're kind of trying to figure out what you want to do. I was involved in a lot of political organizing, and what I found was that like, it's like, hey, look, if you're going to be involved in politics and political organizing, you're just going to have to deal with the fact that a lot of people in this industry are just pieces of shit.
Yeah. Well, streaming, it's the same way, yep.
And streaming might be the same way. I haven't, like I said, I'm not super personally
I don't even
involved.
mean politics. It's like, fuck, how many of these public streamers do you see that like
No, I'm not defending. I'm just saying that for the uninitiated audience, I'm sure you had the same experience. Like, it's as much as I love politics and I love economics and I love even working in it. There's just, I don't know what it is. There's just something about like a lot of.
Yep, I don't fit in.
Yeah, there's something about a lot of people in political organizing where it's like they're just bad people, like a lot, like even Democratic politicians, like one thing that I've always said, I've been very consistent in this regard. If you're a Democratic politician who treats your workers badly, I just simply do not fuck with you. I don't support you. I hope you get primaried. Sure, I mean, I appreciate the votes on issues that I'm in favor of, but if you're known to mistreat your workers, that has no place in my view. But the thing is, that's just pretty normal.
Yep.
In politics, yep. Right? Like most staffers get treated like complete shit by the politicians who politician might be very progressive. Oh yeah, $15 an hour. I support unions. Meanwhile, they're like throwing staplers at their fucking staffers because they misspelled something on a memo. Like, and that's just that's on the Republican side and the Democratic side.
Yep, I'm sure it is. When I ran for Congress, right? So it was a special election, and so a guy, Tom Marino, won. He got sick. He resigns. So now there's a special election. The way it works is each party gets to put up, they could make their own process of who they put up as their nominee. So I don't know what I think the Democrats just had one person run. They weren't going to win because it was the most conservative district in Pennsylvania. The Republicans decided to do what they called a conferee process, which was each state or each county that was in the district got a number of conferees based on the portion of the percentage of people that voted for Tom Marino, the guy that was resigning. So, for example, if Center County made up 40% of the votes for Tom Marino, they would get 40% of the conferees. That's how it went, right? It is unbelievable how fucking dirty that process was. It jaded me so much on politics.
It's entirely believable.
I'm just a fucking dude, right? I'm just a fucking guy. And it's like from the little to the big. Like, here's something little. Like, you get to speak. There were 24 people, I think, that ran. Of those, there were probably only 8 to 9 that seriously had a chance. And almost all of them were state level